Colleagues, dear participants in the room and those watching our broadcast, I'm welcoming you on the second day of our conference. And today, as I think, we will have a very interesting day, the first part of which is going to be dedicated to geology and geophysics, and there will be some speeches dedicated to digitalization of the oil and gas industry. Yesterday, we had some technical problems with connection, so today we will also have the speech delivered by the Weatherford company. Also, we will have the direct connection during the COLTUBING workshop from Minsk. We will speak about COLTUBING, so we will also mention the issues of equipment. And the final workshop will be the workshop dedicated to processing of gas and creation of gas chemical complexes and general contemplations and a discussion about the future of the oil and gas industry during the green transition and transition to hydrogen technologies. And now I'm happy to invite to the stage Sanjar. I'm happy to see you. I hope that you will enjoy it to be staying here in front of geophysicists and geologists who are watching you on YouTube and Facebook and from the room. Thank you. Good morning, dear colleagues, dear friends. I'm Jarkesh Asanjar, and I'm Deputy Director of the Division of Production of Naftogaz, and also Deputy Director. You should always say that I don't say I cannot do this, say I will learn to do this. Unfortunately, my command of the Ukrainian language is not that good as yet, though I'm learning it. But I will speak some other languages. I can speak Kazakh or Russian or English, and I suggest that it should be Russian this time. So good morning once again, dear colleagues. I would like to wish you success, good luck and everything. I'm happy to see you, and I guess that we are all very much tired of the online conference, so I'm happy to have this sort of communication offline, and I will be happy to answer all of your questions after the presentation. We will speak about the change of the paradigm. A lot of people ask what is happening in Ukhrgazdobывание, in Naftogaz, because there is a team, a lot of things have changed, but what has changed? I would like to answer many of your questions, but the main question is how are we going to change the paradigm? So let's start. People ask to share the information about my background, so Andrei also asked me to tell about my work experience. Okay. So I have worked in 15 countries of the world, and you can see them on the map. This is starting with Texas in the United States. It was also California, Colorado, Alaska, Texas itself, Colombia. Then this is Kazakhstan, this is the island of Sakhalin, this is Iraq, Saudi Arabia. Generally, I started with drilling, and then I went into geology, but I'm the petroleum engineer, oil and gas engineer by diploma. I have worked onshore, offshore, with traditional reservoirs and unconventional ones, mainly in the US, and it was also the tight gas. I'm the engineer of ExxonMobil. I've undergone the full cycle of training at ExxonMobil. I started with drilling, from scratch, so to say. And I was happy enough to work on the island of Sakhalin, where we drilled the longest well in the world. It was in 2014, Z40, 13 kilometers, extended reach well. That is the horizontal well going to the Okhotsk Sea. I also worked for McKinsey in London. I worked with many companies, with the management from different companies. I provided consultations and helped them develop the industry. I worked as Deputy Minister of Geology in Kazakhstan. because there was the Ministry of Geology restored, and I was supervising the whole geological industry and the mining complex, and also I was the chairman of the supervisory board of the national company Ecology. I worked in Great Britain. I got the prize from Queen Elizabeth for the development of oil and gas industry in Great Britain. I got the chartered engineer, a professional engineer license. This is the obligatory requirement for abroad, and I actually studied at the University of Texas, Austin. I have my team here with me. This is Valentin Lokhtyev, the Director on Geological Exploration and Survey, who has worked with us and then got some experience of working abroad, and he will tell about himself. And he has got back here and is trying to further develop the teams of our Ukrainian specialists who got a very good background abroad and got back. And Oskar Atanas is also here, and Vyacheslav Filatov, and they will tell you about 3D modeling in their presentations. The presentation consists of three main parts. First of all, what is the challenge? What are we faced with? The second one is, what have we done over 12 months? Because I arrived here in May last year by Maria plane, and I remember that a year ago we had a rather complicated situation, and it would be good to share the experience about this year. And the third part is game changes in the rules of the game, which we introduced into Naftogaz, into Укргазвидобування, and this has already yielded certain results over 2020 and in the first quarter of 2021. So we will speak about the basic 8 game changers and the strategy of the resource-based development. So what are we dealing with? You know that Naftogaz is facing an unprecedented assignment, and the Cabinet of Ministers has set 4 main objectives: development of the resource base, the development of the company, transfer to the budget, and investment into the energy independence of Ukraine. These are large-scale tasks, and each task is related to geology development and the resource base. Because of that, our task is to really focus on exploration and development. To achieve those objectives, which are unprecedented, we need to do what we never did. We need to change, we need to improve, and everything that has been done before is a perfect result. We have a very complex portfolio, and it's very good that we have the rate of production which we currently have. This is the achievement of the previous team. But if we want to move forward, we need to do the things we have never been doing. So we speak here about the reserve replacement ratio, which is the correlation between the annual growth to annual production in percentage. And the company normally reports about this figure, and we set the benchmark. Over several years, the current rate has been 30%, and on average, if we have a look at other companies, this is a little bit lower than the average, but we would like to reach 100%, because then we could secure further exploration to increase the enterprise value for the IPO of the company and to secure further production. We can see the 3 basic pillars on which the implementation of this task is based. The points of growth, the sources of gas, and I'm going to tell you about this, human resources, their competences, and science. We can only deal with this. This doesn't mean that this is just our wish. That is the need, the critical need, I would say. And I would like to focus on this for people to understand, because we can see different feedback, different information coming from the industry, but we really set the task for growing reserves on the same level as their importance of production. That is really an unprecedented situation. We are introducing a new KPI for every leader of the company who has to work to add the production growing and resource growth. Also, we need to speak about science, about research, and about investment. I've already shown this slide many a time to the government, to people on other platforms, and at the last conference I also did this. And if we have a look at the portfolio of Naftogaz, we have a pyramid which has been turned from top to bottom. According to the international system, U stands for the prospective resources, C is conditional ones, and P is already profitable, proven. And if we make parallels, draw parallels with the Ukrainian system, it's not quite suitable because we don't always have the correlation. But the system is like this. But the whole system is the whole world is looking at PMS, and this means that Ukrainian companies also have to speak this language. It's like English for the world. That's why we have audit from year to year. And if we have a look at the portfolio, we don't have many prospective resources as compared to reserves. Our reserves are rather good as compared to the benchmarks in the world, 2PACs. But to make a breakthrough in the future, we need to increase the lower part of the pyramid to turn this pyramid backwards. What do we need to do? First of all, seismics. The reservoir analysis and modeling, which is one of the key systemic changes, not just in our company, but generally for the Ukrainian geology and exploration. That's what we're introducing, and Valentin will tell about this. This is play-based exploration. Then we can grow prospective resources. What do we need to do to increase conditional resources? To drill exploration wells, to do testing. These are the rules of the game of the international level, PRMS. We need to play the same rules, according to the same rules. We need not just to do exploration, but to connect those wells for them to become profitable, and we need also to do enhanced gas recovery, enhanced oil recovery. And you know, when I was in Texas at the university, I dealt with enhanced recovery, and we worked with polymers, surfactant ones. So this means automatic growth of reserves. This means that we know what to do, but we must become more aggressive in doing this. As compared to the previous year, we are already more aggressive. We are doing more explorations and surveys at our wells. Let's have a look at what we did last year. What has been done over 12 months of the year of 2020 plus the first quarter of 2021? I would say that is rather interesting. First of all, 41% is their reserve replacement ratio, which is the best result over the recent 10 years, even more than 10 years for Укргазвидобування. And the ratio, the annual ratio for replacement is 41%. It used to be 30%, and this means that we actually had more, 6 billion more, as confirmed by the auditors, and of course it increased the value of the company by tens of millions of dollars. We have the 2U growth, 20 billion cubic meters of resources, but we would like to have more, and I've mentioned that we need to grow on this lower part of the pyramid. The new strategy of the resource-based development. This is a working document which determines where we need to go. And we have a clear understanding as to what we need to do with our portfolio, with the new areas and fields, with new directions, and because the resources are limited with everyone, financial, HR resources, and time resources. Our vision is to transform the exploration direction into the best in the world. It seems to be a super ambitious but a realistic objective, because historically Ukraine has had the best geologists and explorers in the Soviet Union and in the world, so why not become the best now? We have this tandem for the best Ukrainian talent with the foreign one, so everything is possible, and we have already a number of initiatives aimed at achievement of those objectives, and we have some results which we can already see. we get international experience and we are bringing it into the company. And if we have a look at our staff members, we already have experience with companies X and Mobil, Shell, Enia, the best geology surveys, Schlumberger, McKinsey, Halliburton, and we've got new opportunities because we have concluded 4 PSIs. Everybody knows about this. These are the licenses for the Black Sea Shelf. This is Yusuf area. And rather recently it was the Yuri field, and Roman Pimach told about this yesterday. What are the basic changes? 8 ones, game changers. First of all, that is the strategy which I have mentioned. And the strategy consists of 3 basic directions. The first one being no regret moves. I mean, this is win-win portfolio. This is the basic portfolio we need to deal with. We need to secure maturation. We need to progress from brownfield to greenfield. We realize this. Deep horizons. And now to make a breakthrough, we definitely need to focus on the shelf. This has been mentioned many a time, but that is a large-scale task. And I remember working at Kashakan and Caspian Sea when Kazakhstan was developing Caspian Sea shelf. That was the end of the 90s, and the competences were different back at that time. But since it involved transnational companies, Kazakhstan managed to do this with a great success. And there are a lot of fields there on the shelf. So this is what we need to do here. And we are working on this. We have a separate department of strategic projects, which is really doing a lot with the greatest, the best specialists, and this is priority number 1 for us. The other direction, the second one, is Yusuf field, tight gas, and the third one is the capacitance. These are the directions which we have determined to be the key ones, the priority ones for us. We need investment. I will not speak about the amounts because these are commercial issues, but that is our working strategy, our desk strategy. On the basis of these directions, we have outlined specific strategic steps, 5 tactical directions, I would call them that way. The first one is how to get their best of the available portfolio, in particular as far as greenfields are concerned, and Valentin will tell about this. But we are moving on. We are giving back some licenses to the state, and we have the capacity, and this means that we need to develop brownfield, but we are really trying to be the driving engine for the industry, and we are trying to involve transnational companies, and with this in view we need gigantic projects. That's why as far as greenfield are concerned, we have a special approach to this. The new areas, direction number 2, this is PSA in auctions, a lot of legislative issues which we're trying to settle together with the other actors. I have worked with PSI for many years. In particular, I worked with that in Kazakhstan, and I have more than 20 years of experience of working with PSI. And we made a lot of mistakes, and I guess that we should learn the lessons of the US, of the other CIS countries. We have frontier areas. It's like shelf, tight gas, deep horizons, which also cause a lot of challenges, and in some of them we are still not ready to give the verdict, but we are actively studying deep horizons and their capacity for Ukraine and in our basic reservoirs, and private licenses as well. We are looking at different auctions and trying to find something of large scale for us. So the 8 game changers, I will speak about each of them separately. The first one is an unprecedented change for Укргазвидобування, for geology, for exploration in general, and it lies in the fact that we have changed the organizational structure fully, and there is no functional division, but there is multifunctionality ensured. We have multifunctional teams. That means that we have, when we have separate functions within one team, we have a geologist, a developer, a petrophysicist, production technologist, engineer, and intensification, so on and so forth. So this is a mini private company. We have had a look at the ExxonMobil and Chevron, BP, Shell models, and we have developed a kind of a hybrid model for ourselves, because these companies have also been making mistakes, and we need to somehow develop a tailor-made model. And on the basis of our analysis, we have developed this model. It works. So we have set such multifunctional teams, and we have really selected the best of the best from our portfolio. We, as every company, have limited resources in terms of time, finance, and human resources, and therefore we cannot scatter those resources. So we have selected top 40 fields which give more than 90% of reserves and production, and they are really the best of the best. So this is the principle that 80% of the result are given by the 20% of effort. As far as green fields are concerned, we have selected the most prospective 10 ones, and we have created those asset teams, project teams, or multifunctional teams, which focus on every field. And this is our priority. The other things are not a priority yet. We are dealing with the other directions, but it's not a priority. And we expect very interesting results, because if we really focus on that, we will have enough time to determine what the horizons are, what the capacity for exploration and development is, and so on. Science and research. Again, a lot of questions arise here, and I support the idea, since I worked in ExxonMobil with the research company. This is R&D center of ExxonMobil, which is a real think tank, which was leading ExxonMobil for many, many years. We would like to transform our company into the modern R&D center. We realized that this is a great brand, 65 years of history, and this is the real smithery for specialists, but from the point of view of transformation into new directions, we really need fresh blood, and therefore we have set 4 directions: geology, development, drilling, and production. I will try to cover these 4 ones. So what does it mean? For example, the reservoir analysis, following the model of ExxonMobil, so this modeling is going for exploration. Then, as far as drilling is concerned, we are going to involve new types of equipment, fluids, case design, and so on and so forth. The way ExxonMobil, Shell, and other companies does. This is a kind of a servicing function. R&D is going to be adjusting new available technologies existing abroad for Ukraine. Core storage facilities. The largest core storage facility in Europe, 20,000 meters of core. This is more than enough for us and for the country, and I think that actually we can cover a lot at the expense of these core storage facilities. Why are we doing this? Because we want to really work in detail at our data, document the data, create and preserve the score for the future generation. We are expected to have the routine core analysis finished by the end of the year, special core analysis, CAL or SCAL. This is working at core, modeling, preparatory works for improvement of the efficiency of fracking. And for example, in Texas, this special core analysis at the University of Texas in their laboratory, where I worked for 2 years for one of the fields in Mexico, worked at the special core analysis, and we did water flooding, and we developed new methods for using mechanical technologies. That is a game changer, because we are accelerating and constructing new laboratories, R&D centers. That has never been happening in Ukraine. The next thing, the database. Again, a great game changer, and Vyacheslav Filatov will tell you about this today. So we are launching the largest database in Ukraine. Shuberge, ProSource, they are working following this system, and we have about 5,000 of wells, and seismic is included here, and the data on production. This is the great architecture. And our goal is for every employee of ours to have access to all the information he or she needs with no problem. We place the analysis on analytics. We have the necessary people, necessary experts. We are still selecting some people and adding them to our team. But that is a game changer, because this is not just regional geology, but this is basin reservoir analysis, which deals with their drawing of the picture, getting the seismic data in the digital format. And the second point is compiling the system. And you are all geologists and developers, and you understand what I mean. And modeling comes at the other stage with time. This is geological time scale, as we call it, and we need to realize what kind of migration we had in terms of deposition environment. We are looking for giants, I've already mentioned. That's why we're doing this. That is a term used in the industry, and with this in view, we need to realize how these reservoirs, how these three key basins of Ukraine were created, and what the capacity that we have there. So this is the regional and fundamental system of basin analysis, which will provide us with the solutions, with the answers. It's a systemic change. It's not a quick win. If anybody is looking for quick wins, it's not for you, but somebody should be doing this in Ukraine, and we need to do this in Ukraine as well. Professional development program. We need to standardize the knowledge of geologists at the global level. For example, when I worked at ExxonMobil, we had the early competences milestones and advanced competences milestones that we underwent, and it was for every geologist, and the company really conducted a lot of trainings, and you became more competent. You became a competent engineer, and then you were an asset for the company. This is the same that we want to do here in OIL&GAS, and we're developing a comprehensive professional training, personal training system, and for every staff member there will be a development program and the assessment system. For example, in ExxonMobil, if you were at the rate of 10%, you were hired. You were just dismissed, I'm sorry. But if you were on the top of the ranking, you were given a higher salary, good projects, and so forth. That's the system which actually exists in OIL&GAS, but we would like to make it more formal and more structurized. On the international level, for example, geological competences include the basic competences of any geologist, which you can see in the slide, and it will be still mentioned today that every geologist should be able to at least interpret the seismic data. That is an obligatory thing. And we are working with the 5 core universities donors. We have visited Ivano-Frankivsk, we want to visit Poltava, Lviv, Kharkiv, and so on. Young professionals or graduate program. This is a program for graduates of universities and for the experts who are already our staff members. And this is also on-the-job training for the professionals which actually are already working with us. And we need to provide some training to people coming on their internship programs to us. Mr. Romaniuk has mentioned this yesterday. So we are launching a new conference dealing with production, drilling, exploration. So that is going to be a 2-day conference. And by the way, this is a picture from Kazakhstan from the same conference. And we also had the conference like this in Baku. It's a large-scale event to which the government of the country normally comes. And this is the Houston conference, SP conference. an annual one where we have more than 60 or 70,000 of people coming, watching it rather. That's what we would like to launch in Ukraine, starting with their average scale, middle scale, but then we will see. And we would like to provide an impetus, and I guess that Newfolk is a great platform. We would like just to help Newfolk and to help the industry in general, to give some new incentives and to have some investors from abroad and to show them what we have to offer, what kind of interesting projects we have. In November this year, we will have this conference. Please join us. We need your high-quality presentations, and this is a very high level from the technical point of view, so it's not easy to become a participant, a speaker at the conference. But I think that this is going to be a great game changer, and we are doing the work at this. Otto Wetterlander, Mr. Romaniuk, and representatives of OPEC. And our neighbors are also doing a lot in this direction. The last game changer is what we're trying to do as far as seismics is concerned, because we have a lot of data on seismics and we want to improve this data. You know, every company, every 5 years, reshapes and reinterprets the data of the seismics. This is the best practice. We are trying to really have this competence within our company, and that's why all geologists in our company need to be able to interpret the data, and we are trying to establish a competence center with subject matter experts within our company, and we have a separate SME unit with the experts of the global level. We will have SME on seismics, we have the chief explorer already, we have the engineer who worked with the Zohr Egypt field. You remember, a huge field. He's our chief geologist and explorer, together with Mr. Chuzhuk and Mr. Lizonets. So it's a great tandem. So this is as far as seismics is concerned, and we will definitely like to introduce the algorithm of machine learning, but this is not the future already. That is what everybody is dealing. These are standard mathematical algorithms which help us be looking for flat spots, sweet spots in seismics, and give the results in a quicker, more efficient and cheaper way. That is the main task of machine learning. We get special teams for this, and we process the information because we have a lot of data. And this relates also to petrophysics and other fields. So what is my key message? We are changing the paradigm. This is a tandem of Ukrainian and foreign talents. And the game changers have already yielded great results in 2020, in 2021, and this means that we are on the right track. And this also helps us believe that we will really achieve our ambitious goals. That's all for me. Any questions? Sanjar, thanks a lot. It seems to me that there is really a lot of work ahead. I'm happy to see these changes, and our company really starts entering into the international level, which is a pleasure for me to see. So good luck to you and everything. Colleagues, let's continue. Sergei Migidai, do we have him here? As I've mentioned, we will have some connection. So can you hear me?
How does the specialist from research and development differ from other experts? They all the time try to find answers to different complicated questions. So yesterday there were some technical issues related to presentation. Our speakers, Natasha and Richard, immediately had the idea how to avoid this situation in future. They video recorded the presentation, not to be dependent on technical issues. So it's not about physicists, it's the real character of the inventories. Therefore, show must go on, and we want to provide you with a presentation on neutron impulse solutions and microimage logging. There is simultaneous interpretation of the presentation, so please, if you need, take the headphones, and I hope it will be interesting for you. So once again, we are really sorry for the technical problems yesterday.
Я дуже радий сьогодні бути тут з вами. Отже, вчора в нас була презентація, і в зв'язку з технічними труднощами ми вирішили все-таки записати цю презентацію для того, щоб презентувати її десь в іншій частині конференції. Ця презентація про імпульсну нейтронну технологію, яку можна використовувати для вирішення певних труднощів, з якими ви стикаєтеся. І я підготувала цю презентацію разом з моєю колегою Наташою Мекіч, яка дуже досвідчений спеціаліст нафтогазової промисловості, яка провела не просто аналіз сотень, а аналіз тисяч випадків.
Natasha is always coming up with new ideas in terms of how we can best provide information to you so you can solve the issues that you're faced with. I found that Natasha is, in my opinion, one of the finest petrophysicists in the world. I have enjoyed very much being in this industry, and I take great pride in this industry because together with you, we have provided for the world energy which supports. I've listed a few things: farming, manufacturing, transportation, communication, which includes cell phones, computers, plastics. Just think, plastic is almost in everything that we use in our homes, in our computers, and even in the things that we wear. Libraries, universities are powered with energy, schools, museums, and those are just to name a few. But together, I believe we should take great pride in our industry because we have made the world, I believe, a better place and taken us out of the dark ages. So what are the problems that we wish to solve? In other words, I'm offering solutions, but to what problems? So I just listed a few of them here. If you have a field, a reservoir, how do you increase production? How do you handle what you might call pressure depleted reservoirs? What about understanding subsurface geology in cases where you do not have any open hole wells or the information has been lost or you have no core data? What about how do you handle complex completions or low porosity reservoirs? So all of these things are some of the issues and problems that you face. So I'm going to suggest that by getting more information about the subsurface wells, you can increase production. And those two tools that I want to talk about today include the GSI and the Raptor. The wonderful thing about these two tools is that they're very slim. The GSI tool is 3¼ inches, and yet it's the smallest tool of its kind in the industry. The Raptor tool has 4 detectors. It's the only slim hole 1 11/16 inch tool, or equivalently 1.6875 inches in diameter, but it can get in any well. So these tools can work in open holes, cased holes. They identify carbon. They can determine saturation and subsurface geology and mineralogy and locate gas. So before I give you some examples about how these tools work, I would like to say a little, giving examples of how they have produced this information. Let me just say briefly how the tool works. And so what I've listed here, as you look, is we start out with neutrons, we go to gamma rays, carbon plus the elements, geological minerals, and gas saturation. And this is sort of the sequence of the way data is analyzed. So it all begins with the generator, which produces about between 100 million and 300 million neutrons per second. All of those neutrons have an energy of 14 million electron volts, and so they're traveling at 17% the speed of light. In this diagram, you can see two volumes of investigation, one for the fast neutrons and the larger one for the slow neutrons. But in every case, the nucleus of these atoms emit gamma rays, which carry information about their parent atom. And so by studying these gamma rays, we can determine what elements are in the formation that produce these gamma rays. And one of the most important elements, of course, is carbon. So then we continue with the sequence. By knowing the elements, we can determine the geology and the mineralogy, and then finally the saturation. And I just wanted to remind you here that this technology that I'm showing is based on over 80 years of history, because the first gamma ray tool was developed actually in 1939. And if you have time, you might want to look at this reference where it discusses all of the different spectroscopy tools and how they've improved over the years. So here we have counting the gamma rays. We measure gamma rays versus time. Here we measure the energy of the gamma rays. And then finally, we get to the Raptor tool and the GSI tool. This is a slim hole tool. This tool is a little bigger, so we can get a better spectroscopy and better elemental analysis. So the first example deals with carbon saturation in geology in the open hole. This particular well.
Ми говоримо про конкретно необсаджену колону в Північній Америці, де, власне, шукали нафту і газ. І тут дуже добре, ви бачите, зеленим кольором позначений, власне, вуглець. І жовтим позначено кремній. І, тому що зазвичай позначається жовтим кольором кремній. Також ви бачите кальцій. А зеленим зазвичай, як я вже показав, вам позначається вуглець. Отже, було визначено таким чином, що оця верхня частина пласта – це вуглець, але нижня частина – це, власне, була частина, яка була насичена нафтою. І ви бачите, що дуже високий відсоток насиченості – 73%. Це схожий приклад, тільки різниця в тому, що це обсаджена свердловина. Тут ми можемо порівняти дані для того, щоб, власне, зіставити обсаджені і необсаджені свердловини. Якщо ви подивитеся на цю свердловину в плані елементів, то чорним ви бачите вуглець, найважливіший елемент, також алюміній, сірим, жовтим – це кремній, і в даному випадку калій позначений рожевим кольором. Отже, бачите, що домінуючим елементом був саме кремній, відповідно, так і було проінтерпретовано мінералогічний склад, що це був пісок, який був також насичений нафтою. І рівень насиченості було підраховано на основі отриманих даних, власне, з допомогою цього інструменту GSI. Ви бачите ці дані позначені зеленим. Ми дуже були раді, що ми побачили певне позитивне співвідношення між обсадженими і необсадженими свердловинами. Я вже казав, що голубим позначений кальцій, бачите, що досить багато кальцію в цій нижчій зоні пласта. Також бачите певне вимивання. І в цих вимиваннях ми можемо бачити, наскільки ці зони заповнені кальцієм. І в даному випадку кальцій перебував, власне, в тріщинах. Я говорю про кальцій, тому що це один з основних первинних елементів цементу. І, власне, ці дані також можна використати як дані діагностики, коли ми намагаємося визначити, як проходили операції пов'язані з цементом. Ще один приклад. Якщо ми говоримо про мінералогічний склад, ми вимірювали не лише пісок, а й вуглець. І от тут ви бачите в різних зонах, ви проходите від піску, від сланцю, до низу і до інших елементів. Отже, від піску, який позначений жовтим кольором, ви бачите нижче кремній, який фактично внизу вже був змінений на кальцій. Тобто фактично ви бачите такий перехід з 3 зон. Завдяки цій інформації ми визначили, і на цьому я хотів би заакцентувати вашу увагу, що там були також різні глини, які ми відстежили. Різного походження. І в кінцевому результаті в цій свердловині, як я вже зазначав, ми фактично отримали діагностичні дані щодо зон, в яких цемент заходив в тріщини. Також ми визначили найнасиченішу зону. Тобто це ще один приклад того, як можна використовувати в обсадженій свердловині інструменти геохімічної спектроскопії. Зараз поговорю про Раптор. Це теж інструмент, який має 4 детектори і дуже добре допомагає визначати в кількісному плані природний газ. В цій свердловині, яку я показую, голубим кольором позначено пористість, а червоним позначено природній газ, його насиченість. Бачите, що в цих зонах, ми не просто визначили ці зони, ми бачили, що рівень насиченості практично перевищує 50%. І ще хотів би також поговорити про аналітику і прогнозування, оскільки вони є дуже важливими інструментами. Іноді у вас є цільова свердловина, інформація про неї обмежена, тому що, можливо, у вас немає даних з обсадженої необсадженої свердловини. Якщо говорити про цю конкретну свердловину, то ми визначили рівень пористості, густину, також визначили рівень калію, зокрема за гамма-променями. І ви бачите співвідношення, яке ми виявили, коли ми переходили від опорних свердловин до цільової свердловини. Отже, спочатку в нас голубим кольором позначено кальцій, а в цій зоні ви бачите, що співвідношення між калієм і алюмінієм, і кремнієм, і кальцієм саме така, як ви бачите це на слайді в плані кількісного співвідношення. Також, власне, ми проаналізували ці дані з допомогою інструменту Раптор, маючи досить багато інформації, але без цієї технології ми би просто не змогли проаналізувати, проінтерпретувати дані. Я акцентую вашу увагу на тому, що останні кілька років ми працюємо над тим, щоб вдосконалювати свої технологічні інструменти. І, зокрема, Наташа використала цей інструмент Раптор для того, щоб визначити густину, пористість та інші петрофізичні властивості, і навіть мінералогічний склад. Тому до чого я веду? Я хочу сказати, що в нас є інструмент GSI і Raptor, і цей GSI, це, до речі, інструменти геохімічної спектроскопії. Якщо ви цього не будете пам'ятати, нічого страшного, просто запам'ятайте назву GSA. Досить багато компаній теж не знають, що означає GSI. Але я сподіваюся, що ви просто запам'ятаєте, що це дуже хороший інструмент, за допомогою якого ви можете отримати чимало інформації. І в першу чергу ви зможете визначити геологічну структуру, мінералогічний склад, зможете виміряти рівень вуглецю та інших елементів і рівень насиченості у обсаджених та необсаджених свердловинах. З допомогою Раптора ви можете кількісно підрахувати рівень насиченості у продуктивних пластах і отримати літологічні дані та проаналізувати їх, а також визначити кількість природнього газу у пластах з високим рівнем пористості і низьким рівнем пористості. Отже, такі кінцеві міркування. В нас є аналітичні моделі, які можуть допомогти нам прогнозувати властивості пластів, наприклад, пористість, густину. Але попри те, що GSI і Raptor самі по собі дуже хороші інструменти, якщо їх поєднати, це ще краще. Саме тому наша презентація називається «Інтегровані рішення». І я хотів би сказати вам, що я хочу передати вітання Наталії Рудевич. Перепрошую, що ми не могли приїхати присутньо, але я би хотів з нею привітатися, тому що ми з нею зустрічалися в Х'юстоні, і я дуже радий був її бачити. А всім дуже дякую за увагу.
They probably knew, Natalia, that you would be here today. Thank you, dear representatives of Weatherford, and I would like to continue with our geological section and to give the floor to our next speaker, Valentin Loktev. And it's really pleasant to see how Ukrainians come back home. It is for the first time that Valentin is at our conference. He is director on geology of the division exploration and production of Naftogaz Group. So now my position is director on geology, but later, when the company is transformed, the title will change. So please take the mic and thank you very much for inviting us, because we deal with exploration, production, service, and even energy transition. And many countries discuss these issues. The companies think what should be done about it. I'm talking about big companies. And we can state that for the previous 10 years, lots of big, actually giant fields were discovered. Lots of countries actually would like to ban exploration to reduce oil and gas activity. But when I have a look at this map, I remember the joke. Do you know how to translate the word vegetarian from Indian? Bad hunter. So the countries that do not have these giant fields, they actually are very much involved in developing their current fields. I was present when 2 big fields were opened in Oman, and we have friends behind in many other big companies, and I know how these big giant fields were discovered. But the discovery in Guyana actually made this country a new Qatar. And actually it happened just throughout 2 years. For example, in Oman, they discovered giant field in Brook Norris, which already had 27 wells, and somebody looked at the logging data, did fracking, and discovered this field. So I think that we really have big potential to discover some new fields. And our task is not only to discover these giant fields, but to quickly commercialize them. Now it takes about 10 or 15 years to commercialize the discovered field. So our task is to speed up this commercialization, and therefore we have to speed up our efforts. And therefore, in order to achieve this goal set by our management, we did the following. We have 10 teams, 10 green fields. Now every team has its own name, and there is a special appointed person who is responsible for speeding up commercialization of this field. Therefore, we would like to reduce geological exploration up to 2 or 3 years. So we are talking about speeding up commercialization of the field, speeding up drilling, etc. When you are a manager on geology and the management you have are analytical people or commercial experts, and they are not geological experts, it's very difficult to understand what we are doing. Why do you need seismic research? Why do you need logging, etc.? And we describe geological exploration only in 2 figures: the estimate of production and probability of success. So we as geologists need lots of information regarding estimation of the reserves. We as the company know how to do it, so we can estimate our resources. In order to do it, we need some data. We all the time lack this data, therefore we round the existing data a bit. Regarding probability of success, we do not have lots of experience in this area. We have started doing it during the recent 2 years, and now there are lots of discussions whether we are too conservative or too optimistic. And the parameters regarding probability of success are presented in clouds. When there are two geologists, there are three ideas. So our primary task is to make these approximate clouds quite accurate ones. And therefore we need some tools. Here you see 4 areas, 4 directions we work in. Conventional fields, we know they are small, we know they are in complicated areas, not far from the rivers, not far from the towns. So there are lots of challenges regarding these conventional fields. Giant fields. There are lots of technologies, how you transform exploration from the art into the plant of reserves. I saw the situation in Oman. Every quarter they discover a new field, and actually every year they discover a new giant field. So they work as if they were a factory that has a number of operations to perform. Another area is tight gas. These are Carpathian Mountains, and well, you have to work hard there. If it was easily accessible, definitely it would have already been dealt with. So we have to do a lot regarding horizontal drilling, and I was happy to hear yesterday that we already have a horizontal well in western Ukraine. There are several of them in eastern Ukraine, but we as a company, we practically didn't drill such wells. So now we try to focus on this technology, how we can take tight gas using horizontal wells. And it's also very important to identify the so-called sweet spots. So we have never done in our country regional basin analysis. There were partial attempts to do it, but what I saw in Texas actually is the primary point. So the engineer that is trying to estimate well production is trying to work with a basin model. So from regional approach immediately to conventional one. And deep gas horizons. You understand what we are doing, so we only start doing this. So far we do not have any results to announce, but believe me, they are interesting. In deep formations, it's necessary to drill quickly and to do it cheaply. And for example, if we take the tech, their geomechanical operations are game changers. So to understand these geomechanics, to understand how you can drill quickly is of utmost importance. If drilling a well will cost millions of dollars, it will not be profitable, it will not be cost effective. So you have to do it quickly and cheaply. So we as a country, as a company, are very good at exploration. We know how to work with big fields, but regarding search and regional stage, there was a small pause in our activities because we didn't have access to new technologies. And the reason behind is very simple. You can buy everything in service companies, the bits, the logging devices, some other equipment, but service companies actually do not have this broad picture of geological exploration. Only big operators like Shell and BP have these technologies. Therefore, we invite experts from different companies like Apache or BP to our portfolio in order to bring all available technologies together. And there was a surprise for me. For example, we have the geological expert Augustino Macani. So what was surprising for me is that we have the same knowledge on geological exploration. Because in Shell and in our company, the approach is just the same. Coming back to technology and geological development, the plate tectonics. We know about it, and there were lots of changes throughout the recent 20 years. So whether we reflected these changes is a point. Particularly, it's important when we are talking about the Black Sea. For example, you had the plate which was not broken, or now you have the plate which is broken. Probably I was not reading lots of Ukrainian scientific literature, but I didn't come across lots of articles on the plate tectonics and its influence on geological data. Another point is stratigraphy and basins. And there is one thing as sequence stratigraphy. It's really complicated. You have to learn from it and understand how you can commercialize it. Well, logging data are important, but we have to understand how we can get to gas horizons. And in Oman, it took us 2 years to go through all these activities. One field was discovered when we were here, and actually the first tanker was sent 2 years after the first inflow, only when we already saw the first signs of oil presence. We can talk a lot about basin modeling. It's really important when we talk about understanding of sweet spots, when we speak about saturation, and when we try to understand why we do not have inflows. We talk a lot about organic and non-organic theory of oil origin, but abroad this is pure commerce. If you cannot understand how you can generate how this gas is generated, you won't have any investment for this. So you may have lots of theories about anything, but if you do not have good origin data, you won't get any investments. So here you see what we are in red is what we are not doing at all. Yellow is what we are doing, but not according to the international standards. Definitely, every geologist is able to understand what's this, and he will be able to quickly predict how you can get to the next stage. So this workflow is easily covered for 2 years for the whole basin. Plate-based exploration. This is the step when you can actually calculate the probability of success. From all the elements, what is the probability? Therefore, the basin modeling is really very good for probability of success calculation. And therefore, you can provide data to your management, to the commercial department, when you really prove that you have calculated or you have estimated it. Another step is estimating the reserves and resources. The previous speaker has mentioned about evaluating the reserves. So our reserves have been recognized all over the world. So from the viewpoint of plate-based evaluation, we are not here. But in order to get to that point, we hire foreign experts as well as domestic experts in order to quickly fill in this gap and find new fields. New technology. You know about seismic researchers. You understand that you can see bright spots, flat spots, but as well as other companies, we would like to interpret all seismic data in the company. So you take the first look, then you drill the well, then you probably would like to take the next one. So one part that is implemented is wireless green seismic. When I started analyzing seismic contracts we have had during the recent year, every contract was problematic. For example, we didn't have access to land, or the contract was extended, or it seems that everything is good, but the geological experts said that there were mistakes. So it is seen when you only start working with this data. So seismic processing in the company will enable you to quickly yield good results and probably discover new fields in order to provide the country with more volumes of gas. We also apply seismic advanced procedures. For example, in Shell, I was trained to see flat spots, and it is direct sign of seismic. And actually, I've seen lots of seismic data which have already been analyzed by somebody and actually missed. This is slide about core storage facilities. This is our feather in the cap. So we really want to store core, and core is providing the information we lack now. Practically, we do not have any information about relative permeability, and that this is really important for debit and tight gas. And if you cannot calculate and estimate debit, you won't be given money for the well. And also, this data is really important to understand the origin of gas. So this lab will be state-of-the-art lab. It will have state-of-the-art equipment, and there will be experts hired who know what they should do with this core and how they can commercialize this data. Thank you for your attention. And we have a question. Thank you. Valentin, we have the following question. You have mentioned Svetohirsk field, and it is the only one which actually belongs to the central gas basin. It was discovered in 2006 or 2007, but it was opened as a field with standard gas, and therefore geological program was based according to the standard approach. There were exploratory wells, and there were some tectonic restricted deposits, but several years ago its estimation was changed. So what were the criteria for the change in the status of the field? 10 years ago, nobody used the term. The scientists knew about central basin gas. We remember PhD of Karabasheva, but the term was not used in the industry. When Shell analyzed this basin, they saw that there are lots of features and elements that remind the systems of central basin gas. And therefore, there were lots of publications and new terms introduced. Shell actually shared the information with Укргазвидобування, what are the parameters for the central basin gas, and therefore now the status is changed to the central basin gas. Now we do not have regional seismic data, and in other countries I really had good data, 1 cubic meter for one basin. And when you have this data, you really can explain lots of things when you use the data of regional seismic research. Therefore, I think we shall have lots of surprises with Svetohirsk field, taking into account that this is the central part of use of license. So we are really going to do lots of researches in the field. Dear colleagues, are there any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Loktev, for your very interesting presentation. And I would like to use this opportunity and state that here we have the representatives of the customer part within Naftogaz, because we have division of exploration, we have technology division, and you actually mentioned the accessibility of services and seismic data. Have you come into contact with the company Horizon? They have their own seismic group. Our company structure is such right now that actually restricts us as technical experts from non-technical things. We have service division, which is separate. We have Natalia Rudevich here, who is assisting us with all the things. And seismic is a part of it, right? I really would welcome different types of assistance. And I would like to say one thing, and I would like to voice it, because I really would like to mention this point. Do you remember the joke when American and Soviet journalists come and see that one person is digging something and another one is just filling in these holes? So the American journalist asks, what is happening? The answer is, there is a person who is digging the holes, is doing it for the trees that were supposed to be planted, and the person who was supposed to plant the trees, unfortunately, is not at work today. For example, I have some gaps in my knowledge. For example, what you're talking about sounds really good and interesting, but in winter I'm trying to fill. I understood that there is a certain issue which I don't know, and what I see right now, I deal with COLTUBING technologies, and owing to our conferences, they were introduced, I think, and including industrial fracking. For me, tight gas is primarily a technological challenge. And apart from geological science, whether we are talking about flat formations or some other ones, there is another point how we are going to explore it and to work with it. So you are the clients for your internal technical divisions. I am under impression that probably you have not come into contact with the company Horizont, and Maxim Vitek also has not come into contact with this company. You have your own 9 coiled tubing units. So when I analyze our cooperation within 2020 program, one of the challenges we faced, we invited Big Fours. Weatherford offered their own technologies and their own contract. The same was about Schlumberger. So when we are going to explore tight gas, and it will be commercially available if the technology that will be used will be universal. So if Schlumberger has 2 coiled tubing units, they will open their ports. Belarus Nafta has its own technology, and probably they also will become winners in the competition. So I come up to some of our colleagues and ask how you are going to use it, how you are going to repair it, so what you are going to do about it. So first of all, I'm concerned about very commercial issue. So I sold at least half of the coiled tubing units which are available in Ukraine. So I know that this is a universal tool which will enable you to do all the operations in questions. But I am really afraid of certain negative things that might happen. So my question is, do we have any group that will probably bring everything together? I mean, the things you have started in Central Basin Gas, and I'm not talking about just drilling some wells, but taking a universal approach to the very drilling process and to the very process of production. And I'm driving at coiled tubing units. Really, we do a lot in this area, but as a company, we would like to extend the market of Ukraine from the viewpoint of competition. We really would like to have lots of companies that are able to provide these services. Well, my question was actually about something different. This is a good question. Yesterday, Alexander Romaniuk mentioned Suppliers' Day issue. Probably Natalia will be able to mention more about this. We, as the state company, as the leading company, really would like to communicate more with the service industry, because the volumes are growing. We have quite ambitious and unprecedented tasks in many areas, and the number of operations will grow and grow. and the market will be definitely growing. Coiled tubing technology is a separate topic. We can discuss it during the break. So we really would like to communicate what kind of volumes we estimate. And I really would like to participate more in Suppliers Day, and such conferences as Newfolk probably are not very much suitable for these, because we shall talk about very specific technical things. So Suppliers Day is a good point to discuss what kind of volumes we estimate, what do we expect from the market, what kind of directions will be developed regarding purchases, what are the new rules of the game. So we shall discuss it. We are open, we are transparent. Please, we invite you to this Suppliers Day, and we have a special conference for this. Thank you very much, Sanjar. Well, I actually have one more question. We have the audit of the reserves. So what kind of types of reserves you own as the state company? I know the figure. You are the public company, you are the state company, so you have to voice it. We had a good practice during 2020 program. There was a process when we reviewed the reserves and actually reviewed it regarding their reduction. Dima was the first one, and today Vladimir Novikov will talk about this issue, how you can combine PRMS system and our system of estimating the reserves. Actually, the figure is, the discrepancy is hundreds of millions of cubic meters of gas. So the difference is actually 2 times between Ukrainian classification C1 and the foreign ones. I just took a look at your graph and just made this estimate. So when are you going to double your reserves regarding drilling? Yes, we do have potential. We have geological reserves and they are estimated, but we try to calculate only those reserves for which we have plans. So we actually include only those figures into our plans. Yesterday we went to some fields and we saw the areas which were not included into exploratory plans. So we were thinking how we can do it. So I really want you to know that in Ukraine we do have horizontal drilling equipment. We have from 4 to 7 horizontal wells over the world. We have deep wells done by the tech company. We have good petrophysicists, our own domestic ones and those who participated in 2020 program. We have Belarus Neft company that has the most advanced lab in Europe. Probably they are one of the best or even the best regarding core testing, modeling and many other aspects. So we have this. There is another question. So far we have not heard either from you or from other speakers such word as localization. When I studied the project of Naftogaz in Egypt, there were 9 Arab people for 1 Ukrainian expert. Actually, when we talk about product sharing agreement, the issue of localization was one of the primary ones. So localization is not mentioned actually. We are talking about sustainable development, and the primary point is localization. What was mentioned that the providing jobs and good life standards for people living in the area. By the way, Sanjar, I worked in Kazakhstan and I liked Kazakh people, and it's really good that we have foreign experts here and we bring foreign technologies. But I really encourage you to be involved in localization. So you have taken this first step. You come here and The second step that you have to take is to communicate more with local people. And actually, the third step is to really make plans about localization. Yes, this is a big issue. It's not only about Egypt, about other countries. For example, let's take Equinor, how they have become successful. One foreign expert, 5 Norwegian specialists. The same should be promoted here. Probably we have not formulated it accurately, but all our initiatives, all our competences and directions, these are local contacts. These are Ukrainian experts. So this is really a good point that we invite Ukrainians to some leading positions. Still, the primary point is new technologies. All technologies are based on foreign competences, but I think this is more the matter of legislation. When I was the vice minister in Kazakhstan, I actually participated in the development of natural resource code, etc. And we are talking about the requirements of the state. The line ministry should lobby this issue. We, as a national company, will follow all the regulations and rules. We try to promote it on our part, but still the biggest issue lies with the ministry. For example, in local content is actually required everywhere. So if you are a service company, if you are a foreign company, you are supposed to set up a joint venture and create lots of new jobs. If we are talking about large-scale project, local content is the major part of it. And I see some services in Western Ukraine that may be involved into it. For example, beet production. Western Ukraine, I've heard about it, so we can really work with it. We are waiting certain steps from line ministries. We are ready to support it, but it should be enshrined on the national level, particularly on the legislative level. When we had one of the previous conferences, and actually we have one of the founders of the conference, Mr. Richard Bieli. So I think that we should engage a person who opened the office, and Newfolk is going to help you. So I'm not going to give more questions. I think you understand what I was talking about. The question, the answer you've given, let's work more with the legislation and national level, is not satisfactory. I remember Natasha Rudevich, who was following the principle 100% of Ukrainian content, Ukrainian workers. So probably you should make a filter for yourself. What is happening right now? Do you have gender balance? Do you have lots of female specialists? Do we have good working conditions? If the conditions are not suitable for women, definitely we shall have only men there. And we have really lots of women in the industry. Probably if we have this filter, we have to take a look what we already have within the company and what is offered by the market. The filter of localization should be active. It's already predetermined. The point is whether you have to force yourself to work with this filter, or you do it consciously because you love your country. One more comment from me. Actually, there is no problem about local content in Ukraine. These problems exist in the developed countries. For example, in Arab countries, in Kazakhstan, when we have lots of foreign service companies, and the market is actually broad, and foreign service companies actually prevail over the local companies. And I think the situation in Ukraine is different because the prevailing service companies in Ukraine are of Ukrainian origin, and therefore we probably would like to engage more foreign companies to ensure better competition. So I think Ukraine doesn't face this local content issue. There are some niche industries where really we do not have the situation, and new technologies have to be brought in Ukraine, like wireless technologies, seismic technologies. This is required by time, so you bring it here and you localize it. If the service is not available on the domestic level, you have to bring it from abroad. But generally, local content is quite good in Ukraine. We go in this direction. We have very high local contact, and vice versa, I would say. We would like to intensify competition in Ukraine. Therefore, we invite foreign companies. If you stay for the last session, we really have huge gaps regarding localization. I'm not talking about beads only. I'm not sure whether Drohobych produced beads will be suitable for you. Actually, this is not a good example. I was selling beads, and I knew what kind of products they produce. They have only one workshop that produce beads, and I know what kind of beads these are. We understand your tasks, but because we do not have good communication with you, we do not know. Well, probably the situation is really very optimistic, but we do not know about this situation. So Suppliers Day is the solution. Today we are going to talk about methanol. You use about 40,000 tons, but you do not use Ukrainian methanol. So we have these challenges, and well, localization, local content should be voiced more, and you should speak in figures. It should be 80%, 85%, etc. So you should, and when you talk in very general terms, it's high, it's good, it's not enough, it's not sufficient. I'm sorry for probably speaking too long about this question. I would probably like to respond. You are talking about the only one workshop in Drohobych plant. Everything is good there. We have new management there for the second year. And Ukrainian market is only 3% of the products. The other 97% of products are important. And now we try to work with PDC beads. Well, you try to work with it, it's one thing. You produce it, it's another thing. Vyacheslav, I'm sorry for taking too much time. We really have these questions, and I had to voice it. I hope, well, you are not afraid of our conference, and you will be our participant in future. Now I would like to introduce a person who, being at our previous conference, immediately got 2 job offers, and Limburger is still waiting for him to come back. One of the persons we discovered at our conference, a very good runner, a great father, and professional, Vyacheslav Filatov.
Thank you for having invited me. Thank you for these welcoming words, though I'm not sure what you have said in the introductory words. I would be ready to now adjust my slides, and as far as how many local staff members we have, many women have, many men, I don't know whether I should do it. I will try to. The goal of my presentation is, first of all, to be short and to tell you, dear colleagues, what the situation is now with 3D modeling with us in Укргазвидобування, Definitely, Ivan keeps asking great questions, and he always sets a very high bar as far as models are concerned. The DDAC approach is super professional, and the decisions passed by them are also great. I consider that these are top-level decisions and the most perfect ones. But even after Mr. Hafic, I still don't feel ashamed to speak at this stage and to tell about our achievements over the recent period of time. So a short presentation about the 3D models and about the bus UHV has covered within its evolution process in this direction. Andrei has also mentioned that there are some gaps you can trace. And I, as an obedient Ukrainian citizen, like Ostap Bender, from a famous literary work, will try to somehow collect those gaps in 3D modeling and to bridge those gaps. So, for a start, we all know what a 3D model is. That is our vision, our idea about the field, which is somewhere at the depths of a kilometer, if you're lucky, and if you're not that lucky, at their depths of about 5 kilometers, and sometimes you must even go to the sea to get this gas. That is our vision and idea about the 3D model. Why 3D? It's not because it's just only with the 3D seismic, but because it is a voluminous one. Modern technology should have enabled me to rotate this model, but technically this is not possible. Though we tried, together with my colleagues, we failed to somehow upgrade this technology. That's why I will try to just think it over, that you are rotating it and try to imagine it. It would really be nice. We always need to understand that this is just a model. Why a model? Not because their fashion designers are creating it, but because that is the structure, the composition which we have in our mind. A highly saturated slide. I'm not asking you to read and look at all the text, but I just meant to show you that modeling consists of two parts, which are historically split into geological and hydrodynamic parts. So to build the geological model, we need to look through all the data, really all the data available. It's necessary to look through this data to really do something. Then we will move to the hydrodynamic model, and also we are going to take all the data the laboratory has, the industry has about fluids. And we need to have a look not only at what we currently have, but to analyze how this has been happening throughout history. Why am I telling this? You must have a perfect idea of it. But one of the key things which enables us to do, which modeling enables us to do, is that having a 3D model, we realize that all this geophysical, geoindustrial, laboratory fluid information has been processed. It has been sorted out, digitalized, structured, and there is a clear understanding what happens where and when. For me, as for a person who's responsible for the 3D modeling and for the database, establishment of the database, which as we hope will be the largest in Ukraine as far as industrial information is concerned. So if I know that I have this model and I'm sure of this data, if we want to have a high probability of success, then the data should be highly reliable. So the second part of the 3D modeling, which not many of us know about, lies in the fact that on the basis of 3D models we get fracs, intensification, new wells. That is absolutely clear, but of importance, in particular in our reality, when our fields are already depleted, they are about 50 years old. So it's highly important to process all this data, to structure it, and to make the right register. By the way, this scheme is also supposed to be moving, and you can imagine how the waterfront is moving. It's like the weather forecast. Here we have sedimentation, precipitation going from south west to northeast. But hydrodynamics is good because it shows us how it has been happening throughout history, how water has been moving, and after that we can understand where there are some residues and where we can drill. Unfortunately, technology is lagging behind here, so in this respect, so that's why you have just to imagine. I cannot rotate it here and show it here. There are 4 key objectives which we have set for ourselves while using 3D models. So an attentive viewer will see that there are 5 of them on the slide, but we'll tell you what I mean by this. First of all, that is information for decision making. The information space. 3D model should not be considered to just be a structure. Sanjar has a very good 3D model made of plastic foam, so I should have taken it with me. Don't try to imagine this just as a model. That is the information space that provides you with real-time data, with all the information about their field, about the wells, about the history, about who, what, when, and where. On the basis of the model, as I've already mentioned, we can outline some sweet spots. For us, this is one of the key points now, because we all understand that we have a large portfolio of fields, and all of them are brown fields, unfortunately. We have some legacy. We have a lot of work to do, about 130 fields that we would really be willing to cover with 3D modeling in the nearest future. That's why you can just imagine how much work we have. I will show you on one of the slides how much has been done, and you will try to understand how much work is still ahead. That also goes about the fields with a great history, very long history and very complicated history that depended both on politicians, on the politics, and on practice. For us, it's really important to find those sweet spots on the old fields. It's good if Valentin finds sweet spots, flat spots, on some new fields. That's great. But we need to find those sweet spots and flat spots in the fields which have been drilling for 50 years. We need to find more, and really there is something to look for. It's possible to find something, and we have an example when Seismics has looked through all the data. I looked at all the aspects, and still something new was found. Then the rational use of capital investment. That is their best substantiation of the 3 model and their expensiveness, because they are expensive for our decision makers, for the people who probably economists and financial officers. And when you start explaining to them why such software costs about $100,000 and their salary of the people who work with you is comparable to these amounts, they cannot understand it. Because we are going to save you 1 dry well a year, just 1 dry well, and that will already provide a payback for the costs over the recent 5 years, and that's really important. We don't drill dry wells. We just don't. It's very important also to estimate the reserves. And if you want you to be loved and respected and appreciated by appreciation, I mean, when you are reaching the IPO stage, it's necessary for us to estimate our reserves, our capacity, and of course you can provide this paper document, large paper document with all the details. But if you have these reserves supported by the model, it's an absolutely different pair of shoes. So estimation of reserves is highly important. And here is number 5, which actually goes back to number 1. Now we have some practice, and we are implementing this. We are bringing this into life. We have quite a good set of models, and almost all the operational activities, like drilling of new wells, perforation of new horizons, some decisions related to regime changing for well operations at the in the fields where we have the model. We definitely use the model. So these are intensification steps which constitute the basis for information decision making. And this is the information space which we're now trying to use. It's not easy because we have been living for 50 years without 3D models rather successfully, producing and drilling. But we all realized that technology is moving forward, and if a year ago, probably not a year ago, we used to have just a paper screen, and there was an old power projector. Then now you can see that technology has moved forward. Now this is evolution. We need to support this evolution. It would be good if the slide was interactive. And now we are dealing with new wells, and this figure should just change, like with a click. And if we speak about the figure, of course, it's just kind of indicative, but we consider that thanks to the decisions which we have passed within this information space, we as the company have produced plus something. So this is, well, the figure is like a large one. Now we have about 25 ready-made 3D models, full hydrodynamic models for our fields. We have started. Well, I started. I hope I will have enough time to tell. I think that experienced modelers that really understand that we are not starting, well, and no sculptor starts with a masterpiece. You need somehow to learn how to do this. So we think that now, after 10 years of our persistent work, we have some experience which is enough for us to really approach Yablonivka, Shabelinka fields. And we already have 4 wells drilled. These are the drills that were initially planned to be drilled via the 3D models, and they are already drilled, and we have got information about them. Here you can see the timeline, where the first figure is 2012, the year 2012, but in fact 3D modeling and its history started in 2000. And I think that the pioneer was Ukernafta, and the official Schlumberger technology, Eclipse and Flowgrid, Geoframe Finder. That's what they got back then. But in the same years, our colleagues who now work in the 3D Center from the Institute of R&D Institute in Kharkiv also started mastering this software. It was not professional yet, but officially this technology appeared in 2012. And now I'm going to tell you what the current situation is, what our achievements in this respect are. And I've already calculated the percentage of local staff and foreigners. It's kind of a teaser for you. It's of great interest, and Milenka Tsimic is represented here. Yuri Nikolaevich has left. He has told about the unique contract they have implemented in relation to risk assessment and involvement of these risks in the contract. And Milenko Tsimic, thank you by the way, participated in the development of this unique symbiosis between the 3D modeling center as a specialist in the field, because we were all specialists, but we didn't have any experience in using the tools. And this Schlumberger technology. But the contract was very good, and Schlumberger worked at our base. We were supervising their work, and they were sharing their experience with us while creating models in parallel. And the task was not to create models for us, but to develop models and to teach our local staff, because we want to do all the models ourselves. Probably I'm going to make a criticism for servicing companies, my colleagues from servicing company, but that's where we are moving. We would like to make all the efforts with our own resources. We have quite a good experience already, and I think that we are no worse in this than our colleagues from the global leading service companies. That's what I can tell you. Since 2017, we have had a 3D center. Probably you watched the opening ceremony on YouTube. There was direct live broadcast on Facebook, on YouTube, or now leading news channels. Otto Vaterlander participated there, Alexander Nikolaevich. So this is a really great place, a modern open space. And I, being there, the employee of Schlumberger in Ukraine, actually went to all the leading offices, and I can tell you that this is probably their best place for modeling. In the tech, it's also good, but here the whole stage has been equipped for modeling, and we have modern rooms for negotiations, we have modern conditions for work, and this is the place where you really want to generate something and to do value creation. People are really willing to work there. That is the office where you come with pleasure, and you know that there are all the necessary conditions for working, for discussing different issues with your colleagues. That is the center of decision making. You have a 3D room there, you have 3D visualization equipment, which is modern, state-of-the-art. It's Barco. And in fact, you can really immerse yourself into 3D. This is the full immersion effect. A lot of you are going to say that this is kind of a trick just to make a show, but you know, when you come to this 3D model, when you open it, and if your task is to find a new location for the well, new positioning, it really helps. It allows you to immerse to the depths of 6 kilometers and to understand where you want this filtering area to be located. So we want people to have good conditions of work. And we hope that in this way we're going to attract people, and we hope that when the market will be oversaturated, if we do this, it will be oversaturated. And now I'm inviting you, if you're a modeler, if you have some experience, if you know English, you're welcome to our team. We are really looking for modelers, and we want you to work together with us, and I'm sure that you will come to like it. I'm also inviting all those who are interested in this, who really want to have a look at the way it should look like. We really support the 3D modeling direction, and the 3D center, the 3D modeling is to become a kind of a grain. When we showed it to Otto van der Lander, he was really impressed, but he was also impressed by the labor conditions at other layers of our institute, and we are frank about this, but again, now the task is to make all the workplaces of the adequate level, and it's also a pleasure for us to work for people, not just people are working for us the way it normally is, because this is a state-owned company, you know, people work from morning till night. But we also try to provide the conditions for work due to which people would be willing to work, and really you are willing to work in such conditions. I was trying to press the button downwards, but somehow it didn't work. So to give some examples, maybe you could help me with this, with the presentation. So in fact, now in this center we have about 50 people. And we had this set of licenses at the end of this week, and I hope that now we are having the update and our IT guys are installing the new license pack, which will enable us to fully cover the need for the resources which we're now accumulating, because we are reaching our base on modeling. We will have it all online. We will have the common database, which I come to like very much. It's like in Shell, in the leading companies, global access to licenses, no matter where you are located. So we will have this. We have the Lviv division, we have our main office, and they all have access to these documents, may have a look at it. And of course, our task is to train them how to do this. And in the center of 3D modeling, we have 98 Ukrainians, 98% of Ukrainians and 2% of foreigners. This is, to be more specific, one person who shares the experience. This is a leading petrophysicist. That is something which we really lack now. This is a table which you, of course, cannot read on the presentation, but that is our plan of action for the next 5 years. Top 30 fields, which we will cover with 3D modeling. At the top, you can see what we have started, and we are not afraid of approaching Shabalenka field. We have a plan. We understand how many active cells, active people who are well aware of what modeling is, will be there. And our minimum assessment is that we will have 50 million active cells. 50 million. This is quite a lot that we will launch for modeling, for simulation. And we will have the plan, we will have the server, we will have licenses. I think that this is going to be great. That's great. And just some facts. Just at the beginning of the implementation of this model we are now, but we have already changed the situation. We are no longer just developing models for the sake of models, but we are already implementing those models. We have some specific examples. It's like in Hadych, one of the wells, which was designed and gave a very good result. And of course, we drill all new wells, and the geology is quite heavy for influx fields. We design new wells, we specify and explore their reserves, and it's not always the case that the reserves are going up. Sometimes they're going down, the same as with Mr. Ivan Havich. And we understand that it's not always the case that we can build real things on the basis of our fields, and we need to take into account filtering properties, and it's very important in such difficult conditions to do the drilling in an adequate way, to put this track of the well in the right way to avoid drilling problems and to get to the necessary point. We understand that there are some points which are more difficult than others. We're not just working at new wells, we also analyze the current stock. We are trying to improve our regime for working where we should make pressure a little bit lower or a little bit higher, and it's difficult because we have a lot of problems with some other aspects of the well operation, but nevertheless we are working in this direction, and this enables us to choose the best option. And here are new wells. It's like Berezivka, 3 new wells which we are designing. We all understand that this is an advanced technology which enables you to really adequately choose their place for drilling new wells, which is highly important. In fact, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you, Vyacheslav. You're a good father. It's because you have explained everything in a good way. I don't know whether this is in open access, but I hope that it is, because I have been invited to the online presentation of the 3D Center, and one of the reasons why I've invited Sanjara, I gave a call to Slavik and said that you have launched a perfect 3D Center. You should boast of it. You should present this material, and if you replace all the other people dealing with seismic works and start doing this modelings, why not, if you are the best in Ukraine for the time being? I would advise you to watch this online presentation, and I think that the PR guys have worked very well for this. I guess that this is one of the best, or even the best, of the things which they have done. All the presentations by Mr. Favorov or some other meetings are far worse than what the guys have done. They have arranged a real video excursion. It was all moving, it was all shown. Stajar was moving and taking interviews from everyone. It was really interactive and really informative. And that was live. Yeah, that was live broadcast. This is a good way to present companies. The way of presentation was great, and we must come to know whether it is an open access or not, but I would anyway recommend you to spend time on watching this. The other point here is that I'm really happy that we have such a person as you are, and well, it's good that you have only one foreign specialist. You know, we had a PDP, a special program, professional development program, and we really wanted to think it over how we could improve the level of training of our staff, because we realized that, well, you just go to the street and find someone who will work at that. We have a perfect team with the constitutional memory. We have people who know all our geology, all our history. You just need to train them to use new tools, modern, advanced tools, which is not a complex thing if you have the right systemic approach. That's what we are now doing. Are there any questions to Mr. Filatov? No question? Oh, there is a question. UKR-SKS, Mozurok, just a brief question. You mentioned about hydrodynamics. You had a very nice picture in your presentation, and here is the question. As far as I understand, you are looking at the dynamics at different selection regimes. So here are two questions. Do you simulate different changes in the situations of the, let's say, the water flooding area, the pressure in the formation, not by wells, but as a general picture, and taking into account the overall situation with production? And also, you have mentioned the old stock of wells. Not all old stock wells are of good quality in terms of hermeticity, and therefore there are a lot of problems with hydrodynamics, and the movement of the waterfront is possible not just only horizontal but vertically because of the bad situation. So do you take this all into account? Yeah, I would also add the question about your connection with the people from the industry, because you know what the emergency can be. All the right questions, you know. This is the pain in the neck for all hydrodynamicists, the history matching, adjustment of the history of development, in particular for old wells, to the current conditions. How does hydrodynamics work and how is the model built? Just for a moment. All of you, many of you know about this. We built the static model. That is what we used to have several years ago. And our task, I mean the task of hydrodynamicists, is to have a look at this equilibrium balance point when nothing is moving in the deposits, and like the process of development of those deposits is over. So how do we match history? In the historical procedure, we drill wells, try to control pressure, gas saturation, water saturation. Well, the parameters we have are not only always enough, and we are trying to take all the deposits after the to find out when we had perforation of water horizons, when there was some water flooding. And quite often, the pain in the neck for us is that we have a well with under the arch and with water. And in the model, we need to find the way, the path for the water to show this water flooding, because it will take a lot of time for water to get to this well. So we analyze the overflows. And if we can, we do some terametrics. And to answer your question, I would like to mention that we now have project teams, and for each field we have project leaders. And the 3D center is working together with them. It's kind of a tripartite work. The model is created by the 3D centers because it has the people who know how to use the tool. Then we have technical supervision, consultancy support, which is all the time provided from the head of the department of the development department, and the project leader, who is a part of the project team within the institute. So these 3 points are generating development of the model, and we are trying to control where it is possible to study the technical condition and to thus allow the hydrodynamicists to decide that here is water. It is the water coming from downwards or from upwards, and we can also somehow prompt this to our people from the industry. Yeah, your mic is off. My last question, probably you have calculated how many women work in your company. Well, as far as exploration and development is concerned, we don't have any problems with it, because the ratio between men and women among research institute fellows and 3D modelers is great, because where we have difficult conditions for work, like Natalia has left, but we would actually ask her. So we have the conditions where we really love our women, and this is the Uliana, the head of our development unit, the head, right? Just for you not to think that we have any gender disbalances. But you have already called her the generator in the head, and these are male words, masculine forms of, well, that is in Russian, but if I was making this in Ukrainian, I would call this her with the feminine form. Yeah, just in Russian, you cannot have this. Thank you. I'm happy that you have come to our conference. Thank you. Dear colleagues, so Volodymyr, can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you. Great, we can see you, we can hear you. What about their background in your picture? Is it you who designed it all, or the children? The children, with my help. And by the way, I recommend you to do such things with your children. Yeah, I'm happy to introduce to you my old colleague, a perfect geologist, our colleague, and I'm happy that the issues he is raising will finally be spoken on, because Metro always speaks about such things and their importance, and private companies which are open for cooperation like Detect don't see problems with this, because they moved to PMS long ago. And it would be a pleasure to listen about the situation at which we are now in terms of implementation of their foreign standards, international standards of estimation of the reserves of companies, and what do you think? How do we need to try and find a way out of this situation?
Thank you very much, Andriy. I'm happy to welcome all the participants of the conference. I'm sorry for doing this presentation online. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I would like to say that our speaker, Vladimir, is representing one of the most advanced companies, Укрнефтебурение. And it's great that we have the delegates of the company. We are happy to welcome them at our conference. Thank you very much, Andriy. I would like to start my presentation. I kindly ask the organizers to share my screen. Please appoint me as host. Thank you. I hope you see my screen. So, dear friends, I would like to mention today petroleum resources management systems, why it has become a universal tool for oil and gas industry and business, and why we need to popularize it in Ukraine. I would like to mention that why we would like to implement it. When we talk about implementation, we are not talking about the future legislation amendments and introducing 100% this classification, but we are talking about implementing the common terminology, the common oil and gas language, which is used by all the stakeholders in the industry. When we are talking about PRMS system, we mean that this is the collection of norms and regulations, definitions and methodologies. In other words, this is a fundamental tool that enables us to provide information to all the stakeholders about the maturity of the projects and the resources behind these projects, as well as the potential estimates of the outcomes. I would like to go back and to mention the year 2000, when we had the first reports about reserves and resources, which were produced for the companies that wanted to get some investments. In 2010, we had the first case when resources were estimated according to PRMS. These were 4 gas fields, and there was a report of a PRS company. Since that time, the company updated its data on its reserves. For the companies, such as Legal Petroleum, Arab Energy Alliance, and many others, actually were the users of such reports. The reports were produced for different goals. For example, there were foreign companies whose shares were placed in the stock exchange, so they had to follow the standards of PRMS. Some companies actually needed to attract bank investment, and they had to ensure some security for the mortgage. Some companies produced PRMS reports for the so-called second opinion, when the shareholders wanted to have one more opinion about your assets and reserves. Some companies have prepared such reports for the operations, like selling or buying some assets. So when the shareholders had some changes in their portfolio, they all had to produce reports according to PRMS standards. So these are the so-called unified rules accepted in the industry. So the system, in a silent mode, has already penetrated Ukrainian market since 2010. First of all, terminology of PRMS was used in private companies, and recently it is used all over industry. I do not know a single company that probably wouldn't have at least one estimate done according to PRMS standards. So this silent mode lasted till some recent period, until we started speaking about it quite loudly, and we started talking about it between ourselves during the previous year. So the question is, probably we should follow the general tendency in the oil and gas industry regarding estimation of the reserves and projects. Probably it's time to start implementing universal standards. And when we talk about integration of world economies into the unified system, the question is about implementation of these integrated standards. And we state that the globalization trends require these recognized standards. And if Ukraine is part of the process, why are we standing aside? So when we talk about evaluation of business value, the golden standard is PRMS system. But before we answer this question, we have to understand why the system has become widely recognized. There are a number of other classifications that are supposed to serve different goals, including our market. So why are we talking about PRMS? A couple of questions about historical data. So people who are interested in PRMS know that the very system, the very classification and standard as such has been developing for a long period of time. We see that the beginning dates back to 1930, 1940, 1960, when we had the first association of oil engineers. So the classification evolved, the new terms appeared, potential, probable reserves. In 1987, the probability methods were introduced. So I'm not going to mention all the elements, but please have a look, and this is indicated in bold, how many associations participated in further publications of PRMS systems. So in other words, it was 1997 when these organizations started talking about the necessity of coming up with a universal classification. So we had about 20-year long evolution period. The system has been constantly updated, and it means that the system is flexible, transparent, and can be adapted to the needs of the industry. Currently, the definition of PRMS is widely used worldwide regarding support of oil and gas projects as well as portfolio management. And also it is supported at the state level in such countries as Australia, Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, the Netherlands, the UK, the US, when we talk about sea deposits, Uganda, and many others. I would like to draw your attention to one fact. Before the system has become recognized, the Association of Oil Engineers has put lots of efforts, and in 2004 they started researching compatibility of different classifications adopted in many countries related to the standards of PRMS. So the definition was like that. This is a set of reserves adopted by the international organizations and industry organizations for unifying the accountability. So the committee on Oil and Gas Resource Committee has considered a number of several variants in order to specify or review the current definition of the industry resources. And there were two subcommittees established in 2005. One was definition subcommittee that was entrusted to study the current definitions and to identify some ambiguities and inconsistencies in order to address the problems which left unresolved and in order to create a new set of documents. And the second committee was called Mapping Subcommittee, was entrusted to study the key classifications and definitions that are widely used or may be applied to a resource estimate and to prepare a comparison of these classifications. So the Mapping Subcommittee considered 8 classifications accepted and recognized in different countries by different organizations, among which there was Securities Exchange Commission, Canadian classification, Russian classification, Chinese, Norwegian classification, United Nations Framework classification, and United States Geological Survey. So in 2005, this mapping subcommittee has produced quite an extensive document, 126 pages long, which included this comparison. And the document states that irrespective of different classifications, there is still some universal features about them. And I encourage all the experts who are involved in estimate of resources to get acquainted with this document, to get to know this document. I really enjoyed reading this document as it's of high quality and well prepared. In other words, the committee, even before the system was launched in 2007, so the committees in question studied the requirements and needs of the industry. So after this extensive and large-scale work, the Association of Oil Engineers has provided the industry with a unified concept of resources and reserves estimate. So let us consider the next slide, the stakeholders slide. So who this system is aimed for whom it's beneficial and helpful, and what are the elements the system interacts with. PRMS, this is the set of standards, the algorithm used in the industry, which are used by stock exchange regulators or the very stock exchanges. It's not about us, but if we are optimistic about the future, I believe that in Ukraine, probably in future, we shall have not only raw material stock exchange, but also fund stock exchange. Also, the second element are oil and gas production companies that need this estimate in order to understand what kind of equipment they need for their fields, as well as for estimation of financial flow and its management. State regulator. State regulator requires this information for accounting and inventory of stocks and reserves, identification and improvement of the legislative base, providing the population with energy carriers, and setting and making strategic plans for economy development. Definitely it is of great interest for investors who plan their investment plans. What I offer is to briefly cover the main principles behind this system. What are the key principles? There are 8 principles. The first one, the system is based on such notion as project. The second one, classification and categorization. We have the classification of reserves, the so-called matrix of reserves. Principle number 3, the estimates are based on deterministic as well as probabilistic methods. The fourth principle, basic scenario, is accepted on the estimate of future conditions. We talk about the potential exchange rates, the potential prices for the products, etc. The fifth principle ensures detailization of project management. So the estimate of reserves is the primary information. The sixth system. The system can be applied to both types of resources, both traditional and non-traditional ones. The seventh principle. The resources and reserves are evaluated from the viewpoint of the product that has its cost, present and future cost. And the eighth principle is net resources from the viewpoint of tax payments and all the project expenses. If we cover the issue of classes and categories, we see that the vertical scale, vertical axis, is classes. It is based on the discovery notion and the level of commercial maturity. It is divided into conditional resources and promising resources as well as stocks. Another scale is the indefinite level. This is something that our current system lacks. And as a result, we understand that there are only 3 classes used within the system. If we ask our experts how many classes we have now, there are 10. Here we have only 3, so it's really convenient. And every class is subdivided into subcategories regarding the probability issue. So project is one of the key issues, and it presupposes any activity aimed at getting profit. So we are talking about drilling, exploration of one deposit or several deposits, etc. We are talking about any activity that requires investments as well as operational costs. So it's any activity aimed at profit making. So it is a project. The notion of the project is the basis of the system. And we see that the system uses such terms as project maturity. Project maturity shows to what extent it is ready for implementation. Therefore, we have different maturity stages, and there will be different classes of hydrocarbons. Evaluation methods or estimation methods. What is good about the system? It's really flexible, and it allows you to use several analytical estimate methods. Analogy method, volume method, methods based on exploration data. And here, on the top, in the left corner, we see the picture how the correlation of reserves can change. 1C, 2C, 3C, low, high, and based. So it depends on the stage we are in. And we see that at the first stage we use the analogy method. There are certain criteria which are applied here and which are to be met. So analogy method is applied at the very first stage, which is exploration stage. Following the principles of this system, we can talk about several golden standards or golden rules, which I would like to voice. Evaluation of resources is not a very accurate science. Petroleum, hydrocarbons, have such properties that we do not see them, we cannot measure them, and we cannot provide any accurate figures. Therefore, it is quite indefinite science. The second golden rule is that there is only one correct question: how many reserves we have, and it will be known when we liquidate the deposit. and the stocks, the reserves are estimated and not determined or defined or calculated. This is probably our culture in Ukraine, when we all the time operated such terms as counting or calculating the reserves. I do not understand why we were using these terms. Now we talk about reserves estimate. The next golden rule is that there is no one correct universal way of reserves estimate. Yes, the system is flexible and enables you to apply several methods. And the last rule is that the term in resources is applied to volumes which are not referred to or which are not correlated with the reserves. So it means that when you discover a field, you can apply only one class to this deposit. So these were the principles, several principles, but the very system is more extensive. And within just one presentation, we cannot mention everything. I think this can be a matter of further discussion, or workshops, or meetings. And I think that in future autumn conference of SPE, we shall raise this issue. So I was talking about principles the system is based on. So where shall we find practical guidelines? How we can use this system? What we should be guided by? And what will be helpful for us? There are 4 sources of practical guidelines. The first one is Guidelines for Application of the Petroleum Resources Management System, published by SPE and Global Oil Council. It was published in 2011, and then there was appendix. The second source is the guidelines published in 2011. Actually, it is the continuation of the previous one. The third source is Canadian guideline for the evaluation of petroleum reserves and resources. This is my handbook, I would say, or table book. It's really good. I think our Canadian colleagues have done the best amount of work. In 2017 there was the second updated edition, so now this edition is available in electronic format, so you may subscribe to it online. And there are also a number of guidelines at the website of the public organization of evaluating engineers. The website is really good. There are lots of references, lots of guidelines, and lots of literature and publications. So we started talking about the issue that Ukraine has the standards of SPE and PRMS, and it seems to me that it's high time we implemented these standards. For us to effectively integrate into the global system, we have to implement the global standards at the national level. It seems to me this is the fact, and it's the matter of time, actually, and a lot of things depend on us, however quick we would like to move in this area. For me, it's obvious that we have to take the ready-made recipes, already prepared and tailor-made for the needs of the industry. A couple of things about future steps. The process of transition to PRMS standards is a multi-level approach and requires efforts of a number of institutions. For Denmark, it was necessary 5 years. Kazakhstan declared the transition in 2018, and they plan to complete it till 2024. So they plan 6 years for this transition. I wish them success. I have read a publication on this transition, and by the way, when I prepared my presentation, I really used the experience of my Kazakh colleagues. the process of implementing international standards will encompass all the levels. I mean, administrative, technical, legislative, and cultural changes when we implement these standards. So what do we offer? To accept SPE PRMS standards as such. There were already methodological guidelines published how we can implement and apply this system, and I think that in the nearest future we shall already have the first reports based on PRMS. So it will be only the first step, but it will be a good illustration that we are ready to implement. Among the key questions discussed now is how we can have state inventory of hydrocarbons, what kind of evaluation approaches should we use, performed by qualified or non-qualified experts. We also have to reach certain consensus whether we fully accept these standards, whether we change them, whether we adapt them to our needs. So all these issues should be settled on the basis of a certain committee or a working group that will promote this classification system, which will be responsible for communication with different stakeholders, as well as for communication with public organizations, SPE, and the other players. Also, it is necessary to pay attention to education, training, and culture. So when we are talking about the culture behind these standards or behind this system, we are obliged to develop a resource, be it Ukrainian or Russian-speaking resource. Right now, all the standards are available only in the English language. So if we want our experts to read these standards, we have to prepare the resource internet page for popularizing this system. And probably we could publish the definitions from the system. We publish the technical articles and news. Probably we could set a forum and prepare a set of cases or database how you should behave in this or that situation. I think that this task force or working group will be able to develop a roadmap of system implementation with the help of our state organizations and state bodies. That is everything from me. I think that I managed to cover the aspects I wanted to mention. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Or probably, if you want to start a discussion, I'm ready. Unfortunately, I do not hear the question. Thank you very much, Mr. Novikov. There is this second hall. They are watching you, and I think the discussion is going on. Are there any questions to our speaker? It seems to me everything was really clear. And as the head of the board of Naftogaz Ukraine, we support this issue. And we constantly discuss it with NAK Naftogaz, so we raise this point. It is part of the blog we have voiced, and some companies decided to independently promote this issue. But I think that we'll be part of this working group because generally we are talking about implementation of global standards in Ukraine. I'm not talking about SPE, PRMS, but also I'm talking about WCS, CESO, on oil and gas industry. Thank you very much for your presentation, and I hope next time you will come to our conference personally. I insist, I urge all of you to get consolidated. It's not a matter of certain association being the first or the second one. We have to consolidate because we'll all benefit from it. Then I suggest we have a question from Mr. Filatov. I hope you see me. You know who I am. Do you know that we are actually searching for people who are experts in modeling? Do we have million? So please come to us, come to our company. We'll have a talk. And thank you very much for your presentation. That was really good. Well, it's actually, it was about my remarks. Have you heard our discussion? Yes, I follow your discussion, but I did not want to interfere with gender balance. I think we can discuss it during our personal meetings. Our colleague Miron is always supporting the idea of gender balance and gender equality, and somehow all the others are too modest about it. Thank you very much, Mr. Novikov. Thank you for your presentation once again. By the way, there is one more hall, and people really are discussing the issues here. I would like to announce our next speaker, who represents the VIII group of companies, and the report is New Solutions for Coil Tubing Technologies. And our speaker is Sergei Atrushkevich, who is the technical director of VIII Group. Sergei, we are happy to see you, so please. Good afternoon, our colleagues. As I have already mentioned, I represent VIII group of companies, and I'm a technical director. My presentation will be about technologies and equipment offered by our group. I'm not going to tell you about our company, because yesterday there was a report of Pavel Laktionov, who was talking about coil tubing technologies. So I'm not going to talk a lot about it. But coil tubing project started in 1998, and actually we had huge experience of manufacturing this technology. The key task of our company is providing the client with technologies and equipment, starting from manufacturing of the equipment and its maintenance in guarantee and post-guarantee period. I will talk more about technologies, and I will talk about ground technology first of all. First of all, these are coil tubing units. We have certain series. There are 4 types, which are based on injector load capacity. These are 12, 27, 36 and 45 tons, depending on what kind of pipe you have to use. The units can be produced actually on the basis of any chassis, depending on the needs of the client. Here you see the diagram which guides you when you choose coil tubing unit, depending on the goal, how you are going to use it, what are the wells, what are the depths, and therefore you choose the diameter and length of the pipe, and as a result we understand what kind of chassis the unit will use. So here you see some examples. So if we talk about pipe 38, it can be up to 5,000, etc. The next point, as you know, the depths become deeper and the technologies becomes more complicated, and therefore when we talk about big depth, and we have to really use lots of pipes for the chassis. The X capacity is to get higher. So here we already have module approach to cold tubing equipment. So when we have chassis, when there is an injector and strength modules, and on a special semi-trailer, we produce a valve, a cylinder, and it can be a special base with strength equipment or another base where the very pipe is on. And actually we can have more pipe if we compare the results with the previous diagram. Then when we have pipe 45, we can have up to 12,000 of pipe. Our task is not only to produce and offer some special units, but the whole set or complex of equipment. We have nitrogen and other issues related to cold tubing units. They have their own management systems. They can work independently, or they can be compatible with some other equipment. As I have said, they have their own management system, and they have module system that can manage the whole fleet of cold tubing units from one management cabin. Now we try to make it automated when we talk about different types of operations. All coiled tubing equipment or units are equipped with de facto scope of coiled tubing pipe. It is also manufactured by our company. This device enables you to control pipe diameter, the oval parameter control, also a good way to choose the thickness of the wall and other issues related to the wall. This information is sent online to the registration systems, and as a result we can see the pressure, compression parameters. So in case certain parameters are exceeded, we can stop the operation. The round-trip operation. And in case there are some problems, you can really stop the round-trip operations.
Let's move over directly to digitalization and to technologies. We have long been dealing with equipment for cold tubing drilling, and now within our range of products we have two systems of drilling. The first one is the system within the diameter 76 centimeters, and it is working in real-time mode. It works with the cold tubing pipe, and our experience is about 2 inches. Information transferred to the surface, and the details of the componentry connection are done via the wire which is inside the cold tubing pipe. The system allows us to measure their zenith angle, azimuth, their axis load on the drill bit, because the sensor is located close to the drill bit, and we can see the real load, because if the horizons are rather long, it's very difficult to otherwise do it, and very difficult to see the axis load because it is distorted. But in this case we can see all the load on the drill bit. Also, we measure temperature, bore hole pressure, the level of vibration, and do gamma ray core logging in real-time mode. The second system is a smaller diameter, 154 millimeters, and this system can work with a pipe 44 millimeters in diameter, and unlike the previous system, here we have the sonometer of the geoscopic type. And we have the solid body gyroscopes, which ensure our work with a high level of vibration. And if we work with this engine 54, this system, since it contains their joint or articulated linkage elements, can ensure going along their small radius. If we take some examples, and we have the diameter of 55 millimeters, with their angle of 3 degrees, we can actually have the intensity of 18 degrees. This is the drilling radius, about 30 degrees, 37 meters, I'm sorry, 30 meters. The other technology is the radial reservoir opening technology, rather well-known one. We started doing it long ago, and now we have got a rather state-of-the-art technology which has been developed together with Belarusneft. And within this technology, we put the component to the cooling tube, then we have the production string, and then we wash out the channel up to the depth of 100 meters, and the time spent on one channel is from 1 to 1.5 hours. The latest generation of equipment has the electric drive and can fully detect the drilling technology, the running operations and their lifting operations, so we could fully confirm the round-trip operations. The next technology is selective work with multi-well. Quite often we have the need not just to pump in something, but to do it into the specific hole or to do some other operations. And this is ensured by this set of equipment because we have the COLTUBING pipe. We do the running operation. Then we have activation, which is performed in a hydraulic way. We have the rotating device and the declining device, the diverter. And if it all gets into the side window, we can trace it by the pressure impulse. If there is no impulse, we go 25 meters lower, and then we judge by the pressure, and then their technology is rotated by 30%, and by 5 degrees we'll do the lifting. Well, the angle is about 30 degrees, so about 89 cycles we do, and we get into the side bore, side hole. The next equipment is for acid drilling, which is similar to the equipment by its composition which we had in the previous slide. The same elements, the rotating and their deflecting device. This equipment is for washing side bores in the carbonate holes. This means that the principle is that salt acid salts their reservoirs which consist of calcites. So we move it down into the hole, we activate our acid and do the washout. It has two variants. The first one is autonomous, where you can have the inbuilt meter. And when we do the running operation, it is activated on the surface and registers all the trajectory, and therefore all the shafts which are washed by us will be processed. I mean, the information on them will be processed. The other option is more complicated, applied with a cable, with the inclinometer, which in real-time mode will ensure data transmission to the surface. And this version has direct connection of the rotating device to this inclinometer, and in this case we get the chance to manage the trajectory when we're doing these operations. The next technology is the ejection cleaning system. We applied it on 5 wells, and this technology is applied for their wells with abnormally low pressure, where we can actually not get anything on the surface instead of the drilling, of the pumping. Therefore, we apply a double cold tubing, one pipe, and inside it we put the other one. In our case, that was 2 diameters, and the other one was 1 inch. We supply liquid, and then with the special injector, it is moved to a different way, and we get the vacuum pumping of liquid, a fluid. In this way, the flow is not opened up into the well, and thus it enables us to somehow avoid abnormal absorption. As far as geophysics is concerned, you know, now their wells are deeper, the horizons are longer, and that's why for geophysics it's not enough to have the cable we used to use. In this case, we may use cold tubing with the autonomous devices or with their special cable. And with this in view, we use special options which allow us to somehow place the devices on the cold tubing. It's 177, 173 mostly, which includes special valves for connecting to the cable, their ending, and it is also in several options that it enables to place different technical devices during the operations and at the same time ensure circulations in the drilling. There are 45 and 54 millimeters. In the diameter of 45, we can have only one core cable. In the 54 diameter, we may have a 3-core logging cable, and the devices which requires 3 cores. And here is the last tool, the intra-well tool. In all the possible options, like you can see, the coupler, the reverse or circulating valve, they are acid resistant, water resistance, and we haven't not mentioned something here, probably it is yet under development. That's all in brief. Thank you for your attention. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you, Sergey. Any questions to the feed group? Well, the main client has been present here, so I'm happy. Thank you. Our next speaker is a person new to our conference. This is Alexander Petrovsky. When he came into contact with me, I gave a call to several of my friends, geologists, and they were surprised that I don't know him. Sorry for that now. Definitely I will know you better. Let's consider that we are acquainted. Please, Alexander, the floor is yours. Dear colleagues, I would like to present to you a kind of a program report was dedicated to one important issue: how to provide Ukraine with its own hydrocarbon resources, lowering the risk of drilling and increasing industrial efficiency of companies. I would like to dedicate this presentation, since we are today in Lviv and this is the cradle of the mathematical school. So I would like to dedicate my report to the famous Polish and Ukrainian mathematician Stefan Bana, who was born and worked in Lviv and lived in Lviv. And he was the author of the functional analysis that constitutes the basis for modern methods of the development of all the inversion of geophysics. So what are the challenges, the current challenges Ukraine is faced with and Ukrainian industry is faced with that we need to settle in the nearest future? You all know it perfectly well that termination of gas transportation is one of the risks for the future in case their Nord Stream 2 is finished, and the related risk is termination of gas supply from Russia or considerable price rise for this gas. And as a result, the situation with the provision of the country, of the residents and of the industry with gas may become more aggravated. What are the ways for overcoming those crisis points and those challenges? It's not just my opinion. I think that everybody, both the politicians and industry representatives, in particular the people from the oil and gas industry, think that it's necessary to, within the shortest period of time, ensure an increase in the own gas production. We need to restore the resource base of hydrocarbons, and primarily this should be done due to the opening of new fields, in particular large-scale fields. And also it is necessary to optimize the work with the production of the fields which are already in operation. What could be the tools, as for me, that could be used in this process, aiming to prevent the challenges? The tool I'm going to introduce you to is introduction of the technology that enables, in case of considerable costs and within a short period of time, to settle the following issues. This is the search of new conditions of the accumulations of hydrocarbons. This is the involvement of non-structured reservoirs, the search of new facilities at higher depths, and reduction of the risks of drilling of dry wells and increase in the profitability of oil and gas companies. In my report, I used the term dry wells, like Schlumberger specialists understand it. That is the well that, according to PRMS, doesn't give economically substantiated and expedient production of hydrocarbons. This doesn't mean that there is no production at all, but the scope, the volume is not enough for the economy to really function efficiently. I would like to start with the conclusions. Now, in Ukraine, we already have developed their technology for mapping industrial hydrocarbon-saturated reservoirs of different morphological type on the basis of establishment of integral 3D models of density and tightness of the reserves of hydrocarbons according to gravimetric data. We have assessed on the basis of drilling results of 80 wells and 160 testing sites the opportunity of discovering industrial commercial gas and oil flow, and it's the probability of success is 80%. And we have come to realize that active application of this technology in the exploration and development process will increase production of hydrocarbons. Just in brief, a couple of words on what this technology is based on. It's based on more than 30 years of research. And as a great philosopher, Immanuel Kant, has said, there is nothing more practical than good theory. And this technology is based on the unique mathematical theory which aims at the development of geologically meaningful 3D models of the environment. And it was back in 1974 that it started to be developed by the team headed by me. In 19 1989, this model was adapted for the first time for the complex interpretation of seismic data and gravimetric data. In 2004, we developed their subsystem for 3D modeling and developing 3D models, and you have heard a lot of presentations today about 3D models. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that this technology existed back in 2000s, and it supported such models. In 2018, this model was further expanded and started including the opportunity of making predictions for tightness of reserves, in particular reserves of hydrocarbons. And now it also includes the opportunity to predict the initial debit of wells before they are drilled. This technology, as I mentioned, is based on own theoretical developments, but it's also based on the application of our own software, which means that this product is fully based on the Ukrainian product, which has been developed by our team. It includes three basic elements, which are the very system of 1D, 2D, and 3D modeling, and the solving of inversion tasks of geophysics with high resolution capacity, with high resolution. That is the technology of controlling over the gravitation field in field conditions, and this is also the technology which controls the operation of gravimetric stations for us to get the best data possible. The first element of the technology is high precision gravimetric observation, which enables us to finally get the forecast with a high reliability degree if we apply these software tools. That is as far as the very theoretical and methodological principle is concerned, and now a couple of words about the commercial implementation and use of this technology by companies, the oil and gas industry of Ukraine not only. Over the 20 years which have elapsed since 2020, the technology has been applied in 21 regional projects, and the overall area is 628,000 square kilometers. And for you to have some data for comparison, the territory of Ukraine has 603,000 square kilometers, which means that we have actually analyzed the territory which is equal to the territory of Ukraine. It was used in 68 local projects in licensed areas and specific areas which were really aiming to solve the task of mapping reservoirs and placement of wells. Also, we have performed a number of field projects on gravimetric exploration for the overall area of 7.1 thousand kilometers. And the most important thing is that in the areas where we had those projects performed, and they are in red color on the map, we have drilled 80 new wells. And these are the wells, actually the customers have drilled them, and these were the wells that allowed us to confirm the validity of our data and not to invent but to really calculate the real progress in the application of these technologies and their success. And in those wells we performed 164 testing works. Our company had certain milestones. I mean, two international projects. The first one was signing a contract with Chevron in 2010, where we supported fully preparation of the project, a PSI project, for its implementation, until the moment when the contract was to be signed. And 2013, that was the winning in the international tender for conducting 3D high-precision gravimetric works for the data interpretation for company Shell Ukraine in Yuzivska field, where we performed this project. Though this technology was developed in Ukraine, it is recognized internationally and has got the international status because Many a time it was presented at different international exhibitions and conferences, and over these 20 years we have delivered 71 presentations, 2 presentations during workshops and the other ones just at the conferences. We participated 4 times in the US conferences. We made our presentations in 11 countries of the world, and we have made 81 publications in the international editions. And now let me go over to the inspection of the calculation of the probability of success based on the results of application of this technology. And here is the first facility I would like to show. These are the results of drilling of well 110 at Runoshchivska area of the Runoshchivska salt area. So in 2012, we made the forecast and developed the 3D model, and you can see it in this slide. And within it, we mapped the area with lower density that correlated with the gas saturation, in this case oil saturation of the reservoir. In 2013, this well 110 was drilled by Naftogaz company, and their oil influx was obtained from this horizon, which means that our forecast of 2012 was fully confirmed and showed that it was 100% correct. Here is the other example, the Subotina one, close to Kerch in the Black Sea. And in 2010, on the basis of the results of interpretation of 3D seismic data for horizon M3, it was suggested to drill well number 3, Subotina, and this horizon was a widespread one, an extended one. In 2011, on the basis of complex interpretation of the data, seismic data and gravitation data, we built the map of the distribution of hydrocarbon saturated reservoirs, where well 3 was located in the tight area, and according to our data, it was non-prospective. In 2012, the drilling of the well 3 Subotina was completed, and it showed that the well really didn't get the necessary oil influx, and this area was tight. You can see in this slide the presentations of Nauka Naftogaz for 2010 and 2012, where in one case there was a positive recommendation, in the other one there was substantiation that it is tight one and should not be used. And here is the third example. You know that there is a Solotvino area close to Lviv, and in 2004 we drilled a productive well. It was well number 22, Debrivska. It got the gas influx from Paleogenic period. And we did 2D seismic profiling. We rebuilt structural maps and mapped 2 areas. It was Dibrovska and Solotvinska. These were 2 anticlinal structures. In 2005, we developed a 3D model, which you can see in the slide, and this model showed the nature of the changes in the properties as far as Paleogenic period was concerned and Neogenic period was concerned. And these sites are located under salt, and in order to map those facilities, we needed to first specify what the location of the salt was. In 2005 and 2011, 2 wells were drilled. The first one, well 23, was drilled in the highest part of Dubrovska structure. According to our predictions, it was tight. Therefore, no influx was supposed to be obtained. And after that, it was decided to drill well 20A against, like close to well 22, and again, according to our predictions, this was a tight one, and the result of testing also proved the same as for well 23. And already in 2012, we drilled well number 15 within Solotvana structure, Solotvana anticlinal, and it was located in the area mapped by us with the tightness of gas-saturated products, rocks, and we got a substantial commercial influx of gas there. This means that we have 10 years of experience, 10 years of drilling, 3 wells, 2 of which could just not be drilled.
So I have shown you some examples that illustrate that estimate done before the well drilling is confirmed with the results of the drilling. Now let's get to the analysis of all the data obtained from those 80 wells. So there were 8 companies for which we did these works, and in this slide you have the list of all the areas we worked in. The evaluation methodology envisaged calculation of the number of wells supporting or that confirmed the forecast or estimate, as well as counting the number of successful wells. How did we calculate which ones were successful? That was the correlation to the general number of wells that either confirmed the forecast or didn't confirm the forecast. Also, we included such a parameter as the success standards. It means we take ratio where we had the inflow of hydrocarbons to the general number of operations. So if we take Укргазвидобування, the standard success is 36% on the basis of the... So if the drilling was done with application of this technology, the success rate will be up to 79%, and the risk of getting the dry well will be 21%. Another example, today we have already been talking about the so-called pearl deposit. This area was studied by us in 2017, and we saw a set of structures, a set of formations, and for 2 deposits, we estimated the quite extensive resources of gas. And all over the area, we had 10 units billion of gas. In 2017 till 2020, we drilled 4 wells. There were 7 tests, and there were 2 gas deposits discovered. The analysis of drilling in comparison with the model done several years ago has shown that structurally the deviation is not more than 25 meters, but if we compare the logging data, acoustic logging, which was compared with our 3D density model, the correlation ratio between what was forecast 3 years before the well was drilled and what we got as a result of drilling exceeds 69%, while the error is 2.5%. We mapped 2 horizons or 2 formations. One was close to Жемчужный deposit. I would like to show the comparison done at the level of horizon 22, when all the forecast reservoirs were opened with wells, and as a result we confirmed the model. Talking about horizon 19. We also confirmed this horizon or this formation, this reservoir, And we also managed to show that here we have the correlation between the untightness of the formation and the drilling. So we managed to confirm the primary debit that can be expected during drilling process. Specifically for Horizon 19, for Zhdenivo deposit, debit can be up to 400 or 500,000 cubic meters of gas. I will probably omit the second part of my presentation and would like to show what the analysis has shown on all the areas for all oil and gas companies. It has shown that the environment model success rate from the viewpoint of industrial gas inflow is 82%. And now I would like to show you some other resources available in this region. For you to understand that we have gas, you have to find it. We have mentioned a lot about Zhdenivo area, and in this area, in 2017, we did the 3D model, and this model enabled us to do 3D model of volume density gas resources. It is deprived of all geological parameters like saturation or porosity. We are talking about pure gas available there. So this is actually commercial gas. We mapped 3 structures and we recommended 3 exploratory wells. Now, Жемчужина well is drilled not in the place where recommended, but within the area that was mentioned. And what is important that we managed to map 4 levels of faults, and we offered the depth 7,200 meters. Among the prepared sites that can be used for drilling are Marchinkiivsk area, where we mapped a number of non-structural objects of different types with general resources up from 12 billion cubic meters of gas and 1.8 million tons of oil. And we recommend drilling 8 wells. Another area is Tarkhanev area, where we suspect 12.8 billion cubic meters of gas and also quite large amount of oil. This is the way the area looks like, and I'm talking about non-structural objects. So this method enables us to map them. So we recommend drilling 9 wells. And also there are some new objects, a Devonian one, which have not been discovered before in Ukraine. We have quite extensive resources, reserves of gas in licensed areas such as Rospashniv, Novoukrainsk and Western Novoukrainsk areas. So here we forecast 104 million cubic meters of gas. So these are resources that can be explored. The objects are prepared starting from perm horizon up to lower carbon horizon. So we go to the depth of almost 8 kilometers. Talking about the Carpathian region, this map was done in 2004, and some of the areas recommended by us in 2004 have already been licensed, but some of them still are open for licensing. PSE, I'm not going to talk about it, it's understandable. And finally, at the end of my presentation, I would like to show the site we mapped in 2008 at the Black Sea shelf. In 2008, I was speaking about this object in Bucharest at the Black Sea Offshore Conference. In 2010, Shell Company invited us to present our methodology and our materials, and in 2012, they offer it for licensing SCIF area, and you see that the contour of this area fully replicates the object, the site mapped by us. So we worked according to the previous methodology, and the amount was 2.1 trillion cubic meters of gas. So I hope it will be quite productive for exploration. That is everything for me. I'm sorry for exceeding my time, but I really have lots of information. So, as a result, we already had industrial testing of the methodology, and this technology, this model, will enable us to reduce the drilling risk up to 21%, and as a result, obtained lots of gas. Thank you for your attention. It's actually my fault. I had to take a look how many slides you have and probably allocate more time for you, because the information is really very interesting. We can cooperate with you. Probably we can prepare a sort of a reference book on the basis of your presentation, and it will be a good advertisement for you, and definitely the information will be very useful for the experts. I probably understand that you share the information with Roman and Pimach. We cooperated as companies because the State Service of Natural Reserves didn't have financial resources to do it, but we met with him, and this is the unique technology, and definitely it would be good if the company prepared such presentations and also advertise its intellectual product as well as the company itself. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present this information, and thank you very much for your attention. I hope that people will refer to your report for many times, and actually probably people will be angry with me for just pressing you to shorten your presentation. We saw that you had much more slides than you have shown. And the next report is about primary task of geological and exploratory works in the Black Sea. I give the floor to Mykola Harchenko, who is the expert on evaluating prospects of oil and gas in the Black Sea. So, we hope that your report will be useful and interesting for all of us. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to our moderator and his colleagues for a great organization of the conference. I'm really pleased to provide my report here in the building of our scholars, and moreover, just the opposite, we see the university I studied, Ivan Franko National University. My report is about primary task of geological and exploratory works in the Black Sea. It's really a topical issue. We pay lots of attention to this issue, and I consider this issue interesting because here we talk about combination of interests of Naftogaz as the main nature resource user and the interest of the state personified by the Cabinet of Ministers and the State Natural Reserve Service. I'm sorry, but somehow my presentation disappeared. At the beginning of 2020, Andrei Favorov was talking about the program, Trezub, and the main focus was given to the equatorium of the southern region. And in November 2020, Alexander Romaniuk and Maxim Piatek have also mentioned that hydrocarbons in northern shelf, and that area is one of the priorities of company development. On the other hand, several years ago, the state planned doing some works in this area. In 2019, there was the dolphin competition. The outcomes have not been implemented. Later, there were some plans on organizing competitions for dolphin south, dolphin north. Somehow the presentation doesn't go. So the state prepared 36 licenses for Naftogaz Group. Somehow there are interruptions regarding the presentation. At Держгеоинформ's site, there is a very interesting map of licensed areas. Currently, we do not have those areas that were licensed to Naftogaz. And if we are talking about some further works. Last week here in Lviv, we heard the presentation of Maxim Vitek, who provides some general characteristics of the future plans in northern western shelf of the Black Sea. And here you see separate blocks, separate areas. There are 36 of them. And it means we are talking about the number of plots mentioned at the session of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. So these are the areas given to Naftogaz Group for the exploratory works. It should be mentioned that southern region Equatoria is at the primary stage of works. The degree of realization of the initial resources, the ratio of the accumulated production and balance reserve to potential resources of the Ukrainian part of the Black Sea is only 3.6%. Just for you to compare, eastern region, more than 52.6 of initial reserves have been already explored, while Borislav Pokut area and Pilchevolitska area show the figures of 77 and 80% respectively. To see how balanced the resources are, we have used Orlov's diagram, the Russian methodology, and we adapted it to Ukrainian circumstances, to Ukrainian classification of reserves and resources. In this triangle diagram, on the one edge side, we have the accumulated production and reserves of industrial category. On the second side, we have the reserves with indefinite industrial value and from prospective resources, localized one, and the third side of the triangle are the forecast resources, those which are non-localized, I mean the reserve, which is still open for works. And in different shades of green, we see some areas of the balanced condition. As far as Ukraine is concerned, its separate region, you can see that except for southern region, they do not fall into the stage of the balanced development. It means that we have some lagging behind with the preparation of these sites. It was what Sanjar was talking about when he mentioned the idea of reversed or upside down pyramid. Some of the areas are still within the balanced condition, but we have to state the following. This analysis is done on the basis of the initial cumulative resources done by a Ukrainian company, and it was done on the basis of sample areas. But undoubtedly for the Black Sea area, particularly for its deep part, application of this methodology was restricted. That's why we do not have any data on oil and gas bearing capacity of the deep area, and it's my opinion, and I support my colleagues who state that actually the capacity, the resources of the Black Sea are higher. If it is really so, then the southern region will go to the category 334, and it means that we have lots of non-localized resources, and in its turn it requires more works on preparing new sites and new objects. You see that the presentation does not go. I cannot switch the slides. I press the buttons and still the slides do not change. The oil and gas bearing capacity of the southern region is already confirmed at 8 fields, 6 gas fields: Архангельське, Безіменне, Кримське, Одеське, Південно-Галицинське, Шмитівське, and 2 gas and condensate fields, Галицинське and Штормове. However, it should be stated that as a result of the works, we have not only discovered new fields, but also got some negative results. This is common practice when not all the drilled sites become the discovered fields. Here you see 13 drilled sites or areas where we didn't get any positive results. And there is one peculiarity. There are 3 sites, 3 areas, which are indicated in light blue color in the list: Karkenitske, Flangova, and Pradniprovska structures that require separate attention, and I will mention them later. The global practice shows that success is when we have success ratio of 1/3, and our ratio is 0.13%. It means that from actually 32 from certain structures we have 8 discovered fields. Here you see some yellow indicated structures, and I would like to give more information about these yellow ones. What do we have in these yellow areas? We have 10 structures with negative results, which are located approximately in one region, and in this region we do not have a single field. It shows that probably such concentration of structures with negative results justifies to the fact that in this case we are not talking about a separate local factor, like lack of some conditions or lack of some surface layers. Here we have a zone-related factor which produced a negative impact on the results of geological works. The choice of wells is from Upper Cretaceous period to some other period, so the gas-bearing part has been covered. However, these 10 structures with negative results turned out to be, as I have mentioned, quite negative ones. Geological and exploratory works in northwest shelf by Ukraine and by our neighbors shows 3 generation points of hydrocarbons. This is Krylovsky band and some other ones. This is the least intensive. We only have 2 fields, Skhidno-Saratske and Zhovtoyarske, and these fields are located on the ground. So this Krylov area continues up to southern east direction to the southern shelf, and within the frameworks of this area it's very difficult to set some boundaries, because what is indicated in green is the boundary between sea and land, and seismic researchers actually are very complicated in this transition zone. Therefore, there were no works done here, and that's why it is really difficult to indicate the boundaries of this Krylovska area. The area is not very big. The generation scale is not big, so probably it won't have any significant influence on oil and gas bearing capacity of the shelf. The second one is Karkenetske. Unlike Karkenetske area, here we have gas and gas condensate, and those 8 fields I was speaking about are actually in the point of generation produced that was formed here. And the most prospectus regarding oil and gas bearing capacity is Zakhidno-Chernomorska area. It is confirmed by our neighbors, Romania, Bulgaria, and Turkey. So here we can expect not only gas and gas condensate, unlike the previous area, but also oil. Probably you remember there was an Olympijska structure, and unfortunately, after several international court cases, it was given to Romania. But when it was part of Ukrainian Equatoria, there was one well drilled, number 400, and close to industrial gas inflow, we got some oil inflow. So these oil inflows probably show that this structure, that this area was generationally related to Zakhidno-Chernomorska area. And by the way, our neighbors have lots of gas, but still there are lots of oil as well, particularly in the Romanian deposits. And we can pose a question: are there any prospects for the Kalamitsk area? This is the area, the ridge that actually separates the Zakhidno-Chernomorska area and Karkenetska area. And here I would like to quote our publications of our colleagues, geological physicists. There was a very interesting monograph by Shnyukov, Kovalyev, and Petsenkov, and they analyzed the areas in Black Sea Equatorium and in the Crimean Peninsula. And in this case, we really are interested in methane issues, because they are sign of gas and oil bearing capacity. So I would like to draw your attention to the fact of methane rich areas which directly testify to oil and gas bearing capacity. The concentration is really high, and I would like to explain how the very concentration is done. In terms of space, it coincides with the central part of Kolometsk Ridge, where we have these 10 structures with negative results. These methane areas as direct signs of oil and gas bearing capacity, and their coincidence with the central part of Kolometsk Ridge can illustrate the fact that in this area there were manifestation of intensive degazation of the reserves, which was related to paleotectonics, active tectonics. Probably it was too active. By the way, in the report of Andrei Loktev, he mentioned that on the boundary of 2 big structural elements, there can be really a serious tectonic activity that may have a negative impact on the deposits of hydrocarbons. So here we can forecast that we have very active generation of hydrocarbons, but whether the deposits are accumulated, whether they have been preserved, is still a question. So, once again, if we have direct signs of hydrocarbons, does it mean that we still have the hydrocarbons reserves, or they aware these reserves? So I would like to mention here the publication of Lukin, which was published about 15 years ago, on direct methods. In my opinion, this is the best publication on direct methods. And in this publication, Mr. Lukin used a very creative and unexpected term, the Cheshire Cat effect. And probably we all remember the Alice in Wonderland book, and we remember when the cat has already left, but there was still his reflection in the mirror. So Mr. Lukin used it as a metaphor for direct methods. Probably we still have some signs, but the deposits already disappeared. Coming back to southern area and Zakhidno-Chernomorska area, still the deposits probably are quite big. So what do we have as a result? And what is our primary task, in my opinion? I think that, first of all, we have to analyze those structures where we have negative outcomes, identify the reasons behind these negative results, and already on the basis of this data, in case it's necessary, to correct our plans for geological works, seismic researches and potential drilling in order to reduce risks of getting negative results. Thank you very much. In case there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. Are there any questions to our speaker? Thank you very much for your very interesting report. I think you'll see this report as one of the publications of our conference. Now I would like to give the floor to our next speaker. The report is Digitalization, Transparency and Control of Drilling Mud Condition in Online Regime, Mr. Yedilov Almaz, who is Business Development Director from the company OMAS Ukraine. You understand that Kazakh company OMAS Integrated has taken a step to Ukraine, and they created a subsidiary here, so they prepare all the documents, certification, in order to to have a fully fledged representation in Ukraine. So it's the company that we actually discovered as one of the participants of our conference. The company OMAS Ukraine is company #1 regarding production of drilling mud, and the company is also present in 3 other countries, and actually we are really happy to have them in Ukraine. I would like to stress that Ukraine has 100% of Ukrainian staff. The company follows the Ukrainian legislation, and the most important thing is this is the case when modern technologies come to Ukraine, because in 3 best Ukrainian companies that offer drilling mud, digitalization is not the first priority.
Yes, good afternoon, dear participants of the conference. Thank you, Andrei, for such a welcoming introduction. We would like to present our own development within this conference. So the company deals with drilling fluids in the CIS market. We have been doing this for about 18 years, and we have worked in different locations of CIS countries, of the neighboring countries. We have got quite a huge experience of using different drilling fluid systems, and I guess that now everyone can boast of that. Many companies at least can do this. But it would also be always be good to have something of your own, and that's why we went beyond the limits of the and we started thinking off the box and started developing some new technologies. We don't think that we should necessarily buy technologies from some international companies or international groups. We have come to the conclusion that every software or module is more useful for the company and for the customer if it is fully tailored to some specific conditions. Just in brief about our company, I would like to make my presentation kind of advertisement, but this is just for you to be informed about the scope of our company. So we work in 4 countries. We have our warehousing and office premises in 8 different locations. The staff of the company exceeds 200 experts who are trained in international schools, certified following IBI, ADC, WCF standards. This is just in brief for you to understand what the company is like. As far as our experience is concerned, over 18 years we have drilled more than 100 wells. Mainly, these are the wells in Kazakhstan, in the Russian Federation. We also used to work in Uzbekistan, India, Azerbaijan, and now we have finished drawing up of legal documents in the territory of Ukraine. That's why we're striving to become a full-fledged member of the Ukrainian drilling market. We hope that we will manage to do this. Currently, we are servicing, as far as drilling fluids are concerned, we are servicing wells in Kazakhstan, in the Russian Federation. Some projects and initiatives are being launched in the United Arab Emirates, but so far it's still too early to speak about that. Well, as far as the services are concerned, these are the things every drilling fluid company is providing. These are cleaning equipment, engineering services, drilling fluids, opening of wells and completion of wells. And I think that more relevant for this conference is the software development in our company, and I would like to speak in more detail about this. Yesterday, a lot was told, and today, a lot has been told about software. For example, I remember this presentation about the 3D modeling. And people spoke about the software that could do analytics and correlate the current drilling experience with the past drilling experience and provide some forecasts. We moved even further. We developed our own software for collection, classification, and analysis of data for drilling fluids. And also this software can create daily reports, make estimations of hydraulic parameters, make inventory, and one more small step, which is in which we are the first, I guess, is that we have it in the form of the mobile application within the mobile phone, and the information that is stipulated by the parameters given by the customer. So if something goes beyond those limits, we have the notion of push notice, push notification. And quite often it so happens that the customer lacks physical attention to keep scrolling down through all those reports, hundreds of memos and reports on a daily basis. And with this in view, we have a very convenient solution. When a push notice comes, this is a notification saying that something is wrong with the well. For example, well 8042, something goes beyond the norm and you need to pay attention to this well at the moment. The software develops its own archive, makes calculations for hydraulic parameters, but it also prepares a final report on the well after its completion. It can create some graphic data and convert this data into the final report, or into it can convert it into any format which is convenient for the customer, PDF, Word, or any other program or format for data storage in the archive, for example. What else? The software provides information in real-time mode on active wells, and this provides the control over the status of the liquid component of drilling, and we consider that the process of controlling over the drilling fluid parameters is no less important than the control over parameters of drilling in general, and no less important than pressure in the well and the drill bit condition and the pumping equipment condition. So the success of opening of the productive horizon and success of drilling of a well in general depends by 50% on the drilling fluid. Well, in general, what is our vision of control and timely information provision about the condition? That's when the parameters from the drilling platform that are now controlled by the geological and technical stations and their fluid part are integrated into one single program that will create the general condition. And you can actually store this information on the customer's own server or in the office of the minerals user. All the control is adjustable, is flexible, and could be integrated into one program. And this enables us to do control over drilling around the clock without leaving our offices or houses. The only thing we now need to actively control their situation at the drilling platform is connection to the internet and your mobile phone, which all of us definitely have. What is the result of all that? Why have we got so much interested in this software? The point is that this software ensures permanent transparency for the customer as far as the processes are concerned. It allows you to control the quality. It ensures the speed of notification. Within some 10 minutes you get the notification. Then involvement of the staff. If every process needs to be controlled by the supervisor in real-time mode, then using this program you don't need to be that much involved. And the need for such specialists as fluid engineers, controlling supervisors, well, their activity is also rather limited in this case, or not necessary. The epoch of mobile services shows that everything that is happening in any field should be accessible, should not take too much time, because we are all busy and we're moving at a very fast pace. We are all the time in the hurry, in haste, so the most precious resource now is time. So having this package, we could actually solve all these problems using some most advanced ways. I would like to show you the way it works with me, but there is some problem with the internet here. So in general, if you're interested, I think that you can either approach me or have a look at it online. And it doesn't matter where the wells are located, you get information about them to your mobile phone, and you can actually see the situation of the drilling fluid, the inventory situation there at the well. And with this in view, I don't need to give calls to thousands of managers or some of the managers which are located in the field. So we are rather interested in participating in the Ukrainian drilling market, and we are already coming with a product of us which we recommend to our customers. Again, if you're interested in this, you're welcome. Thank you. Almas, integrated company, well, good luck to you. And it would be good if you were represented in the Ukrainian market. And as far as customers are concerned, or the companies dealing with drilling fluids are concerned, just buy this product. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. You can just take something which already works well. This software is on sale, and it's constantly supported. And this is both for actively operated wells and the completed ones. So that is kind of an archive, and you don't need any long-term synchronization or something like this. And do you have any analytics there? Yes, full-fledged analytics and graphics. And the most interesting thing is that the developer of the software is our member of staff, so actually this is all flexible and your solution could be tailor-made. That is the way it works. Sorry, probably I still have the problem with the internet. Maybe, yes, there is a problem with the internet here. Is there anybody who can boast of having such a program, such a software in his mobile phone? I guess no, though we have some other programs, but other software. Thank you. And now our last report, or the last but one report, but the last in this session. This is increase in the production of oil and gas due to the implementation of advanced technologies, horizontal horizon opening and digital modeling. This is Prashevak Andriy and Ivanchuk Sergey, Ukrnafta. I would ask the representatives of company Ukrnafta to warn us at least a month beforehand that you would like to have a speech. But anyway, I'm very happy that you are here. Normally, the presentations of Ukrnafta are among the best, and generally a presentation is going to be of interest. I represent the Research and Development Institute, of which I'm the head. We are affiliated with Ukrnafta, and it's a pleasure for me to be a part of such a great event Newfolk is holding. Another great pleasure for me is that over 2 days of this conference, I have heard that the key market players are focusing on the R&D direction and consider it to be a precondition for their successful activity and increasing of the value of the assets the companies have. For us, Ukrnafta, the Research and Development Institute, of course, is our asset, and primarily these are multidisciplinary teams. These are our staff members who are experts in different fields, and these experts and our laboratory base enable us to really perform the task given by the management of the company. In particular, this is operational efficiency in rise. Nobody likes mistakes, and mistakes are rather costly in our industry. So to solve serious problems, to stabilize production and increase production, we are keeping up with the times and using state-of-the-art tools. In spite of the competence and qualification of our experts, of our staff members, we also try to use modern software to develop 3D models, which enable us to optimize their current developments, to see where the gaps are, where the capacity has not been used, and to reduce the risks of capital investment into the implementation of specific programs. I will now give the floor to one of our key experts, the head of the Department of Geology and Development, and he will tell you about our achievements, our plans, and the way we work. Good morning, dear colleagues. Rather good afternoon. So, at this conference, at least this pre-presentation I've already had about horizontal drilling, and it has been mentioned what the prospects are. The prospects that could help us accumulate and increase production. And in this presentation, we have merged horizontal drilling with digital modeling. Why? The point is that digital modeling has also been mentioned today, and it's like a red line in this conference. So why have we united them? That's because horizontal drilling requires high precision for laying down the data which could be provided by digital modeling on one hand, and on the other hand, horizontal reservoir opening has the practical value that could be brought about by digital modeling. That's why we will have these two directions intertwined in the presentation, but at the beginning we will focus on horizontal drilling. A couple of words on history. As we can see, the dynamics of using horizontal drilling in the world could be seen on the basis of the number of horizontal drills in North America. And you can see that starting with 2005, the share of horizontal drilling has been on the rise, has increased greatly, and currently it is 90%. Well, we realize that all the trends that within this trend of importance is the slants revolution, but still, if we speak about unconventional resources, the share of them is also rather high. Yes, somehow difficult to cope with the slides. So it was approximately starting with the same period of time that Ukrnafta started implementing horizontal drilling. It was in 2005, and in 2006 we already got the first results. Here is the first well, 510. And Mr. Filatov was dealing with the modeling of this well. He was too modest when he said that in Ukrnafta, starting with 2000, digital modeling has been introduced. In fact, it was him who introduced digital modeling in Ukrnafta, and his father, Yuri Vyacheslavoich, actually created the team performing these projects. And the experts of this team have been dealing with the digital modeling implementation on production sites. Most of these projects have already been presented. These are horizontal wells that have been drilled, and most of them have been presented at different conferences in mass media. Please pay attention to two wells, 100 and 101 in the Subcarpathian region, for those who are interested in statistics of horizontal drilling. But today we're going to focus on the well number 119, which is at the top. Their design of its drilling was announced in the publication by Volodymyr Yosipovich dedicated to 100th anniversary of the Geological Service of Ukraine in the Naftogazova Haluz Journal of Ukraine. And it was also announced by Dmytro Kyakov at the conference of Newfolk in 2018. So far, this well has been drilled. It was drilled at the end of 2019, and let's have a look at its history. As far as the experience of doing such projects is concerned, we already knew that there are 4 stages that are of importance. That is selection of the optimal location of the well, then support during design works, monitoring during drilling, and of course analysis of the outcomes obtained because of drilling. Well, 119 was drilled, and you know, we started exploration in 2012 when another well, 139, was actually drilled, and there were some testings made, and coral was extracted, where we found some traces of saturation, and we got the influx in the vertical hole. But unfortunately, no substantial commercial influxes were obtained there. One of the reasons for that was availability of the water-saturated layer with high reservoir properties, and it was rather difficult to isolate it from the oil-bearing layers. That's why it was decided to design the horizontal well that would enable to open productive horizons and to increase the area of contact of the well with the productive deposits, and not to open the water-saturated intervals. With this in view, the pilot hole was drilled of well 119, and the carbonate deposits were also tested there of the Bashkirian period. The testing was interval by interval for us to understand what the prospects were for each of the interval. And it was also tested in their cased well, but again, no stable influx. There was no water there, but no considerable influx in the vertical well. These were just influxes at the level of 5-7 tons a day of oil, though without water, but it was not stable, and it was just based on the irregular work of the well. So this was the information we obtained for drilling, for designing, and on the basis of these results, we built the digital model to determine the optimal, the most efficient location, and to forecast their figures for this well. So we used the seismic data available and all the data which was obtained during the drilling of the exploration well. And you know, that has become a standard for us to use the algorithms of developed by our experts to interpret the seismic data. And we have Mr. Kakov, Viktor Kakov, who deals with this, and at the conference of 2018 he actually presented this approach, and this has become an obligatory part within our work. And on the basis of the model built, we made some predictions. We selected the most optimal location of this horizontal area and the optimal horizon. This was B9. And we also calculated the technological parameters that became the basis for the investment project of drilling of this well, 119.
Therefore, we have to draw attention to the complicated nature of the project. The horizon thickness was quite big. The length was 164 meters. The vertical depth was 2.5 kilometers. The task was really extremely complicated, and probably the drilling team that had to work with this trajectory understood, as well as we understand, that the task was really challenging. It was even more complicated due to the fact that we had the pilot casing, and it was necessary to deviate from it in a safe way, and therefore We actually worked with more than 20 trajectories of the well in order to reduce these risks, but at the same time we had to remain within the most promising area according to seismic data in order to avoid certain complications which could be seen from detailed seismic research data. We understand, I mean, the drilling team understood how complicated the task was, and in order to be on the safe side, they ordered remeasuring of the existing existing track or borehole. There is anti-collision calculation in order to identify the risks which may exist regarding the current wells. And here we see that practically half of the deposit was covered. And in order to reduce these risks, the drilling team ordered remeasurement with the help of gyroscopic deep compass, and saw that the data were partially different, and actually the whole project was challenged. But we immediately estimated and evaluated the model, and changes that would probably will be required by the new data. We understood that the changes probably would not be very significant, so it was the task when we actually had some luck, and this luck was on our side. So once again, we identified and measured the deviations, the shifts in the model. They were of minimum nature, and therefore we didn't have to change the targeted points. The next stage was the monitoring stage during the very drilling process. This is one of the probably most important stages. Actually, this is geosteering stage. First of all, we manage and control the trajectory, the actual one, whether it means the designed one. We also control the cut of the well, and also we controlled the way the well goes from the cased track. We also compared the locked data with pipe data. There were some inconsistencies regarding the depth identification, but the residual discrepancy still remained. And according to our estimates, it could lead to the fact that if the trajectory, if it were not corrected, would deviate from the targeted point for about 2 meters. So we had lots of discussions with the drilling team how we can manage these 2 meters. We came to conclusion that it will be easier for us to conditionally make our targeted point 2 meters lower than constantly mine these 2 meters when we talk about drilling equipment, etc. So in order to avoid these deviations and errors during the estimate, we brought our targeted points 2 meters lower, and as we later saw, it was the correct decision, the right decision. And when we were doing the trajectory, we were trying to see that the trajectory in operation matched the designed one, and practically we didn't give any deviation range. So we were talking about the first degrees, and we saw that here probably certain overpassing of the planned trajectory could be possible. So if we didn't take any action, as a result, we would just go on the upper surface, on the upper layer of the horizon without going into the very horizon of formation. Later there was the opening stage. What was important for us to go through the very horizon or reservoir. We managed to open it with the accuracy 0.7 meters, just bringing down the targeted points for 2 meters was the correct decision, the right decision, because we really managed to get into the horizon. And now the next task was to go through the horizon of formation or reservoir. The reservoir has a property of improving its accumulation or collection properties to the lower level. So for us it was important not to open the productive zone before time. And if we go to the soil, to the lower level of the reservoir, if we get down to it, we could get to one of the layers to actually lie on this very dense layer and to fully place the horizontal part of the well into the reservoir that we didn't need actually. Due to the fact that we managed to get practically online data, deep compass measurement was submitted every 4 meters. We corrected the track of the well, and practically the whole track went through the targeted reservoir, and we even managed to increase the horizontal plot up to 196 meters. So what kind of result we have obtained? They exceeded our expectations practically 3 times. We had actually good debit of waterless oil, light oil, and fountain debit. The project was very successful. Generally, when we build a digital model of the whole field, we also consider places for some more horizontal wells. We remember that when we tested some wells, there were several layers that can be used, can be exploited with separate horizontal wells. So we see some prospects for new tracks of the wells. One is 150, and also in western part of the area there are also some promising layers. Horizontal drilling, as I have mentioned at the beginning of my report, in Pre-Carpathian region is not something new. We already had 2 horizontal wells, and when we build a digital model of the field, we plan to drill 2 more horizontal wells in order to extend the drainage area of oil and gas bearing rock. When we implement such projects and when we do digital modeling, our company applies the following procedure and scheme of using the digital models, which consists of 2 major parts. First of all, we create the very digital model, and in the majority of cases we are talking about static and hydrodynamic models. In our case, we have our operating model. Why? Because building of a digital model, as we have already heard today from Vyacheslav Filatov, is a complicated process that takes into account all the data. We have four directions: seismic research, petrophysics, geological modeling, and hydrodynamic modeling. And the advantage of this model is that it allows you to recreate the history of exploration. And here we can face a number of challenges. One, actual data show that, well, our expectations may be wrong. In this case, we have to come back to the stage of geological modeling and see what's there, or probably to the stage of petrophysical modeling, or even at the seismic research interpretation stage, in order to resolve the discrepancies observed. And actually, these cycles may take place between the separate stages as well as throughout the whole model. So the building of a digital model is not a linear model but a cyclic one. And the very model is not the goal in itself, but rather a research tool, field composition research tool. And when we recreated the exploration history, when we understood all the discrepancies and managed to address these discrepancies, we can state that we have successfully built a digital model. The peculiarity of this stage is that here we work with more stable data, which are accumulated, which are not changed with time, so they are practically fixed data. And on the basis of this model, we can project some variants which take into account more variable data. I'm talking about political or economic situation, technological solutions. So this stage may be more flexible, or should be more flexible, and is supposed to enable you to develop different variants, do the economic analysis, and choose the best according to the conditions you are in. Therefore, the next stage is preparing the strategic production plan. Here, we understood that hydrodynamic model is not enough, because a lot depends not only on the very deposit, but on the production technologies, on the very wells, but also on the infrastructure of the deposit, I mean transportation technologies. Therefore, in order to produce high-quality strategic plans, it is necessary to apply an integrated approach. And this integrated approach is implemented within the Institute together with hydrodynamic and geological modeling. There are special divisions that deal with data provision and other issues. Data provision is an important component for digital modeling, as for example fuel for the car, because without data, digital modeling is good for nothing. And that means that we have to control the quality of data and to do the preliminary processing, I mean analytical processing. As I have already mentioned, the next stage is building the very digital models, and both static and hydrodynamic, reflecting and analyzing the exploration data, as well as a number of others. You have to analyze the system reservoir and the infrastructure of transportation. You have to identify bottlenecks and the technological solutions for these potential bottlenecks. You have to find new technologies and adapt them to the production needs and develop your own methodologies and approaches. And the key issue here is economic study or feasibility study. We have to analyze our results, we have to do the estimates, and on the basis of the economic indicators obtained, we can come up with the best solution. Thus, we can build, and we build, long-term strategies tailor-made to every deposit. So we have multivariant strategies, and we can choose the best variant. These strategies include the elements which are necessary for the field infrastructure development, for the development of production technologies. They are included into economic indicators. And we understand that such long-term strategies for business companies are not understandable and are quite clumsy and cumbersome. So we can break them down into small investment projects, for example, one well or a group of wells, evaluate their economic potential, and due to this fact, we'll be able to implement long-term strategy by means of performing step-by-step investment projects. Thus, we performed modeling of 5 fields. 5 are in progress, and 2 fields will be started by us. We have some integral models. We have some models that have been performed for some operational tasks, very specific tasks, which required immediate solutions. We have a special division dealing with it. This is the division for geological exploration. The division is not very big, but still we have experts in different areas. And we mainly use special equipment for different types of researchers. And we are very much grateful to our moderator for raising the issue of professional experts and staff, because it stresses the importance of our staff. We also would like to, for example, we also have a vacancy for the petrophysicist. So if you want to work in a team of experts, you're welcome. Yeah, everybody probably needs a good petrophysicist, so in case you need it, you may come to us. So we have very well-motivated, highly qualified staff. Our experts like what they do, so in case you would like to cooperate with us, all right, please come into contact with us. Thank you for your attention. After the presentation yesterday, I understood that actually you couldn't do 3 things. The geologist and geophysicist probably shouldn't be restricted in terms of time, in terms of salary, in terms of other issues. Thank you very much, Serhiy. A very interesting presentation, and I have a couple of questions. There was a good slide, 8 wells, horizontal wells. Have you had some not successful horizontal wells? So were these 8 all the horizontal wells you've drilled, and were all of them successful? So when was the last time you drilled? 2020. yeah, we had unsuccessful wells. I do not know the exact figure, but there were a couple of cases, one or two probably. And they where lack of success was related to the drilling technology. The matter is that the most dangerous area is when you enter the reservoir and you go along the reservoir. So when the drilling team enters the reservoir, they have very good results and they are happy to drill even further, but you have to be very careful here. Probably you'd better go up, you do wash out and once again check your trajectory and then carefully go along the reservoir or along the horizon. But there were several cases when due to some technical incidents the wells were not drilled till the very end. Thank you very much. I have the question actually not to the speaker but to the organizer of the conference. I liked today's session in the same way that I liked yesterday. Probably we can mix the two topics for us to be able to view it as a complex of issues. A question from a modeling expert to modeling expert. There was one more horizontal well shown. Have you studied the economic things? Probably it's much cheaper to do two vertical wells to open multi-layer objects and to so probably it will be much easier and cheaper to do two vertical wells and to achieve better probability of success. Have you considered this option? Well, we didn't consider this option and I will explain why. Probably you have seen that there are lots of vertical wells and in my report I mentioned that the two wells that were tested bottom up didn't produce the debits that could be viewed as industrially significant. Moreover, they were not stable. And there was one more point related to the isolation of the saturated layer reservoir. Therefore, the only possible way out was to do the horizontal well. Thank you for the question. And let's welcome our last speaker at this session. Now it's time for our workshops. And the first workshop, by the way, I need the second mic. So we shall need the second mic. Mr. Nagornyak, please join me. So, dear colleagues, I hope you'll become more talkative. So I'm sorry for speaking Russian, but I'll do it in Russian. So we are going to start our workshop. Then there will be Viktor Yachenko from Minsk, who will do some advertising related to cold tubing technologies. And we never know how long he will be speaking, so I hope you will stay and listen to him. I think that now in the room and in front of the screens we have those people who would like to know how Mr. Nagornyak, being very successful and competent engineer, got an accident. Please tell us the facts of your story. There will be one more speaker from our company, Konstantin Yarovoy. Probably those interested in cold tubing technologists should sit closer. And where is Mr. Kravchuk? Yeah, there should be our colleague from Lviv. Well, we saw that Kravchuk was the last one to leave, and probably he's somewhere thinking about the conference reports. So please tell us the facts about your story, and in 5 minutes, please, I kindly ask Victor to join us online.
In fact, this event has been organized by Andrei because he insisted on having this workshop. He said that all the failures must be discussed. It's a pleasure because really Serhiy has a great experience in cold tubing, Mikhail has a great experience in this, Konstantin Yarovoy. These are so-called cold tubing doctors. And Mr. Lerchenko, besides having the presentation today, is also the person we have cooperated with in Western Siberia. And he's also a person with a good experience from the cold tubing point of view. So it's rather academic audience. And I will start with some criticisms. I'm sorry if I'm too harsh, but I will try to tell as it is. So in 2015, at the end of 2015, unfortunately, cold tubing was a rather new type of technology for Ukraine. An old new type, let's call it that way. Everybody knew what it is, every engineer could tell what it is, but in fact, there was no experience of working with cold tubing in the industry. There were a lot of examples to this because Укргазвидобування in the period before 2015 had been dealing with cold tubing. It had bought it but could not launch it. There was no expert, no engineer. That was new equipment, rather complex. The installation, the very cold tubing, so rather difficult to work. And it was rather indicative of the situation, of the technological situation and expertise in Ukraine. Nothing more to say. I'm not just giving any judgment or evaluation. This is just statistics, and I'm just claiming that we had zero experience of working with that. Then, again, I will not mention surnames of my colleagues, but some of my colleagues started gradually, step by step, developing this school of working with cold tubing. I was not a lecturer in that school. I was the person who actually provided an incentive to develop it. It all started with from scratch. We had to train people to work with cold tubing. I would say that the growth was really rapid and turbulent because on the one hand we proved that cold tubing works. It was done due to great work. It started working as a tool. Well, probably the figures now are different, but I remember it that cold tubing always resulted in about 300 million cubic meters per year, and all the geological expertise understood that there is a cool instrument, cool tool, and that provided a boost. There appeared demand, and I got the claim, why so few of cold tubing systems? Let's have more. And we started understanding that all this equipment which was restored and which started being operated, because I only supported them, it was them who did all the job. So it was not just launched into operation once again, but we lacked systems. So we bought new cold tubing systems, then service contractors started coming, and we had a period when we had about 16 or even more cold tubing installations. 20 fleet units. You can just understand that there were 4 drilling engineers. Please take your seats closer for us to hear you well. Yes, these are just operators of cold tubing systems. In December in 2015 there was 0 and then 80. You may imagine what the progress was. So engineers were recruited and trained how to work with coal tubing systems. And this boost led to the difference in this situation. Yeah, what has it led to? I think that you will come to know. Yeah, but I just meant to give the topic. It's important. Just think about what I would like to mention. This led to emergency and the worse quality. And I got into the situation of emergency and how Yuri Nikolaevich got into the emergency system. You will come to find out after the presentation by Viktor Yevchenko. Viktor, are you here? Yes, I can hear you. Have you heard what we are talking about? Yes, sure, sure. And I'm grateful to Yuri for advertisement. It has been a pleasure to work with you. And you know, I found out that my direct boss, my immediate boss, has in some period of time been their subordinate to Yuri Nahornyak. And you have been the contractor. No, I was the CEO and I was the boss. So that's a different relationship. And you know, now I'm the boss of Nahornyak, in a way. Yeah, the boss of the bosses. Okay, if you are not interested, leave, but if you are interested, please take a seat closer. So what I would like to mention is the following. I would like to introduce my immediate boss. And now you will hear about the NAV-FIDMASH, about the technology and equipment it produces. And then I think that you can stay and maybe you will add a couple of remarks during the workshop if you have time and opportunity. I would do this with pleasure. I would gladly listen to Yuri Nahornyak and to all the other speakers because the topic is really of interest. I just need to somehow share my screen. For some reason I cannot share my screen. Please do something about that. Some technical failure, somehow I cannot share my screen. Yeah, now you will get the permission. Please give the permission. Yeah, it goes. Everything is all right. So can you see the screen now? So, once again, good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm really sorry that I failed to come personally to such a great event, the AIDS conference, the AIDS forum in the beautiful city of Lviv, and so many people who are really outstanding experts, well known in Ukraine, not only in Ukraine. It would be a pleasure for me to be with you, and I really lack communication. It's kind of lack of water coming from natural springs. But, you know, nevertheless, let me have the presentation here online. I would not like to detain you for long, and I will try to cover the information in brief about my company. You all know us as FIDMASH, but we are NV-FIDMASH now. And our company is a great corporation which includes, if you can see it in the slide, different devices. These are ships, these are windmills. The company was founded in 1841 in France, and currently it has more than 60,000 staff members. We have about 900 plus units in 58 countries. And as you all know, NOV company is the leading supplier of all industrial equipment and technologies for servicing and for production. Just a couple of words about the units we have and which are the most important for us. This is the unit of drilling technologies, so this is technology for well works, and technology for emergency works and for well operation. As far as equipment for drilling rigs is concerned, so we have different installations for ground, sea works. Can you see my presentation well enough? I cannot hear no feedback. Any feedback, please let me know whether you can see my presentation. Yes, everything is all right, Victor. We can see and we can hear you. Please continue. Thank you. So, also we have their unit C operations and construction, and this unit majorly deals with marine constructions and construction of stationary platforms, both floating and floating ones for production and for exploration, as well as vessels which do seismic exploration, and floating platforms and vessels that drill exploration wells. We produce one of the best drilling shafts in the world. We have also the tuboscope unit, the leading provider of services as far as protective covers are concerned, and defectoscopy of pipes is concerned. Mark and D. Doctor, drilling rigs are produced. Pumping stations are produced. I mean, all the pumping stations have, or many of them have, their elements. Then the unit downhole. This is the leading independent supplier of equipment for drilling and for coal tubing in the hole and all the supportive equipment. These are drilling bits. Well, a large range, a wide range. Ecology, an independent supplier of products and services for high-efficiency drilling, different drill bits and everything related to drilling technology. Highly efficient directional drilling, and something that is closer to us. This is the equipment for well completion, which is produced even in our main plant here. And completion tools are also included into the system, and this goes for the full spectrum of equipment for multi-stage fracking and well construction. At the previous forum in Poltava, I used to present it, and in this slide you can just see what is applied by this unit now. It's not just about production. And something that is the closest for us, these are the things Andrei and Yuri have mentioned. This is everything for operation of wells and their intensification. And here I'm going to tell you about our unit, FIDMASH NOV. Our company produces the full cycle of works related to design development and up to operation launching, and also we do the post sales support and servicing of our clients with the equipment which has a guarantee. We supply spare parts for all types of our equipment, and now we're going to implement our plans to establish a hub of spare parts in Ukraine. We hope that we will cooperate with our friends from other companies in this respect, and finally we hope that we will open up this hub in 2021 with all the spare parts and details for all the types of equipment we have. The products of FIDMASH start with coal tubing equipment of different types. These are pumping stations, nitrogen installations, flange connections, and a full cycle of equipment for fracking. Full cycles of fleet together with software. As far as coal tubing equipment is concerned, it may be of several classes, like of the light class, working like in Indonesia, Chechnya, where the wells are not deep. We also have the middle class coal tubing equipment, which is the equipment that would suit for Western Ukraine. It is autonomous. It allows to work at the depths of 3,800 meters with its own crane lifting device, so you don't need any additional equipment. And we have the heavy class, which is, I would say, in the greatest demand now in the world because it allows to work in any wells. And we have, if I'm not mistaken, about 8 installations like this in Ukraine. And a lot of them also are operated throughout the CIS countries. And it is also a super heavy class. This is the equipment which is now becoming in great demand, and my colleagues have already mentioned that this is equipment for the future. Why? Because the pipe with a diameter of 2 and it is really efficient. And you all know that with coal tubing equipment you can actually perform all the types of works, but the works are really complex, and therefore you should somehow adjust the class of your equipment depending on the depths and on other things. Recently in demand there have been block units, block installations. This is the equipment which is supplied to the places where we have some islands or places difficult to get to, or like also supplied to Indonesia because of the transportation problems, because they live in the jungles and they need to have some special equipment to bring these installations. And this equipment allows to perform a wide spectrum of works. We also develop, maybe you remember this, you remember the older installations, the older systems. Maybe this equipment is still there, but they need injectors. So we always have at our warehousing facilities some injectors and some other units of equipment that actually are supportive, are accompanying us, like hermetizers and some other elements, and all the spare parts, as I've already mentioned. Coal tubing without pumps cannot work. Therefore, we are always trying to develop all the other aspects, and now we have 5 plants, 5 units, and our customers are waiting to get them. So with any chassis, on the basis of the customer's wish, we may give their pumps with different pressure and select the tailor-made approach for plungers. Also, we have heavier pumping aggregates. It's more for cementing, but generally for some types of works at some wells with great level of absorption, you may also need this sort of equipment. Also, we have a wide range of nitrogen installations, and these installations are both in the container type form, and this is convenient because they have some protection and they can work at low temperatures and also in the desert because they are protected against sand and wind. And we have different installations on different chassis, on different trailers, semi-trailers, so it's something we also have. And we even have such container type installations with Ukhrhavzvidobuvanya in Ukraine, and I know that people are rather satisfied with working with this equipment. So we will continue producing it. As far as foam fracking is concerned, and for some collectors, for some customers, we also offer nitrogen equipment of fire type. And when there is high consumption, then their liquefied nitrogen its consumption is up to 300 cubic meters per minute. This is the equipment I already mentioned. This is the one for fracking. Here are also pumping installations for quick fracking and for ordinary fracking. So this could be a 3-plunger, 5-plunger pumps on platforms, on chassis, and we have ready-made solutions. But if the client wants, we may have a tailor-made installation. Also, our clients give good feedback, and now we are developing blenders, mixing installations. We have actually designed them, but we have not built any of them because of lack of demand, and they can produce up to 12 cubic meters per minute. Also, I should mention our hydration installations. They have been assessed very positively by one of the leading producers from Naftahaz. And I would say that here we are even a little bit higher than the average global level. So I mean that our plants have proven to be very good in some critical conditions. The manifold vehicle, which allows you to make the time of assembling and dismantling shorter and solve some specific problems and accelerate the process of work performance and to have safety. Then the installation for delivery of bulk materials. So these, you can see that these are vehicles for delivery of bulk materials, and they may come directly to the site and deliver their materials to your blenders. We have all the necessary designs, so actually all of them have already been brought into life and given to our customers, and they are fully operating. And each fracking brigade should also have its control and management station, which can also be based on any chassis depending on the client's wish. It has the modern monitors, the generator up to 30 kilowatts, and the necessary software which can help you manage everything. What is different with us in comparison with other producers is the advantage of having a full cycle of testings at the plant. We have our own servicing team, and we are proud of this team. This is the kind of team which sometimes is even better in terms of decision making than the customer, and they really do the testing in a very, very diligent way. At the well, they create their strict conditions, rigid conditions for testing, even worse than the conditions for which actually their equipment has been produced, and only after that it is really handed over to the customer after it covers all the tests and has proven to be reliable. Also, we have a warehousing program, and at the moment we have the nitrogen aggregate, the gas aggregate, we have the middle heaviness class MCAR 300T plant, and we intend to keep producing such plants because unfortunately it has historically so happened that we always need it for yesterday, and therefore we are trying to somehow go ahead and to be ready to supply to our customers what they will need even for yesterday when we are pressed for time.
For 20 years of our company history, we supplied more than 360 units of highly technological equipment to all the countries of CIS countries. We have our units in Ukraine, Belarus, Russia, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Azerbaijan, Uzbekistan, and there are some units which operate in Romania, so we are present in the international market as well. Also, we have more than 100 fracking units available in different regions, and we have only positive feedback, probably due to the fact that our service team provides services to our customers 24/7. There are issues which can be easily resolved online or via phone calls. So if it is the case, we actually do not charge for this, but try to assist our clients. In case it is impossible to resolve the issue via phone call, we send our experts to our clients. And finally, I would like to say that for us, quality of our services is our priority. And I hope that we will be able to support oil and gas industry of our country. And I'm very much grateful to the organizers of this conference for bringing people together, for devoting their time to this area, development of oil and gas industry. I'm really willing to come to Ukraine, and I hope I'll be able to do it in the nearest future. In case you have any questions, I'm here, or there are representatives of our company in the room, so you may come up to them. Or probably our moderator can address some issues related to our company. I trust him. That was Viktor Yerchenko. Your applauds to them. And Sergei Kravchuk from Horizon sends his greeting to you. So please stay with us online. Probably you would like to mention certain things about accident rate. Yes, I'm here. I will definitely be listening. Why is Mr. Nahornyak? He has to proceed with his information. Well, probably I can mention it instead of you. Dear colleagues, let's continue. And I would like to remember what was the place I stopped. So our engineering issues have become worse. But today we live in the internet world, and as a result we have lots of chances to get some information support. But I see that some engineers actually do not use this support. So cold tubing or any in-well operations. By the way, I would like to listen to your cases of accident. This is not only one side presentation. Do not mix the workover accidents with coiled tubing accidents. So let's discuss all the cases about coiled tubing, because here we have some specific issues. That's important. Actually, whatever is done underground, and now I'm coming to the technical part of it, these are two vessels, mutually dependent vessels. So what you can do, there are certain limits what you can do. There are another issue is that we are very deep underground. So in case we are above the ground, underground, we cannot quickly operate the information. It's similar to fishing. You need sensitivity. You have to feel it with your fingers. There is a fisherman who will be able to catch fish with anything, and there is another one who won't be able to catch a single fish with the most modern equipment. So you have to feel it. A flexible pipe is like a thread. Actually, it's a very reliable tool. And from the very beginning, coiled tubing was criticized for unreliable equipment being installed inside the casing. So we are talking about special steel. This is a sort of a plate which is wound and welded. Actually, it's really very reliable tool. It has some properties, and you won't be able to do something when you are very deep. Uh, Another issue is the fact that lots of engineers are faced with a dilemma, responsibility. And I would like to mention this responsibility issue here. Why? Because responsibility comes from bosses. A drilling man, a drilling worker, is a person who has some accident and is actually waiting for the reaction of the management. Whether this drilling man will be fired or will be fined. Therefore, all the drilling staff should have the right to make mistakes. This is honesty. This is knowledge. And I would like to mention an example why I'm talking about it. I like aviation a lot. And Tupolev, the designer of planes, had the pilots. Well, believe me, the drillers are very brave people, very courageous people. Believe me, when you are sweating, it requires lots of strength, lots of bravery and courage. Some people think that probably the sportsmen, the athletes, the top managers are very stressful jobs. So drillers also are very brave. And we remember that these Tupolev's planes were just falling down, were crashing. So the crew actually consciously understood that they would die, and there was one crew who, for 4 minutes while the plane was going down, provided all the information they had, what they see, what they feel. And it is due to this recording that was later possible to change the technological approach. So the driller is the person who will give you the maximum information of what had happened. So any fireman would tell you the formula that it's much easier to prevent the fire rather than put it out. Well, our job, our profession requires certain risks. We have to go down into the well with this cold tubing technology, and we have to perform our operations. And we know all the procedures. Now with coronavirus we have learned even more. So you just go and do it. I have lots of people who were wearing masks, washing their hands, but still got ill. So it's impossible to 100% prevent the accidents. So if I tell you the whole procedure, you have to check and recheck. It won't work anyway. But definitely, when you follow all the procedures, you enhance the qualifications of your engineers. So the second aspect, I was actually thinking about. The first one was the low quality, low skills of our engineers, and the second one was that there is fear of engineers. The engineers are afraid of applying quite standard procedures, and I faced it. I faced it when we were discussing it with our contractors. So I encouraged them to speak openly, I'm 100% sure that our top managers are not listening to us right now because we are talking about some very boring and primitive things. So this second, there was one contractor who stated that we are not going to do it because we'll be probably fined. This is the right approach, but it is wrong at the same time. So, in case you do not know what to do, there are 4 people which I named. Just ask them, what will be the accident rate with this particular procedure? So this is the second one. There is some financial responsibility for the decisions you make. Well, you have to take some consultations, you have to ask for advice, and I'm really grateful to Andrei for bringing us together, for consolidating the community. If we are organizing the workshop, then probably we have to name people. Well, we give the floor to our participants. I'm coming to it. So we are talking about the specific situation. Okay, whether the right step was taken or not. I agree, yeah. I want us all to participate. I do not want to personalize people, vice versa. Sergey, I'm not about you. Well, your approach was the approach of a typical manager, I'm sorry. So we were talking about the driller and the driller's responsibility and his procedures. Manager, well, everybody could be in your shoes, me including. Your name, your surname is not important here. We are talking about the event, which we have to analyze. Any manager, while making a decision, should know where he or she should ask for help. Yesterday I was talking about risk-based contracts, and all the investors are interested in the financial issue. But, well, you can go to COLTUBING, you can do satellite issues. Well, there is lots of risks, but at the same time can bring you huge profits. Okay, if you are successful, you have huge profits. If you are not successful, well, you have lost. People are ready to risk and are ready to invest into this business, but they would like to have a clear-cut answer how I can manage my risks. Therefore, we cannot subordinate geological issues. We have heard lots of information today. So geology is a separate issue. Yesterday I showed you a comet. So for many, many years, we still will be in the same situation when we do not have enough knowledge on geology. But when we have a well, when we start working with a well, and when we have an accident as a result, this is something we can manage. And there is a procedure of mitigating risks. So I understand that somehow I know a lot about technological risks. And it turned out that the quality of preparatory works is of great importance. So the easiest, the most basic operation actually results in the most large-scale accidents. So when you really have a very complicated procedure, you probably prepare a lot and you think a lot about it. But when something is very basic, you probably are less attentive to it. We all know the procedure. There is the map, there is pressing, there is test, the inspector is happy, everything's fine. But there is also another procedure. Do we have a specific boss who knows the procedure? Well, we have a driller. A driller is not present at our meetings. A driller does not know the target task, the final task. there is the principle of cold tubber. You go down, you go up, down, up, and and you have certain results. So the cold tuber doesn't know what to do next. So the most important procedure is to appoint a responsible person who will be responsible for everything. And this person actually doesn't have any right to sleep. If you do not have this person who at 5 o'clock says, okay, this is the end of my working day and I go home, it's not our person. We need strong-willed people. We need people who will be ready to sacrifice their time and family for our benefit, for the benefit of our final task. There is something I like very much, which is called desk research or desk procedure. When before any operation, you do it on paper, and there should be just an idiot who will be giving you stupid and primitive questions. We are amazed by Apple, but in Apple they have just a special department who say, okay, I will drop it into water, I mean the smartphone, or I will crash it and see what will happen to it. So we also need such an idiot with our procedures who says, and what if, and what if? We do not like such questions, what if? We usually say, okay, you challenge my experience, I have been working there and there and there. But this idiot should say, we do respect you, but let's discuss it, and the driller should be present at such meeting. Well, all the bosses are very active. We have to save money. We have to reduce expenses. We have to reduce costs. And now, due to the pandemic, we have online communication. So even being in Egypt on the beach, you can communicate and we can listen to the members of our team. So this is the second exercise I focus on. Brainstorming on paper, discussing and voicing all possible situations, what we are going to do, how, and the third point, in case the accident still happened. We cannot predict everything. Just imagine there is an accident. You should not do anything. The first rule, you preserve the circulation. You keep the circulation. So there is no other way out. It doesn't always help. Just stop where you are, continue circulation, and just try to feel what you have. This fisherman effect. Just inform what you see, what you feel. Geology is different, but I'm sure that our colleagues will be sharing their experience and the situations will be different. In Siberia, there is one situation, the reservoirs are big. In Ukraine, the pressure is lower and the reservoirs are less thick. And the fourth thing, never punish your driller staff. And let's take a specific case. A flexible pipe. Just to make it more interesting for you. Just imagine the New Year Eve, as it should be. Yuri brought his family to Bukovel resort, and I gave a call and said, okay, you are here, so let's meet. And somehow I felt that there is no information from Yuri. I gave a call to Konstantin, And Konstantin said, Yuri, has Yuri said you anything? I said no. Okay, I won't tell you anything as well. So there were some other acquaintances who told me what happened. So there were lots of versions. Somebody is happy to say. So Mr. Nagornyak had an accident, and I said, okay, he's our Elon Musk. I already have another project. So let's say there was the first contract with Geo Alliance, multi-stage well, and we have to discuss this interactive approach of the engineer. I also tried to understand what happened there. Almost New Year. And why I'm talking about this? Probably he wanted to finish everything before the new year. You are a manager, and you are in the situation when your wife is in Bukovel resort, and when it is the 31st of December, and probably you would like to join your wife, and this is the first work of this kind, and you invested your money, and you really want to finish everything.
Well, in fact, here we face the problem of misunderstanding by the engineers as to what was happening. That was an emergency, and when there was a problem with the flexible pipe, it's very difficult to actually do something about it. So it was the problem with the cold tubing unit. So it was clenched. So this is the element of your influence here, and the very event is there, and it's very difficult to deal with this. So this means that you cannot influence what is there at the bottom because you don't have the device for this and the paths for this. So that was a real emergency, but very interesting from the engineering point of view. Of course, it's a failure, and we try not to think about it. We are looking for some easy ways. We think that, okay, we have this, we have that, let's somehow arrange it. And we'll report to the boss that well, we failed, but the most unpleasant situation is when you need to cut their tubing unit. But sometimes we really have to do this. If there is a problem with that, you really have to do this. You should just judge by the event that you need to cut the tubing unit, and then all the decision will be based on that, because the tube is the most, the element which is the easiest to repair. Though it's not reliable, but you can repair it. It's not Mr. Kravchuk's workshop, so probably will not give the floor to him. Let me speak still. So the cold tubing unit is subject to repair. It's possible to repair it. And when you tell your boss that, the boss, look here, we have already lost the tube. The situation is extremely bad there. We will have to cut it. This is the operation which is unavoidable. And most frequently, I hear the recommendations try to do something about it without cutting it. But you can't do this. This is the wrong one. You cannot pull or push it, because the event happened at the depths, not on the surface. You can create some pressure here, some influence here on the ground, but not underground. So we will have to do this anyway. The second point is that we have heard it from drillers that the coil tubing unit will not be repaired as a result of some simple ways. Don't spend time on that. On their place where it all happened, the place of this clamping. No, we had the correlations. Everything was all right with the circulation, but this was also an element of confusion. So you need to determine the place of this stacking, but it doesn't work with the cold tubing unit. You can use an absolutely silly way to do this. If you have, as it was in our case, if you have a KRS, the rig, but if there problem is with the cold tubing unit, that is also unavoidable. You really need to understand whether you are in the production string, this point of sticking, or in the fountain, which is downwards. It's important to find the place and to be clear about the events, whether it was in the production string or in the column or at the fountain place. And depending on the problem, the choices for solutions will be different. If that is in the production string, well, you just have to be lucky enough. The cold tubing unit is already lost, because the cold tubing unit which is within there, well, this is the worst problem ever. This is worse than the cable, the logging cable, because with the logging cable it's a chance that somehow the problem will be removed, but with the cold tubing unit nothing can be done. This means that the well is over. So if the problem happened in the production string, you need just to cut the cold tubing unit. But if this point of sticking was in the very shaft, then you need to place your production string downwards to do the rigging operation. You need to have a brigade which would need to do this, because if you have torn it, you need to move it to the surface, and you may have a kind of a spiral left as a result of all the operations, and their cold tubing unit will fall downwards. It will just slip downwards, and you will get the well with the cold tubing unit, which cannot be taken away in any way. You could just freeze it in, and this means that the well will not work for 2 or 3 years. So when the problem is about the string, you need to do the running operation to move it downwards. But how to do this? And I would give the floor to other people, because we have made 2 technological discoveries. We placed the cold tubing unit downwards, had the washout, saved actually both the well and the cold tubing unit. And we made 2 discoveries, but of course it was a very tedious and nervous procedure, like 2 packs of cigarettes within 2 hours, sleepless nights. Everything is usual, but you need to somehow live through this event. That's why the idea was that you have to tell about your problems with the cold tubing unit. Don't speak about any other problems, fishing operations or anything else. Let's speak directly about this one. I'll give the floor to Sergey. I will not take too much of your time, but I will probably share my experience. And I also need to say that I've been participating in these works with cold tubing since 2006 or 2007. And the first cold tubing I already mentioned yesterday that came to Belarus, and I used to represent the interests of the Belarus Neft company. So I actually had to accept this ELIMINATION 40T with a pipe of 50 millimeters. And we got it on Friday evening, and we had an ambitious plan to start drilling works with cold tubing. That was the wrong step, but we really started drilling with cold tubing, and I will share my experience about this drilling, because these were the first steps. Unconventional. Normally you start with a washout with the proppant, after the proppant, and mastering, development works, compressor works, nitrogen works, but we started with drilling, but it was 13 or 14 years ago. But to support Yuri, I would like to say that really you don't need to mix those things. You need to understand where the boundary is. the rig is of importance, and all the rigs are different. I could just name some names, some figures of those rigs, but this is like the material, and their cold tubing is the scalpel of the doctor. And the point is that you can do it all efficiently, but this should be done very, very accurately and tediously. I will probably still share my experience of blind drilling on the first works which we did on Belarus oil and gas fields was that we had pipe 50, and we decided to have the open hole to intensify the well, and there was the trend that production was reducing, and we decided to apply some acid or salt acid fracking, and we actually drilled a part of this hole. We started with cold tubing, using blind method without realizing what the load was, without seeing anything in particular, because you understand that to adjust the cleaning system for the cold tubing unit, it was just done chaotically. That was the symbiosis of the work over and cold tubing teams. So we drilled 16 meters. I will not speak about emergencies. That was yet a success. I'm going to speak about positive things only. So we drilled it, we had the acid fracking, and we restored the well and increased our production. That was our first experience. I think that it was a really silly experience, but it was the first one, and we understood that we shouldn't do it that way. We bought another pipe, and started doing some development works, propant washout works, and when cold tubing appeared, it was approximately in that period of time with the fracking fleet which we bought from Fidmash, and we understood that we shouldn't be afraid of some problems since if we have cold tubing, then we are more or less safe with fracking. Yeah, we have had emergencies, but you are speaking about standards, about fundamental and basic things. And you know, Andrei, that I've been dealing with drilling. I like this. That's why cold tubing, it's not just fracking. And Mr. Hafic, probably he's still here in the room. You know, for example, field number 25, Samarinka, it was me who drilled it. That's why I realized what the situation is. Wait a second, please. So I would like to mention that in cold tubing works, the concept which is now advocated by our market doesn't work in corporate governance. There is a drilling engineer, and there is the maximum of, a maximum what we have is a country manager, and that's it. And they need to pass the decision without waiting till morning and thinking that, okay, we need to report it to the boss, to the technical director, or to the work manager, or to the investor. It may be too late. If it is assessed that way, there will be a lot of emergency situations. That's why the drilling engineer, the master, and as a maximum the country manager. And that works within some 30 minutes, I guess. I've had an emergency, by the way. In Ukrsvodobывання, every year we have some problems, some emergency. We leave some tube at some place. But the most interesting thing happened when I worked in Western Siberia. I worked there for 5 years, and I had just one emergency. One emergency situation where we worked with 11 ports, and the customer wanted us to be quick about that. And when we went into Stinger, we were trying to control everything, to freeze everything, and we wanted to lift it step by step. And then my fellow wanted to do it quicker, and he actually moved to the distance, or to the depths of 900 meters. Well, no matter what we did, this person was just lifting it. Why? If it doesn't go upwards, uh, you have to place it to a lower depth. Or probably you should stay at the place where you are and ask somebody for recommendation. But he just did it. And we wanted to have a disconnect, a discoupler there. It was our plan. And before you start your works, I would recommend you to do the planning, to plan what you're going to do and what we will do in this specific situation. Yes, you really need to think. Before you throw a ball, you need to think what the diameter is going to be. You remember the Crimean emergency, probably, Mikhailo. A super old school supervisor, a guy from Germany, just threw a ball which had some pressure on their connector, and we lost circulation. So, a funny story, I would say. Did he? I could remind you of the situation concerning decision making. Okay, Yuri, you can share your experience. Yeah, the point is that there is an exercise I like. It's called going in the reverse direction. There are connecting vessels, and you pump either in one direction or in the reverse direction. If you do this in the reverse direction, their situation is better, the effect is better. We are now working at tight collectors, and we will have to get accustomed to that. We will not have horizontal wells. I remember that somebody said that horizontal wells are a problem, but we have to actually do this, to have those 1 kilometer long horizontal wells. This means that we require fracking, which is done, and if we do fracking, we can also apply COLTUBING. Well, the well is like that, it's a wave-like one, and different processes take place there, kind of sedimentation and sedimentation rate, the pillow, the dead area. You need to do the washout, and it's difficult to create circulation. But it turns out that this reverse, going in the reverse direction works the best. You need to use the COLTUBING unit going in the reverse direction, pumping out. Why? I like this expression, the correlation between the mirrors in their COLTUBING unit in the space around the tubes. Like you create the same pressure, but the speed is different. Me, Mikhail, and Konstantin actually did it, and we checked it. So this going the reverse direction is the standard operation. And it's so much standard and conventional that most wells, in particular with low formation pressure, need this approach. We saved a pipe using this reverse direction. Well, we gave a task to our contractor that at a specific moment of time you need to apply reverse direction. The contractor said, we will not do this. Well, we just decided, Yuri has mentioned the risks, and we were trying to weigh the risks, and that was our first work like that. And since our tube was new, 6,100 meters, so we first of all didn't know what it would yield, though it was supposed to yield propant, and we had to cut this tube in the background of the circulation created, and actually we would have to cut it internally, cut it all, and there was a problem. How are then we going to make defectoscopy? Because we can move along this tube along the surface, but we could not assess it, the losses in terms of this tube unit inside it. And the formation pressure in that well was very, very high, and we were afraid of the differential pressure that could actually be created in that situation. Yeah, you will comment upon this, but I'm going to give a response right away. The company Belarus and by the way, CNHA was the first whom I gave a call, and then it was Mikhail, said that, okay, I told him that, okay, the contractors have refused to do something, and I'm explaining that we need reverse direction. And he said, oh, it's not an easy task. Belarus did it. It took them 1 month, because in fact, again, I would just like to stress that most wells, horizontal wells, are developed only in that, with that approach, reverse direction. But please, I would encourage everyone to express their ideas on that point. Yeah, that was the way it happened, because we really have consultations with each other, and it's a pleasure for me that sometimes I can help not only with my ideas but with some work performance. Velocity strings, probably you have heard about this technology. Yesterday I didn't want to speak about that because the topic was more about fracking, but in Ukernafta we have applied this technology, and we had several points which after defectoscopy were not applicable for working with cold tubing, and not to dispose of them, not to make some metal scraps of them. On one of the wells in western Ukraine, we launched it as a gas lift with the cold tubing unit, and now it keeps working. This is just a short remark. Because of, yeah, and in the reverse direction. Well, the point is that it has been actually written off the balance. And here is a piece of advice. Of course, it's again advertising of FIDMASH, but they have a very good defectoscopy device, and it will really show everything happening to your pipe. And by the way, we use this. And in the future, starting with next year, that will become an obligatory element in your work. Because we have had situations with some companies and they do everything in a very outdated way. As far as defectoscopy device is concerned, working online, when working with a pipe, you remember that first cold tubing unit which we purchased, it had this defectoscopy device. It was a test, a trial unit, and maybe Mr. Galaktionov was the head of the company back then. So we purchased it, and they were also looking at the work of this defectoscopy device, and somehow we dismantled it. We decided that we should just have the regulation in terms of the number of operations, after which we will throw out the pipe. But when we started working under this fake regulation, we understood that we needed to get this defectoscopy device back, and it really helped us. And now Mikhail has been right in saying that this is a requirement, an obligatory requirement, and that is the best thing. And it's very good that we will have this binding requirement, because that will be a chance to buy it. Yeah, please don't think that Sergei is responsible for everything, and just we're not now trying to scold him. We're just discussing the case, and when Mr. Yevchenko was having his presentation, I wanted to add that it's very important that your issue and our experience is really of importance for the performance of the task which we are performing. Over the recent 6 years, if we have a look at any tender in Russia, a defectoscopy device is a must. But why do I like NOV? I'm not their agent, but I like NOV because these are the guys who claim that, okay, if we need it, we will do it. And I was always set the task, or asked the question whether we could reduce the level of nitrogen we use. And the only company which said that, okay, we could deal with this, we could perform those works, was NOV. Who can create the lower product rate? And it's also important how the producer with which you are working reacts. I think that that's all about China. I mean, Chinese companies, the attitude of ours there is to them is different. You remember in Siberia there was a case with the crane when we needed to have an engineer for the crane, but we were given the task, and we understood that actually we may not hire this person. But when we set a task for the Chinese company, one of the tasks, they said it's not possible. So I mean that it's important how the producers react, because if we are faced with a problem, we somehow need to solve this problem. It is a never-ending problem otherwise. I would also like to mention that now we have this unified monitoring system. I think that you have also bought those modern sensors, modern meters. And here it is important that when I was learning how to deal with it, I understood that this unified information space within which you understand all the parameters, you have all the information about all the parameters in one single place. So this provides you with the synergy of indicators. Otherwise, when I didn't have this information, I just weathered a loss because I could not analyze all the parameters at the same time. It was very difficult for me. And now, we have 2 meters, an electronic one and a mechanical one. So when we were analyzing the number of emergencies generally happening to the operator, normally half of the emergencies are due to the wrong velocity assessment and wrong assessment of the length of the pipe. These are the things of critical importance. Just a couple of statements about my vision of the situation, of the technological situation with coal tubing in Ukraine. The growth started in 2016, and the technological level and the qualifications of coal tubing engineers in Ukraine improved. This is good on the one hand. Well, the procedures were different. Either foreign companies entered the market or some of the experts got back from abroad, and on the basis of that experience and on the basis of the driving incentive of Укргазвидобування, we created the corridors along which it was easier to move. This is good on the one hand, but bad on the other hand, because this is the professionalism corridor, so to say. A person who works under the template is not capable of thinking out of the box. And there must be a person who could think out of the box. And the longer the company works, the better professionals they have, and the higher this the more important this problem is. The fence is becoming higher, and if there is no person who can think out of the box, that is a real problem for the company. There must be a person who can look over the fence, and it would be good if this is a field specialist. Today in this room we don't have any field specialists, right? You are staying mainly in the office. You are, right? Okay, one person. Just one person. So I'm mentioning this just for managers, for bosses. You need to involve people like this, field specialists, to such conferences. And I think that this is some additional motivation for staff members. Another thing. No microphone. There must be some field specialists who actually attend such workshops.
We are talking about practical implementation. This is a bonus, but it's not the most important thing. It's a good example how one can make a decision when there is a driver, when there is some interest. Because if we follow the template, the most important thing, and now we have lots of service companies, and not all service companies understand their mission. The mission is not to boast and say how cool you are and what kind of profit you've made, but the main mission is to satisfy the customer's needs. And it's important for the customer to feel satisfied. Some people really understood that this COLTUBING technology is a metal pipe wound around the cylinder. If you have my presentation on, the key point is video there, but I really wanted to show what we had in real life and what we managed to do during this New Year night. Unfortunately, there is no... Well, you never know what's inside the well. And we didn't pay attention to this. We said that there were some issues related to the interval. So probably there is some sand there. But it turned out there was no sand, but something else. You really have to look what's inside. So we were thinking about many different things. We were trying to get to the core reason of this thing. So I went to the forest, and there was a bag with some stones, and people said, "What's there?" There were some stones, and it turned out that it actually had major influence on the solution. Our primary task was sand streaming operation, and we didn't manage to finish it because we actually spent all our funds on this thing. So our task was to do sand perforations. There were some intervals which were missed, and the efficiency of any operations was lower. There was a very big dilemma. We had to do these sand operations. So whatever you do, sand operations were the best. And Mikhail can confirm that sandblasting perforation works much better than cumulative one. Cumulative one is related to increase in temperature and energy, and sand is sand. It's harmless. So continuation of operation after sticking was almost impossible. And the second approach of COLTUBING actually required some other efforts, so we didn't do it. We had another issue, that we had a venture operation with the same operator. Sometimes we have to do some works which will open new opportunities for us. It's not always that we look at the graph and here we have some debit and here we have some figures, and in case the figures are not good, so we do not do anything here. No, still you can proceed. And when we measure the principles, the opportunities, and we understood that we have to do this perforation. Perforation is less accidental prone, and we had to do the bridge, but later we had to close the bridge because we spent all the funds to restoration. Some more facts. Devil is in details. So if you have some information, which unfortunately probably is not always sufficient, I mean about information about the well, so if you do some interventions and when you have some discovery, for example, you wash something out, you see some metal things or something else, it turns out that somebody remembers some actions. So the information you need is in the head of a person who once participated in the project. So this is another problem, why accident rate is quite high. I'm not talking about coal tubing technologies, but generally accident rate in service companies, because the mentality of people is like that. Mr. Nagornyak has said already that we should not punish people. And the second point, if the company's division successfully managed to resolve some accident, where it is hidden, so it is discussed only within the company, so there is no sharing of information. We have our own rules and procedures. I'm not talking about different companies. Different teams within one company have different approaches. Some people came from one company, some drillers came from Schlumberger. So we have to choose and share best practices, and we have to accommodate them to Ukrainian realia. Just imagine the sticking took place. So we talk about intensive washout, reducing tension, the other issues, so we tried everything. Still we have this sticking. My colleague may add more procedures that we've done. So we did zebra method, some other ones. So we tried everything. Sticking is there, and we gave a call to our head. We still have some circulation, but it's already reduced. And one of the problems is that we cannot hire super clever people, super smart people, and these people are in the office and they are not working 24/7. So in case we have some accident, this person may be sleeping, may not be there, may be on holiday, and for example, at night it was impossible to make a decision, and in the morning the situation deteriorated. Thanks God we had at least some circulation. And the information that goes from the field usually were punished, and in case something happens, they try to show that it's not their fault. So we do not have a person who can come up with a solution, who cannot. We have to make some conclusions on the basis of the information which is not reliable. Then we have some information based on sensories. For example, we have weight sensories and depth sensories. We know that weight sensories is okay, but depth sensories in cold tubing is actually very fluctuating, plus minus 20 meters. So on the basis of this sensor data, we can identify approximate place of sticking. So the first action is we have a question. Where do we have this sticking? We give approximate information. There were 5 people in our case counting, and they said that sticking is in the pumping and compression equipment. So the speed of flow was okay. We had some gravel, which was bigger than 5 millimeters. So it means we also see that there are some metal wires, something else. So we did the perforations, we did the washing out. So the circulation was on. So it means there was some metal sticking. On the basis of this information, we made a decision to pump acid. So let's do acid. Let's do some acid baths within the sticking interval in the pumping and compression equipment. We lost time. The situation was even more deteriorated. And moreover, we lose money and we lose funds, we lose time. And potentially we risk losing the pipe. So we think what we can do. Another traditional approach is to cut the pipe to bring down the cutter. I'm talking about the traditional approach. So when you cut the pipe higher than the injector, when you bring down the cutter equipment and you cut above the sticking place, but the problem is that the cutters are not there. You have to wait for them. Moreover, our pipe was number 25, and physically the cutters are available, but you have to wait for them. You have to order them individually. So we were trying to understand what we could do. So we came up with this method. Please, the next slide. Killing the well. When you have sticking, you try everything, and then you have to somehow kill it. So even if we do traditional cutting, the well should be killed. The next step in our case was just unloading of the pipe. You do all possible weight manipulations. For example, you get 5 meters. At 5 meters of pipe movement. You use special equipment, you fix the pipe, you unbundle the connection over the preventing equipment, you raise the injector. So you have all the elements, for example, the crane or manipulator, so all the elements are there. You fix the pipe, and then you cut the pipe, you demount the injector. So for those who are in COLTUBING, they understand what I'm talking about. Just imagine you have a preventer and there is a part of the pipe sticking out of it. Then you dismount the preventer, some other equipment, and you mount another type of equipment. So when we dismount the previous equipment, we try to determine the sticking place. So if you go up, so here is your pipe, it is somewhere situated in space and it can be squeezed as if it were a spring. So the most important for you is to preserve its movement. So if sticking is in pumping and compression equipment, then the flexible pipe will go together with pumping and compression equipment. But if the sticking is in the casing, then you'll have some issues related to clamp. You understand that we have 2-ton equipment. You won't feel it if you have flexible. If you have winding pipe, we really had to buy very sensitive equipment, metering equipment, for us to be able to feel a weight of 100 kilograms. So we were measuring the weight of the pipe, and we actually had a person who performed 2 operations, that of the crane operator and some other operations. So COLTUBING was already cut. So we were doing capital repair, but they're also our colleagues. So this is the most important issue, and this is the most unpleasant issue. So once again, if it is pumping and compression, sticking, what you lose is the flexible pipe. You will just cut this part out and that's it. And we hoped it was the case, but it turned out it was not the case. So there were 5 engineers that we calculated, who calculated it was in pumping equipment, but it turned out that the sticking was in casing, and it turned out that we had to bring it down, the pumping equipment, and we wanted to know how we could do it. And then another colleague came and said, okay, what you did, so how you managed to bring it down. So we were actually making up some plans. We were trying, and we failed one thing and another thing. So we really were approaching it from different sides. You do one thing, it doesn't work. Another one, it doesn't work. But we were persistent, and finally we understood what we should do. And the drillers and the crane operators understood how it should be, and we went down. But there was another question. So we went down to the sticking place, and what's next? We start washing out forward, but there should be a circulation system, but it's difficult. Just imagine you have the pumping equipment and you have the pipe, so it doesn't go down. So there was a very unpleasant decision we've made, a reversal movement. But it was even more difficult and complicated for us. It was even more difficult to create the reversal circulation. We had to go up, and the reversal movement actually turned out to be productive, turned out to be positive. And we were successful, and as a result we've got this gravel. So there was a question. So we washed out. We actually added pumping equipment. We went down. Well, we thought probably it's about 15 or 20 meters down underground. And then we faced another problem. So we washed one pumping equipment, got lots of sand on the ground, but sticking was still there. So we had to think what we should do. So we thought we would use 2-meter nipples somehow to solve the question, and then we managed that we have to grow the pumping equipment, and we understand how we could extend the length of pumping equipment and still go down. So when the 10 pipes were washed out, we were actually surprised. The driller didn't know where he was. That was the key problem. But if we didn't do this exercise, we wouldn't understand who was to blame. It turned out that the sensor of depth was not unreliable. The driller thought that the pipe, the equipment was at different height. So we were estimating and calculating. So we already were quite deep, but the pipe didn't go up. And when we actually lost hope, it finally went up. So I couldn't believe my eyes. So it was 100 meters. We managed to bring it up. We welded it, and still we were working with it. Just imagine that the residual cost of the equipment was 80,000 euros. So we repaired it, and it was okay. We were trying to. We had actually similar accidents, so there were lots of sticking cases. And every time I talked to a drilling team, I stayed to them that, well, it's possible to get the pipes, but you have to start with the most unpleasant operations. So if your primary approaches to the problem were not successful, you do not lose the pipe, but you lose the well. And you really had to do the cutting, and you really had to do a well work over. No, Mike. So Sergey asks how it was. There will be some visual elements. So you see, step by step, you had to produce two elements. One, just wire or cable in order to bring it down to the sticking place. And the second element, we were trying to do the knot, so we did the packing unit or sealing unit from the equipment we had. There was cable number 25. It was actually possible to find it in the facility. So what happened after all the manipulations? I will not go into details. We installed the preventer. You have the preventer, you have the wedge, you have the pipe. Over the pipe you have pumping and compression equipment with a nipple. Then you have cable tension. It goes through the pumping equipment pipe. You wind it. The pumping equipment is on the elevator, and then you have the weight sensor. And then you have the tension up, and we bring the pipe down. So as a result, we go to the sticking point. Unfortunately, there is no mic. We know how the packing unit works. We even had an argument with my colleague. Just go and buy this packing element. There is a spring there. Probably it seems to be unreliable, but it will be good. So they brought that crankshaft, and it was really reliable, it was really good. So it will be the sealing unit named after Naharnyak, but as a result we managed to achieve what we wanted. we are in the field, you understand that you cannot buy high quality equipment there. The cable was just found somewhere. Here we have an element of the length we needed, and we used it. So, well, it's funny now, but at that time it was not funny for us. So you see the element, it was somehow compiled by us. If we probably we can have the video. No, there is a video. If you want, I will give the presentation to you. There is actually a practical point what we did. We understood where the point of sticking was. It turned out that the sticking was at a very low level, and it was very unpleasant discovery for us. We decided to go down. We identified where we are, and then when we saw where we are, we were trying to understand what was the type of sticking. Probably the casing was perforated. There could be mechanical sticking. The driller was washing out in a very good way. So we identified the cause of sticking, and if the casing is perforated, we try to do some elements about the casing. If it is metal sticking, we do the acid bath in a certain point, or we can do the washing out. The next element for the washing out is a flexible pipe, where we have this density knot. Then we do the washing out of sand, and then we have this weight, and we can calculate everything. Then we work with a weight sensor. Then we do the washing out. We see that the pipe actually is moving. We are happy. We try to put it up, and it goes up. And when we put it up, we really washed out about 100 meters of sand. And later in the video you see gravel. Well, somehow video is not on. You will take the presentation and you'll watch the video from the presentation. So we did the constant washing out and washing out of gravel, but later when we were trying to clean the tank, we saw it.
But that was a gradual process, right? You were doing washing up and circulation, so you saw what you get. So how did it happen so that the problem was? I'm not got your idea. Do you speak about the moment of time when we were liquidating the emergency, the accident? No, that is, by the way, a very good question. How did it happen? How did you go 100 meters? It's a good question. In particular, after frac, in the post-frac development, your formation has the hyperpermeability, and you have to settle this stuff. The formation is ready to, take this. It's like a wound after appendicite cutting. After frac, that is really the fracture, the well after appendicitis. And when you do the wash out, for some reason you don't take into account that there is some weighted element, sand, propant. We somehow forget about it. And the main thing is that there is a point of time when you start accumulating tightness step by step. And then it so happens that your wound after surgery stops taking this, and all your water, all your circulation goes into the formation, and that is the point of sticking, the reason for sticking. And there are two mistakes. The first one, pressure in the formation, and the other one that we didn't realize, the drilling engineers, and we also did not realize while making the calculations where we are. And well, meters, no, sensors, no, that is an internal problem. There were two of them. They and get different measurements. These are just indicators. These are not precision devices. And how often do you deal with your meters? How often are you soriating your devices? Well, soriating is an important point, but in fact, not that important. Again, we have connected vessels, but there is a third element there, the formation, the reservoir. And when you're drawing these vessels, don't forget about the formation. It should also be there in your picture. And the weight of sand, because we somehow didn't realize this. Again, sand in the weighted condition, it's like a liquid, but at a certain point of time, when there is no circulation, it becomes a solid rock, a solid substance. And that's the point for sticking, for cold tubing. That's the point you need to understand in order to answer the question. There was no circulation, there was not enough circulation, and even only reverse direction could help here because of the high speed. And that is also the answer to the question about reverse direction. That's the truth. I would just like to add a couple of words. The point is that there is one more point related to proppant washout after fracking. There is one more factor. After frack, multi-stage fracking in particular, you get a very good bread layer, and there is one more mistake. We trust the endings which we have, but do you remember about hydromonitoring effect, in particular as far as drill bits are concerned? Specific concentration, and that is a very serious thing. So you know what we did? We found some parts, ending parts, in Germany, which was rather costly, just 3,000 euros. This was just a cap, you know. And the point is that somehow it could not destroy this RP layer of this bread, so to say. And the point is that when you do the washing up, there is some additional pressure there. And within a moment of time, there is a kind of an explosion, right? It's like the expulsion of a proppant of sand, and then nothing will help. There will be no effect, no influence that you can have. Yeah, and to avoid this problem with the bread cast and generally crust, and when you're doing wash out with their proppant, when you work with this crust, you need to understand where the formation is, and you open this formation only by some 2 or 3 meters, and only after that, if you detect where the problem is, you will start continuing works, and then you will avoid a lot of problems in that way. Yuri, you were to start, and I think that you are to finish our workshop. Yeah, just a couple of words. I'd like to sum it up because you spoke about information exchange within the brigade, within the team. It's really important. Our case has shown this. We had a situation when, well, I went there, I controlled everything. There was water, it was pressurized, and it was everything all right with the inspector, and I left. I just left my team, my brigade. And then I gave a call at 6 in the morning. They were filling out their pipe. The inspector was already there. They were ready for pressurizing. And then it was 8:30, and there was no SMS message that the works were already over with the pressurizing. I gave a call and they said that they are still filling out the pipe, and I could not understand why so long. It takes them more than 40 minutes. Where is the result? And it turned out that nobody had a look at their level, the amount of water. They thought that there are 8 cubic meters of water, but everybody thought that there is water. And I had to scold the guys, not because they didn't control water level, but because they were trying to hide this failure of theirs, because every little failure could actually lead to a global problem, more substantial problem. Yeah, Andrei has actually asked me to somehow summarize. And you remember, I mentioned at the beginning there must be a person who is not sleeping. Well, I had a surgery on appendicitis, and just imagine that the surgery has started and then the doctor is leaving for home in the middle of the operation because it's no longer his shift. It's like 8 o'clock, he needs to leave. So the well is like a child, and you should be staying with it all the time, and then you will get the feedback. All the science, all the things we have been speaking about today, modeling, non-modeling, they all require being very, very attentive to the well all the time. So to sum it up, I would say that I really trust that all the guys who are related to the management definitely will have emergencies and accidents, and you will have somehow to solve these problems. But don't try to punish Ludey for the truth, and never say that you have just mentioned the right thing, but you have punished them. It's wrong. It's a wrong approach. It's really important not to punish people, because I used to work as a drilling engineer, and well, there may be different cases. Then drilling engineer who has made a mistake is already better than 3 drilling engineers who have never made mistakes. He's more experienced. So Andrei once told me a good thing. An accident, a car accident. Well, it's okay. It's not bad when your car has some faults to the outside. That is all about experience. We, technologists and technical engineers, have one problem. We are in between the financial guys and the boss, and their guys who are working in the field. That is not easy. We need to tell one thing to the boss, and we should also somehow stimulate our field workers. So it's very difficult to strike the right balance here. And if the head of the drilling platform, the chief engineer, is covered, well, that will be a problem. That is one more definition I would like to give. I call it engineering bravery. But somebody thinks that brave people are people going with pistols, with guns. No, but engineer is also brave. It's really connected with a lot of fear. When I worked as a drilling engineer, I really felt a lot of fear, because you don't understand what is happening, you don't understand how you have to respond. And the chief engineer cannot be covered. It should be a real man. And I'm not speaking here about any gender, but in the sense of bravery. Well, this person should be brave and should be able to work both with the field engineers and with the boss at the same time. I have an example of a guy like this. He is actually an officer who used to be in the front, and when he got into his first battle, he understood that, well, it was really fearful, but when I came to understand that all younger guys are looking at me and I don't know what to do, it was even connected with more fear. So I didn't need how to respond, and I understood that I just need to act rationally. I need to forget about my fear. That's the problem. Vitaly, hello? So that is an element we need to bear in mind. I would also like to mention financial risks. Yeah, as far as financial risks are concerned, we started speaking about them already after the situations happened, after the accidents. You know, you don't really need to scrutinize the whole situation during the various situation, but after that, if everything is all right, if you're down to the earth, you need to scrutinize the situation. What we did was understand where it was, because the contractor will say that, okay, this was bad, and that's. But you need to understand the real reason for this accident happening. We did this exercise and we understood where the problem was. That this was the problem with the drilling engineer who made a mistake. And something was also wrong with the technology, but the drilling engineer should have confessed about this when he came to know this. So when we started scrutinizing the situation, then this comes to rationality. Yes, there was your recommendation to cut, right? To tear. But there would be a high likelihood that me and Mikhail would have to deal with their workover for a year. That would really cost a lot. It's like minus 80,000 euros for a COLTUBING unit, and plus just waiting for a year's time. So the main responsibility you have is about the well, and when you start scrutinizing the situation, you really need to understand the reason. And I think that those 2 weeks saved us a lot of money, since we didn't have to invest them into the workover. So we came to agree that all the costs, and by the way, this was my initiative, I thought that it would be fair that we could have done it in a different way. There is the customer's principle. If it is proven that the contractor, it is the contractor's fault, the contractor should be responsible for that in terms of finance. But I said that, okay, all the material costs which we have incurred are ours, and that you have incurred is yours. So that was a division of responsibility. And I think that it should be that way, though I could have done it differently. But I think it is fair. It is a fair approach. We call this method, actually not we, it was some of our colleagues who went to Turkey because he was found responsible for some things. So it's wrong. You cannot blame only one person on something and put the whole responsibility on him or her. So the method of the customer's method, I mentioned that we call this method that way. And according to this method, you know, when that era of cooperation with external contractors started, we had an agreement. And Mikhail always supported me that for 3 or 4 years we need to cooperate, no matter who makes mistakes. I mean, we have to work together and to make mistakes together, and therefore it should be our joint responsibility. Because if the problem lies only with the contractor or only with the customer, there will always be problems. So let's work together for the sake of getting some experience. And we agreed on a kind of an amnesty for cases of any accidents, because otherwise it's stress concentration. There were cases when I had to undertake personal responsibility because of that agreement. We proved that, okay, guys, this is yours, these are your financial losses, and these are our financial losses, and that's the way we did. Okay, so let's applaud to all of us for participation in the workshop. On my behalf, I was trying to create the informal atmosphere. Yeah, you have managed to do this. Yeah, there has been a lot of produced water. And then my workshop starts, together with Mr. Rodin. Leonid, are you here? We need to make a break, I guess. Yes, because sometimes I myself need a break. I can feel exhausted. So, colleagues, I have, well, I'll probably tell my personal story. I've been telling this story a couple of times, and Leonid already knows the story. He has heard it several times, but it's easier for me to speak through my personal experience, and I think that this is something related to all of us, and that's why I would ask you to be very attentive today, because that is a period of revelations. This story started for me 4 years ago when I tried to once again promote their mixture of ethyl and methyl spirits for one mixture, for one formation. You are engineers, I guess that you know what I speak about. In our tubes, because of pressure fluctuations, in particular in the winter period, we have gas hydrates accumulation, and there are different mixtures which are staying there. And this becomes solid sedimentation. Of course, this creates some bottlenecks, and we have to apply methanol to clean this. Because then the ice melts and it becomes just simple gas. There are some special reservoirs which work with methanol. And Naftahaz and our oil and gas complex, since Naftahaz has the largest production, so they consume all in all 45,000 methanol for such operations. And there are some Ukrainian developments where the amount of methanol is replaced with ethyl spirit. Why? Because methanol is a poison, and it looks like spirits, and well, you know what happens. So that is a problem. So 4 years ago, I wrote a letter, the first letter to Mr. Nagornyak, and he signed it, and he said that I'm not settling the issues of methanol. I will send the letter upwards. So from year to year, Naftahaz has been buying methanol at the price which is far more expensive than private companies, and this is related to the fact that for this company to buy 30 or 40,000 of methanol, you need the infrastructure. That is true, because it's all about storage, about warehousing facilities, and so on and so forth. But why does the economy of scale not work here is not clear. Then a year passed, and from year to year, in the winter period, when tenders are announced for millions of dollars, every time I send this letter to some high authorities asking to do something about that, and different offers are given. But you know, the methanol we buy is the methanol produced in Russia. And I've already done a lot about this. I did write a letter to Nagornyuk, then to Romanyuk, then to Homenko, then to Favorov, so different officials, not to Kovalov. I just told him orally, and I already consider it to be a tradition to write a letter from year to year. Why do we buy so much methanol at such an expensive price? But the most important thing, that this tender, which was meant to be held, did not take place. I knew it would not take place because the price of methanol started going upwards rapidly, and I had this prediction. I understood that this would happen that way, and I was told that there is no alternative to the Russian methanol. He explained the reasons, and he said that, you know, if the trend is upwards, you will be there a billionaire, but you are not a billionaire. So I will try now to become a billionaire and to somehow solve this problem. Anyway, we will speak about the problem. also had a meeting with their head of their fuel and energy committee, and I was asked what I think about hydrogen. And to tell the truth, I said that, well, that is not good because it's easier to get energy from methane. There are some problems with transportation because this is a very fine gas. It's very expensive. That's what my answer was to the head of this committee. And now I think that probably I was wrong. The answer was wrong. But somehow I have come to understand that, well, what is happening to hydrogen? Are all people crazy about it? Why are they? And we had a meeting with Mr. Pipir, Mr. Kozitsky, and it appeared that Kozitsky has been dealing for some 5 years with methanol, and people dealing with different foam polystyrene are coming to him, are approaching him, and Pipir knows about this topic. He has been working with it for some 5 years. But this has been happening recently, this year. And back then, it was a kind of an intellectual search as to what is happening in the world with hydrogen and how do we amend things with this. So I started giving calls to everyone and communicating about this. And I was told that probably you are not knowledgeable in this. But, you know, I kind of infected other people and they started thinking about the same topic. And Yuri told me, Yuri is my colleague, he told me that probably we could discuss this issue during the forum in Poltava. And I have a recorded answer of Yuri where he told that all the energy goes into the molecule. You know, we spoke with him about internal combustion engines as well, and do you know how much it took for him to cover 100 kilometers, just 1 liter of petroleum. So can you imagine this? Of course, it was not racing, but at least this consumption, this is just some minor injection for this vehicle to be going. Of course, it's not the anti-substance or not the atom, but if we compare the density of the energy in molecule and batteries, these are incomparable things. Even if we improve the batteries, that doesn't work. We can never make the density the same. What happened next? There was some hysterics about Trump, Biden, and at that point of time in Europe, at some click of the button, hydrogen projects were launched, hydrogen directive appeared. Europe already knew that Biden would win, almost getting ready for that in a very intensive way, because the fight with decarbonization was not supported by the US, you know, before that. And, well, there are different opinions among environmentalists about CO2. This is the gas which is available in the atmosphere in the smallest amounts, and it's necessary for the trees to exist. And there are no ideas that its concentration somehow influences our life. But we're trying to study this problem. But the thing we have is that the CO2 footprint is the footprint of the irrational use of minerals. That is 100% sure. And no matter where you look, everywhere where you see CO2 emission, that stands for the problems with their health of people, irrational use of money, and irrational use of water resources, because that stands for obsolete equipment, industrial, commercial equipment. All the principles are violated. That's why control over the emission of CO2 is a good thing, as for me. But the accusation that this poor gas is to blame for our bad level of living, well, has not been proven. But the fact that this CO2 footprint is the testimony of the irrational use of resources, that was clear for me when I was 11 years old, I guess. And in this sense, this control is absolutely right. So, since many pseudo-ecologists, global pseudo-environmentalists who have started speaking about the global climate change, are deceiving us through this CO2 statement, this has led to the situation when the US, the Republicans, were not supporting the idea of CO2 emission curbing. There is another very simple argument. If a volcano erupts, it brings 10 times more CO2 emission than the whole world over this year by its enterprises. So the Republicans did not support this, but when the Democrats came, it all started like an eruption. Before that, the Republicans didn't support the Kyoto Protocol, the various agreements. These things were not supported, and because of the fact that there was lack of support, the changes related to the Kyoto Protocol and the cost of CO2 emissions was not high because there was no competition, and for Europeans, for Americans, it was good because Europe was trying to upgrade something, to make some limitations, but the US did not support the Kyoto Protocol, and their products became more expensive because they didn't have to modernize and upgrade their equipment. But it was already clear in October and November that probably the miracle would happen when at the same time there will be European tendencies on curbing the CO2 emissions, and at the same time Biden will come to power and he will support this approach, and this will be now a global process. And it was really kind of an eruption of a volcano in this sense. And again, winter coming, methanol, you remember my problem with methanol in writing letters, and in some time I started getting the news which frustrated me, absolutely frustrated me. I just thought, and what if these guys managed to curb these CO2 emissions? What if oil, which probably, as we thought, would still live long, will be stopped being used as a fuel?
So what will happen in this case? We actually have not felt it because we had the pandemic and we didn't need that much of oil and petroleum. As a result, we needed less plastic. People stayed at home, people didn't use as many products as usually, so people didn't need new tires. We had global economy stagnation. But I just was thinking about the following. If we have the petroleum, so if we, for example, do not have it, so what is going to happen with oil and chemical industry? The lion's share of it is based on the petroleum products, petroleum-based products. So what will happen to oil, to the chemical industry, if we do not need petroleum and oil products? Due to the density of energy, due to the fact that the density of energy is not big, and you have, for example, solar energy, and you have wind energy, and it is free of charge to some extent. And if wind energy is more or less, then it will probably lead to disbalancing of your system. So you take an electrode, two electrodes. You have one gas, you have another gas, you have hydrogen, you have oxygen, and it is free of charge. And if you keep your money in the bank, you have to pay for it, so you'd better invest it into buying the solar batteries, etc. So we come to the point that sooner or later hydrogen will be really cheap or free of charge. The price on hydrogen will be determined by its storage and transportation, and the production of hydrogen will not be important. So you have a very serious molecule. So once again, we do not have petroleum and other products the majority of capacity, the majority of enterprises in oil and gas industry were founded about 100 years ago. The latest refurbishment of these factories and plants probably took place after the Second World War, when they had to be restored after the war. And once again, when new deposits and fields were discovered, some new plants, refining plants, were built in Asia and Africa. So now it is 2021. So these factories and plants are about 30 years old. And practically nobody is going to give you any money, any funds for reducing your carbon footprint. So for solar and wind energy, you have lots of funds, but for oil and gas, you won't have any funds. So who is going to modernize these plants? So here I have a call from my colleague. My name is Leonid. And I was given your telephone number, so I really need some contacts with private companies. I told that, well, I'm not going to talk about methanol, but actually I have an this man said, I have an installation that will give you 1,000 tons a year. So what I need is 3,000 cubic meters of gas a day, 24 hours. And I think, well, that's great. We have a very good, it's a very good offer. This is just 3,000 cubic meters of gas. You put a tank, you fill it with methanol, then you sell it. I said, well, that's really good. We'll really start cooperating. So I will probably stop here, and I will ask Mr. Rodin to tell us about the production of methanol. It's important for you to understand what may happen in future and what kind of way of development is chosen for the world, and what role will belong in this development of oil and industry. So I'm going to speak about three things in my presentation in this workshop. The first one will be about the structure I represent. The second one will be what we offer for oil and gas companies. And the third point will be the benefits for oil and gas companies. And one more element, what kind of prospects methanol production have for oil and gas industry. So we are talking about general industrial development. So I'm not going to read what is written here in this slide, but I will provide some brief facts. Chemical and Technological Company is based in Severodonetsk. So we took over from the biggest technological institute, which was in Severodonetsk. It was the State Methanol Institute, and it's refining. So we had a number of developments, and actually the whole methanol industry in the Soviet Union was based on our developments. So it is localized in Ukraine, Severodonetsk, in Belarus, Grodno, and the key facilities are in Russia. It was a complex institute that had research and development division, pilot units, and actually the division responsible for assembling the plants and factories. Now a couple of words why we started thinking about small units. We call them compact ones. Because there are three main reasons behind it. The first one is what Andrei has just mentioned. All industry actually has this flare stacks where we do gas flaring. Actually, we flare about 150 billion cubic meters of gas. As a result, we have about 400 million tons of CO2 emissions. And at the same time, we heat the atmosphere. And once again, we emit heat, which volume is 1.2 billions of calorium. And it's enough to, for example, provide heating to 50 big cities. So it's a huge amount of heat. The second reason why we started this production, and it has been partially mentioned by Andrei, gas production companies use methanol as an inhibitor of hydroformation. So for you not to buy methanol, you may install our unit directly at the field and use this methanol for your needs. And the third reason is that we have lots of small debit deposits or fields. Or we have those fields where we have lots of CO2 or nitrogen, which is not good for a gas transportation system. But at the same time, this gas is a good raw material for methanol production. Compact methanol units. Here you have the unit with the capacity of 10,000 tons a year. And we think that compact units are those that produce from 1,000 tons a year up to 20,000 tons a year. Actually, there are no limits, but this capacity of 20,000 tons a year means that you can actually place it in sea tanks, sea containers. As a result, the mounting works become easier, and to some extent, it is portable. In this scheme, you see methanol production from natural gas. So we clean the gas, we purify the gas with sulfur, and we clean it to the level of 0.2 ppm. We use steam conversion of natural gas. Then we compress the gas up to pressure of 50 atmospheres, and then as a result we have the synthesis of raw methanol. Then we have rectification, and the quality of methanol becomes good. So it is pure methanol.
Нет, я тут упростил, да. Так, это стрелочку противоположную.
I have seen this scheme several times, but actually I couldn't grasp it. But then we do the presentation for Ukernafta company, and there was more detailed scheme there, and actually people start asking questions about CO2 I never liked chemistry, biochemistry, particularly when I studied it at university.
Оказывается, что вот этот при конверсии
And when we have this steam conversion,
разбивается молекула
the molecule
да?
CO CH4 is broken down into several elements. First of all, we have hydrogen.
Смесь СО,
Then we have mixture of CO, CO2, if I'm not mistaken.
Получается, что
As a
синтез
result,
метанола
the methanol synthesis is
метанол это CH3
CH3OH.
Естественно, синтез метанола
So when we have this synthesis of methanol,
к водороду CO2
we just add CO2 to hydrogen,
по-другому делается.
and the space will be different.
Вот здесь
So that's it.
получается водород.
As a result, we have hydrogen.
Алина Михайлович
Then,
говорит, ну это ж да, это известно.
well, I'm really surprised, and Mr. Rudin says that really we have here gray and blue and turquoise hydrogen, and I am amazed because I remember the combination, the word combination, blue hydrogen, whether we need blue hydrogen. Is it the same as green hydrogen? Yes, we do have turquoise hydrogen, which is good, but what about green one? I thought, okay, what kind of names these are?
Скажите нам, чем отличается голубой?
So please tell us, what is the difference between blue and turquoise? First of all, I will tell you what gray hydrogen is about. So here we have hydrogen production. And really, this part is responsible for hydrogen production. So when we combine it with CO2, we have methanol. So it is in very primitive terms. So gray hydrogen is this one, which is produced from fossil fuel, I mean from natural gas, and which actually produces CO2, and as a result CO2 is emitted into the atmosphere. So by the way, when we produce methanol, the whole CO2 is related to methanol. But if we are talking about ammonia, the whole CO2 goes into the atmosphere. So we also have gray hydrogen. And by the way, this is official classification when you do not know what kind of electricity is in your socket. For example, if you know that it is from the wind energy or solar energy, it is green hydrogen. And if you do not know the origin of your hydrogen, it is classified as gray one. And here the situation is the following. If you emit CO2 in the process of obtaining ammonia, this is gray hydrogen. And once again, we come back to methanol. In this scheme, we do not have CO2 emissions, because when we produce methanol, we do not have it. But if we produce ammonia, really we have CO2 emissions. Ammonia is NH3, so we do not have carbon there. Usually, together with ammonia facilities, they install carbamide facilities. So here we have gray hydrogen, which is accompanied by CO2 emissions. And in case we manage to catch CO2 and store it in underground facilities or utilize it in any possible ways, so if we do not emit it into the atmosphere, we call it blue hydrogen. So once again, hydrogen produced from fossil fuels, but CO2 emissions do not take place. So it is called blue hydrogen.
Значит, ну, что такое зеленый водород уже все
So you already understand what is green hydrogen. When you do water electrolysis, and the energy should be from solar or turbine power, wind power. And well, nuclear energy is still challenging. There are some hidden emissions, they are still present. And there is also turquoise hydrogen, which is obtained with the help of pyrolysis of the natural gas.
Значит, есть, значит, ну да, без доступа кислорода, это понятно, но
Without excess of oxygen.
образовывается в виде сажи.
So it can be produced in the form of ash, and this ash will be hidden somewhere. But actually, ash production is very dirty. So let's come back to the formula of methane, CH4. So one molecule of methane may produce 2 molecules of hydrogen, 2H2. So 1 cube of methane will produce 2 cubic meters of hydrogen if you manage to get rid of C. Usually it exists in the form of ash. Well, that's bad, but it's much better than CO2. So we are talking about soot or carbon deposit. So this turquoise hydrogen is has one problem, that because of the soot, the units producing turquoise hydrogen are very expensive. So methane goes through special salts under very big pressure and high temperatures, and as a result, it breaks down.
Молекулы, да, да, молекулы, да. Ну, это, значит, ладно, почитайте. Да, значит,
So this turquoise hydrogen, why we stress this point? Because we have the development of another technology of getting turquoise hydrogen. One, we do not have soot, but we have graphite. First of all, it is the industrial product, and there are lots of things produced from it. And also, you can actually bury it, that's it. And it will not be harmful for the environment. But we have deviated from our topic. So once again, you see the M1 installation looks like producing 3 tons a day or 1,000 tons a year of methanol. Here you have M10 unit producing 10,000 tons a year. Here you see the general scheme of the unit of the installation, and here you see the area. So the unit producing 10,000 tons a year is 40 by 30 meters large. And here you see the whole area necessary for the very technological unit, flaring element, facility for producing nitrogen, and also some pumping equipment. So here you can install it at any deposit or any field. Here you see the parameters of the unit. Raw materials and energy resource. So you need about 1,000 cubic meters of natural gas. If we talk about electricity, then it's about 400 kilowatts per 1 ton of methanol, like about 5 tons of demineralized water, and reverse water is 96%. So these are the resources you need to produce hydrogen.
So we have Sergei here. He has been selling quotas under the Kyoto Protocol, and actually you may have a discussion with him on that point. Look, I'm repeating it again that in order to produce methanol, we need hydrogen and CO2. CO2 neutrality means that if you cannot but produce CO2, at least you need to buy quotas. And now quotas are rather expensive. It's 52 euros per ton. The price is increasing. So if you just see CO2, then a part of natural gas from which you take methanol is something you don't need because, again, you have the splitting into two molecules, two hydrogen molecules, and part goes to water, while you can use the other part adding additional CO2 there and reducing from 15, according to our estimations, % of CO2 without even remaking this installation. You just supply CO2. You will probably comment upon this. So 15% is something you get even if you don't do anything about it. Just you have a stove for gas burning or some heating purposes. When you take this installation or if you have an ethanol plant where CO2, pure CO2 is produced, look, those bubbles in champagne, for example, and you need to pay for the CO2. And if you have biomethane, you can just take this clean CO2 you supply there, and you actually save some natural gas. But if you do redo your installation, you can get even 30%. You can use it, and you get the unit, which besides producing methanol, you will just achieve CO2 neutrality in this way. We have made some calculations, and we decided that if our installations are rather compact, then the whole procedure will take about a year and a half, starting with the development of the design documents, procurement and production of equipment, assembling and construction works, and up to the putting into operation commissioning. Besides that, we also have the follow-up technical support. We provide these services. These are some additional functions which include some computer simulator for training purposes and ending up with the installation of the monitor with the design company at which you can watch what the actions of the staff are. And now a couple of words about the economy of those small units. In this table you can see 4 capacities of such units. 1,000, 5,000 tons a year, 10,000 and 20,000 tons a year. The final position here is that their gas operators are buying methanol at the market price ranging from $1,000 to 1,000 euros. That is their approximate price. As far as natural gas is concerned, which is produced and given into the pipe, has the average price of $225 per 1,000 cubic meters. The cost of processing is about $100 per ton. So if the company buys 1,000 tons of methanol for a year, it actually pays $1 million. And if a gas company sets the unit with a capacity of 1,000 tons, its cost of the methanol production will make $325,000. And of course, the financial savings will make 675 tons $1,000. And their approximate price of this unit is about $1.5 billion. So the payback period is 2.2 years. And if the company installs the unit with a capacity of 10,000, of course the figures will be different. Let's take Ukrnafta, it's a good example. They can install this unit in order to cover their needs. And the economy here is different, absolutely different, because the savings are more than 6 million per year, and the payback period is a year and a half. This means that for a smaller unit, the payback period is longer. But if we speak about larger capacities, the company should really try and install this unit because it's really beneficial. But this is as far as methanol is concerned. And in this slide, you can see some information. You can also look through this information later on the site. I will not speak on these figures. Here are the advantages the oil and gas company gets if it produces methanol. We have actually mentioned and voiced and discussed these advantages. The main thing is that in methanol, hydrogen available in the minerals is coupled, and the result of that you can actually sell it. Or rather carbon, not hydrogen. But if the company produces methanol and uses it for its own production purposes, the excise duty is equal to 0. I mean, excise duty rate, which is established according to the current legislation. Now, oil and gas companies have to pay excise duties. And the third thing is that, again, we have discussed this, but if in the natural gas there is high content of CO2, and the gas company is forced to somehow split it, segregate it, I know that about 2 or 2.5% is allowed by their code of Ukraine. Then the CO2 could be added to the synthesis gas, and as a result of that, you can first of all remove the CO2, and secondly, can reduce the consumption of natural gas and make the prime cost lower. These are the key advantages that a gas company will get if it constructs its own methanol unit. But the main thing is about the prospects. Yeah, before you start this, well, just imagine that you get the news in December that Saudi Arabia, which has earned $2 trillion on IPO, I guess, on signing $750 to the construction of the CO2 neutral city. And they construct this CO2 neutral city. They take for this the expert RVE company. It seems to me that there are 30 running meters of the seaside and $750 billion. You may just imagine. And there must be some payback for this city. So how can it happen? But now, I didn't understand this, but now when I see what they're going to do there, well, probably Leonid will tell about this. How will this all happen? Well, I don't know what they're going to do there, but at least they understand that there will be some payback. The point is that this unit allows you to work with low debit wells, because CO2 is a perfect raw material for methanol, and if you have high level of nitrogen, it's also a good material for production of gas. And the wells, which are conserved at the moment, which are suspended, can actually give you profit. And we may have green methanol as a result of that. If we produce not hydrogen, not gray hydrogen, but green hydrogen, and then CO2, it's like green methanol, like it's even better than green hydrocarbon. So if we produce methanol, then this unit could have additional components, and as a result of that, the product we get is not methanol, but some other product. For example, that could be formalin, or this could be carbamide, formaldehyde, resins, redox rubber, artificial fibers, synthetic liquid fuels, polyethylene, erythropine, ethylene, and acid, some acids and other things. And as an example, I would like to show you the gas processing complex. Well, there could be different configurations with different capacities of such complexes, but the complex I speak about is the one I liked. Why? So this is a methanol-based complex. So we have acetylene. Everybody knows that there are carbide components, but there is also pyrolysis-based acetylene. That is a separate technology. As a result, when you apply natural gas pyrolysis, and you get this acetylene. So if we have a look at a specific unit, it is based on the use of 170 million cubic nanometers of natural gas, and we get 2,000 tons of acetylene per year. And during the production, the side effect is synthesis gas. This means that it's not about conversion. We get the synthesis gas, which could be spent directly on the production of methanol, and we get 80,000 tons of methanol, and we also get the side product, hydrogen. And this methanol is spent on formalin. And formalin, hydrogen, and acetylene are the raw materials for 1,4-butanediol, which is a very good chemical product, from which we can make different synthetic fibers, artificial fibers, construction plastics, polyurethane, and a lot of other things. This product is already about 20 years old. The dynamics of its growth has been stable for 20 years, and its production is rising. We have participated in the construction of 4 complexes like this, and it was in China. So all the things you can see, there are banks, car seats, bus seats, that is all about 1,4-butanediol. And now let's have a look at the economic calculations. 170 million cubic meters are sent to the complex, and if the gas company sells this gas to the pipe at the price of $225, their gross profit will be $38 million. But if it produces butanediol, it will get 67,000 tons. The profit will be $268 million. I guess that these 2 figures tell you everything. It's obvious that, yesterday we had a discussion about that, and some of our colleagues compared it to cutting the forest in the Carpathians while people produce furniture and get profit. that's the same. You produce gas and you sell it, and the payback, the profit is very little. But you should do this thing, like the whole world is doing. So I think that there is no alternative way for using natural gas. You need to apply chemistry, high-tech, expensive chemistry. And I guess that this way for Ukraine would be their most efficient one, because I don't think that that much is produced. It's just 20 billion cubic meters of gas produced. It's not that much. We just ban it. But that is the wrong approach. We need to do high-tech, expensive products. This stands for jobs, for related industries, for development. And to conclude, I will probably read it out, the final provisions. So the trends in the development of the global economy are aimed at the transition to renewable, non-carbon or carbon-free energy. And hydrocarbon raw materials will be losing their importance as their source of fuel and energy, but will remain the raw material basis for chemical industry. And already now we can trace that we have the ongoing construction of large gas processing complexes located close to the sources of gas in the Caribbean basin and in the Persian Gulf. And the future of the Ukrainian gas industry is in any way related with gas chemistry. Own production of methanol for oil and gas companies helps to meet the needs for this product, which we currently have, and opens up the prospects for development for the future. Yeah, if you have questions, I will answer.
Dr. Yuri, I have two general questions. The first question is about material balance. You stated that actually you need 4.5 cubic meters of demineralized water. So this is water which we can get at the process of rectification or some other water. And the second issue is about water treatment facilities. So again, I'm interested in crude methanol rectification stage. So what happens to this water? Do you have any water treatment facilities in your scheme? Coming back to demineralized water, as part of this scheme, yes, we do have the facility, the unit for demineralization of water, and this 4.5 tons of water, this is general amount of water we need. We need some additional volume of water. And talking about treatment facilities, well, we practically do not have any emissions. After rectification procedure, we have some small emission, like several kilograms per ton of methanol, and actually we shall not build treatment facilities for this small unit. Well, if the facility is big, that will be possible, but here you can just store it in a tank and then you may dispose of this tank. We partially mentioned it yesterday, and I would like to add to what has been mentioned about reduction of CO2 emissions. Apart from this idea of gas synthesis and the products of its synthesis for small debits, well, so this idea is really great, it's fantastic. I know these projects from the inside, so I know them pretty well, but let's take a broader look from the viewpoint of economic safety and security of the country, and from the viewpoint of environmental issues. I will probably deviate So let's talk about peat areas. And when we talk about basic things, we have lots of CO2 emissions into the atmosphere. So practically lots of pit areas were poured with water. They were trying to reduce CO2 emissions. Something like that was in Belarus. But if we, for example, deal with peat, we understand that capex will be several times less than production of gas. So it's really easy. Once again, we talk about hydrocarbons products, and we do the same. We can do the same gas synthesis. We can do the same hydrogen, the same refining products, ethanol, ethylene, polyethylene, and many others. Some mixing components, etc. Thank you very much for your comment. Yes, I will probably provide some comment about it. It's a good question, a topical question for Ukraine. 3 years ago, we did a project on a methanol unit with a capacity for 45,000 tons a year in Pavlograd region. So what we are talking about now is different. Regarding calorie capacity, peat is similar to brown coal. So it may be even better. So when we talk about gasification of coal or of peat, this is not the problem. China is producing such gasifying equipment, and you can install it not far from peat deposits, and as a result, you can produce either chemical products, the very methanol, or hydrogen, or something else. So any chemical products. Dear colleagues, we have more questions. I have one more question. You see some financial data. You talk about catalyzers and their replacement. So coming back to catalyzers, what is the life cycle of your catalyzers, and what is the market of catalyzers for this process? Are they produced in Ukraine or are they produced abroad? This is the first question, and there is another question which is about synthesis stage, synthesis of methanol. Does your scheme envisage Fischer-Tropsch effect, production of some other products and not methanol? Talking about catalyzers. In this scheme, there are three types of catalyzers. This is sulfur purification, the second one steam conversion of natural gas, and methanol synthesis. Methanol synthesis catalyzer is our own development, and we have a company that produces such catalyzing equipment. Well, sulfur treatment, we need 300 kilograms of catalyzer, so not a lot. And conversion catalyzer, nickel catalyzer. Well, we have a market of such catalyzers. We have ammonia production in Ukraine. There are lots of units like that. So actually there are 3 companies producing such catalyzers. Danish company, Kondratyuk, Swiss, and the English company. So they produce these catalyzers. They are available in the market. They are approximately of the same quality, and their life cycle is from 4 to 6 years.
Для процесу Фішера-Тропша
Talking about Fischer-Tropsch effect,
примерно, значить, такий самий, як на
the composition of gas synthesis is the same as for methanol synthesis. We are supposed to have the ratio hydrogen CO 1.1. So if instead of synthesis we shall have Fischer-Tropsch effect, and here we have actually the pressure of 50 atmospheres, and with Fischer-Tropsch the figure is different, then it is possible to do gas synthesis with liquid hydrogen. Yeah, it's possible to do this. Dear colleagues, just imagine that every underground gas storage facility has such gas refining complex. It means creating new jobs, and we can produce some things. Just imagine we have buildings and well, we have some sewing equipment, and again we create new jobs for our dressmakers and our tailors. So we do not buy this equipment abroad. We can fill our storage facilities in summer with cheap gas. We can process this gas into different chemical things, and we do not think what will happen in case we do start works in the shelf. And I know that there is strategy of Naftogaz, and I do not imagine what they are going to do with this gas in case they develop it in the shelf. They do not have any structure, be it industrial infrastructure or gas storage, but they have port. We can produce methanol, we can produce some acids. We have highly qualified staff. We have universities that train all experts necessary to work with these processes. We have sea, we have all the things necessary. Probably I'm a big dreamer, but well, I'm thinking about this, and Mr. Rodin and me want you to make interested in this topic, and probably you will change this world for the better. Thank you very much for attention. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I do hope that here we have lots of young people, and probably you should do something that was once mentioned by Mendeleev, not to combust natural gas, but to use it for production for chemical products. And it will be really symbolic. Thank you. And I announce the closure of our conference. I hope that dinner is ready. Probably our colleague Roman is somewhere here who wants to tell you about this building, about the building we are in. I think I'm grateful to you. I'm grateful to our online participants, to our sponsors, to our technical team that ensured our video, our sound. We really had nice picture, we had nice sound, and really both teachers and students were grateful to us who were following us online. I'm really grateful to the members of my team, Newfolk team. So I kindly ask you to applaud our team, Lubomir, Oksana. Thank you very much. Lubomir, you are great. So I announce the closure of the conference. and the broadcast is closed as well. Thank you.